Today we're going to talk about every hacker's worst nightmare, and that is the pyramid of pain. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. The pyramid of pain is going to be our very first section inside of the Cyber Defense Frameworks module that's inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. Now, this is the upgraded SOC Level 1 pathway for 2025-2026. There's a legacy version of this playlist that already exists on this channel. So we're doing all of the rooms that previously existed with updated information, and then there's a bunch of new videos because the world has evolved, the digital world has evolved. So the cyber defense frameworks, there are several videos. It's going to be, I think, one of the longer modules that we're going to go through. And as the name implies, they are frameworks for cyber defense, meaning essentially templates, best practices. If you follow these things, for the most part, if you're a part of defensive security and you follow these things, you'll be good, right? And so the first one that we're going to start with is the pyramid of pain. And this is actually probably one of my favorite concepts. This was one of the first videos that I did that at the time did very, very well, right? At the time, I was getting maybe like 10 or 20 views per video. And when I put this video out, it ended up doing several thousand views. And I was like, holy cow, like that's kind of my first viral video, right? So that was, it was a cool experience for me. So I have an affinity for this topic and for this concept itself. And so the breakdown goes like this. We have the intro, the hash values, IP addresses, domain names, host artifacts, network artifacts, tools, and TTPs. And then there's going to be a practical exercise at the end and the conclusion. All of these things are going to be timestamped, so if you want to reference to each individual one, you can. Now, here's what I'm going to say just to make this a little bit easier. The last time that I did this, I did not do this specific part. To be able to understand what this really actually means and how this plays out, how these specific sections and these tasks play out, and what it actually means in the grand scheme of things for this specific topic, we're going to talk about this piece right here. So I have this image for you, and this is the best way that I can show you in one visual what it means to inflict the pyramid of pain onto a group of hackers and to account for the various tactics and procedures that they'll do. So if we start from the very bottom here, and sorry, my mug is kind of like covering the screen, but we'll do it like this. So if we start from the bottom, the easiest thing that we can protect from, the easiest thing that we can account for would be hash values of files, hash values of URLs, or anything of those sorts. Okay, excuse me, I'm kind of hiccuping this. It's so annoying. And then the next one would be the IP address. It's a little bit more difficult, but it's still relatively easy. And when we say easy, we're saying that the hacker can simply just change hash values, right? They can modify the file just a little bit, and then the hash value completely changes. So if we're trying to block a hash value, it's not the best way for us to block the attacks of the hacker. Same thing with an IP address. Sure, we can block one IP address, but right now you can go to a cloud service provider and you can buy 100 IP addresses at a wholesale discount. So it's not hard to come across IP addresses. Same thing with domain names. It's a little bit more difficult to get domain names, but again, you can just go ahead and replace your domain name if you wanted to. Then it starts getting annoying. So we have the network and the host artifacts. So if we were to actually find what it is that they're using for their network and host artifacts, then and we block those things, then it becomes even more difficult for the hacker to still continue to attack us. And then the tools that they use. If we block the tools that they're using, then it becomes even more difficult. And then finally, their tactics, their techniques, and their procedures, which is the top of the pyramid. And if we go ahead and figure out what it is that they're trying to do to us, and then block those tactics, techniques, and procedures, or have a plan, a mitigation plan already in place to prevent it from escalating, by the time that it gets to here, they are really having second guesses of whether or not they should attack us or they should keep attacking us. By the time that it gets to here, they don't even want to mess with us anymore because they're like, okay, this specific target is way too educated and they're too knowledgeable, they're too skilled. It's just easier for me to go find somebody that just by changing a couple of hash values or changing a couple of IP addresses, I can attack this person and actually complete my attack against this person. So as it goes up the pyramid here, we become more challenging of a target. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're trying to be so good at what we have in our ecosystem and our skill sets and knowledge base and everything. We're trying to be so good that just knowing that they're attacking us, it's like, okay, well, I don't even want to mess with this person. I'm just going to move on to somebody that's a little bit easier. And that's exactly what you want. It's the same thing in martial arts as well, where it's like when you get good enough and you build a big enough reputation for yourself that you're really a pain in the butt to deal with, most people won't even mess with you. When you learn how to fight and you're walking down the street, if somebody is trying to pick on you and you have a certain aura about you, or you're not afraid or whatever, or let's say you're just physically in good shape, they won't want to attack you. They'll look at somebody that is perceivably smaller or more timid and things like that, and they'll go after that person. So just being a certain way can deter your attackers from wanting to attack you. And it's the same thing in the world of cyber defense. So that's exactly what we're going to be talking about today. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and then we're going to jump into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. The pyramid of pain is actually a very well-known concept, and this is something that has been applied to a variety of different companies already and is being applied to even more and more companies. So for example, the various solutions provided by Cisco Security, by SentinelOne, and SOC Radar, and these are not small names. Cisco Security is probably the premier name in networking devices, and they have the Cisco Networking Academy and so many things. Cisco is a provider of a lot of different solutions in the world of IT as well as cybersecurity. SentinelOne, same thing. SOC Radar, same thing. So for them to want to improve the effectiveness of cyber threat intelligence, threat hunting, and incident response exercises, and use something like the pyramid of pain says a lot about what we're going to be talking about today. So understanding this concept as a threat hunter, incident responder, or a SOC analyst is very, very important. So what we're going to be talking about is these individual steps, what goes into them, and essentially how you can deploy them and what the effect would be against the attacker. So the first one is hash values, the bottom of the pyramid. A hash value is a numeric value of a fixed length that uniquely identifies data. Hash values can be for files, they can be for words or phrases, they can be for a variety of different things. And they are what's the best way to say this? A certain string will actually give you the exact same hash every single time. So this is probably the best way that I can do this, right? So if we go to a place called CrackStation, really, really cool place. CrackStation allows us to dehash hashes. Hashes are not encryptions where we would be decrypting an encryption. There is no way to decrypt it. The only way that we can do it is to actually go ahead and find the equivalent of it, and then hopefully the equivalent of that exists in our database. It's called a rainbow table, and basically a rainbow table is just a glorified spreadsheet, really, that has multiple columns. And so inside of that column, there's going to be the plain text. Inside of the first column, there'll be the plain text. And then the second column would probably be for the MD5 hash algorithm of that plain text. So what do I mean by this? So let's look at a few different words here. So we can look at password, then we'll look at password with a capital P, password with a capital D, and then we'll look at password with a capital B, or a capital P, excuse me, and a capital D, right? So the word technically is exactly the same. What we're changing are the capitalization of these letters. And of course, if you extrapolate this and you add numbers to it, or if you change the O for a 0, or if you change the S's for dollar signs, whatever it is, right? So you click generate, and then we can see right here that for now, okay, so it's supposed to be one, I thought it was like one per line, but it's just generating one at a time. So if we look at password just by itself, all lowercase, we'll see these hash values. So we have CC3 at the beginning of it and 118 at the end of it. And then I'll start making this just so you can kind of see this a little bit, what the various differences of these things will actually be, right? So this is my online notepad that I use all the time to create these various types of examples here. So we'll have the word password, right, all lowercase, and then that's its hash value. So if we go up here now, and then if we do password with a capital P, and I'll just leave that as the example because it can definitely get, hopefully you'll understand the concept here. So basically all I did was I just changed one letter, capitalized, right? And then I have a completely different hash value than what I had initially with this. Now here's the key piece of this, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and take the same exact word, right? And then we're gonna use a different MD5 hash generator. So this is the one that I use right here, so we'll use a different one. And then we're just gonna go ahead and use the same word, password, right here, and it's gonna be MD5, and that's pretty much it. We're gonna go ahead and copy it. Now, interestingly enough, this is actually proving a different point for me. So it actually generated a completely different hash value. I thought that it would generate the same hash value, but in this particular case, it has not generated the same hash value. It generated a completely different hash value, which means that there could be multiple hash values for the same word. So to test this, now we're going to take these two hashes and we're going to go to CrackStation and see if they both come up with the word password, because if they do, then we are learning something brand new together for the first time, at least for me, because the way I was taught was that, you know, the same word will give you the same exact hash value every single time. And so interestingly enough, right, so here we go. The first one didn't give us anything, and it's an MD5 hash value. The second one did give us the exact equivalent of the word password. So I find that to be extremely interesting. So if we use this third one, let's go see if this third one is going to show us the equivalent of password with a capital P. Super, super interesting. This is actually, I don't know, I nerd out about this kind of stuff, especially when I get corrected on things. Okay, so now that works. So maybe I missed this or something, or maybe I used a different phraseology. So let's go and try that first hash generator again and see if this works. So we're going to do password, and then we're going to do generate. Okay, so this time around, the string password actually did give us that same exact hash. Okay, so I don't feel as bad about this, because I was like, what is going on? They're supposed to be exactly the same responses that we would get for the same word. It doesn't matter what hash generator you use. And thankfully, that is the case, because for a second, I really thought that I was like losing my mind. But there we go. So now we have it, right? So what does this mean, right? This means that if a specific string of code, right, is entered into a script, right? So if we go over here and we do something like print hello, right, which is basically the equivalent of Python. And I wonder if I'm doing this, I think I am doing this correctly actually. And hold on, we need to have that, there you go. So we say print hello, right? That's the script essentially, which would print the word hello onto the screen. That's all it does, right? So this is technically a script, or a piece of a script. So when you do something like this, then it generates a certain hash value. So what if I went over here and all I did was say, okay, print hello, right, with all caps, right? And I do this, and now I have a completely different hash value. So what does this mean? It basically means that the content of the script has not changed. We're still printing hello onto the screen. We're just doing a capitalized hello, right? And then I could do something like this, where I'd add this to the end of it, where if I need it to be all lowercase, Or if I need the first letter to actually be capitalized, I could do something like this, where we would add title to the end of it. And titling essentially makes the first word capitalized, and then the rest of the word would end up being lowercase. So if I really, really need it to be like that, I could do this, and this would deliver the same exact thing as this would, right? Because we're doing exactly the same output. When we do this and we do this, it'll give us the same exact output, which is hello with these capitalizations, okay? So the content of the script has not changed, but what's happening is that the hash value is changing. So this is, I'm kind of like really jumping ahead. I'm probably going to like reread all of this just to kind of say everything that I just said. But when we're talking about hash values, and the reason why they're so trivial, why they're so easy to counter, is that you can easily change just one little dot in a script, or add a little line, an extra line, literally an extra line at the end of the script, a blank line, an empty line. It does nothing, but you add an extra line to the end of your script, and now you have an entirely different hash value. So just because there is MD5 hash value, or the SHA-1 or the SHA-2, what all of these things are, none of these things really make a difference, because the fact that somebody can easily change them. Now, when it comes down to security and encryption and the various forms of cryptography, when we're looking at algorithms, the MD5 is less secure than the SHA-1, and the SHA-1 is less secure than the SHA-2, and SHA-2 is less secure than SHA-256, right? So if we go over here, these are all of the algorithms that are supported by CrackStation. So NTLM is native to Windows machines, right? Then there's MD2, MD4, MD5, and then so MD2 is less secure than 4, less secure than 5, etc. And then we go down here, right? SHA-1 is less secure than 224, less secure than 256, less secure than 384, 512, and then it goes into the thousands, right? So there are various forms of encryption, and the more, so if we were to go to this right here, if we look at just these two, right, this is the MD5 hash value, this is the SHA-1 hash value, and just visibly you can see that this one is longer than this one. And if I created a SHA-12 hash, right, so if we were to go and let's go look at the SHA hash generators, and let's try to find one where we actually generate a SHA-256, right? So we have a SHA-256 for the word password. We go ahead and generate it, and it's noticeably longer. So we go to our comparison here, and we do the same thing, and we see that it's a noticeably longer hash value, and this becomes more difficult to decode, so to speak, right? Does not necessarily mean that you can actually decode it. It's just that it becomes more difficult to decode. And when you're looking at encryption standards, right, these are the things that you want to consider when you're considering the security of something. So over here, we're looking at the three just very basic versions of this. And so somebody can go ahead and generate a hash value. And if you want to read the history of it, you know, MD5 was designed by Ron Harvest in 1992, right? Has a 120-bit hash value, 128-bit. These things are not considered cryptographically secure in 2011. The IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force, published the Request for Comment 6151, Updated Security Considerations for MD5 Message Digest, and the HMAC MD5 algorithms, which mentioned a number of attacks against MD5 hashes, including hash collision. And that's more of an issue than anything else. So what is hash collision? This is something that we should also be aware of. If the algorithm itself is not a long algorithm, right? So if you're looking at something like this, it has this number of spaces, okay? This one has the same number of spaces. It's just that it looks a little bit longer because this one I think has maybe one or two letters in here that are smaller or larger, whatever it is, but it should be the same number of alphanumeric characters. So what happens is, for this specific hash value, it could actually have some other word or some other string of words that would generate the same hash value, because it's limited to a certain number of spaces, and we're only dealing with 0 to 9 and A to Z. So when you're looking at this as just an inclusive hash value, there are going to be more variations of words and phrases and different way to say the same word, right? And add different phrases and all those things. You can create a bunch of different types of words and phrases, and ultimately you would run out of variations of this hash value, which means that the same hash value could actually mean two different strings. It could actually result in two different strings. Or maybe this hash value has been assigned to an image, right? Or a file or something. It might not even be a string. So what it means to have hash collision is that you have the same hash value that can result in different either plain text or image or file entities. And that's where hash collision occurs. So to prevent for that, they created more complex and longer hash algorithms. So secure hash algorithm 1, defined by request for comment 3174, was invented by the United States National Security Agency in 1995. When data is fed into this algorithm, it takes an input and produces a 160-bit hash value as a 40-digit hexadecimal number. NIST deprecated the use of this and banned it for digital signatures at the end of 2013 based on it being susceptible to brute force attacks. So this actually essentially means that by just going through a variety of variations of something, they were able to find it. And this does not mean that they're decrypting it. What it simply means is that, okay, we're just going to go through every single variation of words and phrases that we can find and see what the output of it would be. And if this output matches the output that we're trying to decode, then that means that whatever our string was that generated that output is the value of that, right? So here's what it comes down to. If they're trying to do a brute force attack against your passwords, right? They go to your website and they create a user account, and it says the password needs to be between 10 and 18 characters, right? And then it says you can't use, I don't know, this and whatever else, right? This and these things. Like, you can't use those things, but you can use, and then there's also these other things. There's like must have a lowercase, right? Must have an uppercase, like that. Like, it tells you must include number, right? And so when you see the rules of the password and then you see, okay, it needs to be between 10 and 18 characters, it needs to have all these different things, and we can't use these things. Okay, cool. I'm going to go write a Python script, and it's going to use these as the parameters to create a series, like a giant dictionary of passwords for me. And I'm going to take that giant dictionary of passwords, and I'm going to go and generate all of the hash values for those passwords. And from there, I'm going to go ahead and compare it against the hash value that I'm trying to decode or decrypt or hack, whatever. And there you go. Just like that, you can compare your giant list against what potentially you're trying to decrypt or decode, and all of a sudden you can find the plain text version of it. So migrating from SHA-1 to stronger hash algorithms in the SHA-2 and 3 families was the next recommendation. And then there was the SHA-2 family, which was designed by NIST as well, and the National Security Agency in 2001 to replace SHA-1. And then SHA-2 has many variants. Arguably the most common is 256. And the 256 algorithm secures a hash value of 256 bits as a 64-digit hexadecimal number. And then there's SHA-512, and then there's going to be more and more complicated values because quantum computing makes it very easy for these things to be decoded or decrypted, whatever you want to use for that. And the main reason for that is because quantum computing is an extremely powerful type of computing, and it can go through very, very long, complicated decryptions, or encryptions, I should say, and decrypt them. So it wouldn't be a surprise that it could generate all the different potential values of something and then try to find out what the hash value of it is, and then just reverse engineer that to find somebody's password. So it's a new age, basically. So a hash is not considered to be cryptographically secure if two files have the same hash value. And usually we use hash values to gain insight into a specific malware sample, a malicious or suspicious file, and as a way to uniquely identify and reference a malicious artifact. And we talk about this a lot in digital forensics as well. And when we're looking at the chain of custody to see if the hash value of something has changed, right? So if I'm looking at a computer or the image of a computer, and the image of a computer has a certain value of it, and so I know that that value is not going to change, right? As long as the image of the computer stays exactly the same, the hash value shouldn't change. So as we pass on the hard drive to the next person and the next person, they're always going to check the image of the computer and its hash value. And if the hash value has changed, that means that in some way that computer image has been modified, which means that it's no longer holding its original integrity. Somebody tampered with it, maybe they deleted some files from it, so on and so forth. So now we can't rely on that image being a part of the evidence presentation that's going to go to court or whatever it is. So there are ransomware reports that you may have potentially read where security researchers would provide the hashes related to the malicious or suspicious files. And you can check out the DFIR report and the Trellix threat research blogs if you're interested in seeing examples of these potential reports that have been done in the past. Now, there are different tools that can be used to do hash lookups. We've talked about VirusTotal several times, as well as MetaDefender Cloud Ops SWAT. These are different tools that you can actually go into it and enter a hash value that you have found. So up here is the search bar, and they've entered the hash value, and that hash value is leading to this m_croatian.wnry file. And so it's been marked as a Trojan, malware, ransom Trojan by these various different vendors in security. And a lot of them are saying that it's a Trojan agent and things like that. So, okay, fine, you look at the hash value of a file, and you, without having to open the file, without having to run it or anything, you can simply get its hash value. And so you pull its hash value and then you check it in VirusTotal and you see that it's marked as a Trojan by a bunch of different things. Therefore, you are solid in assuming that it is a malicious file. And so the same thing can be done in MetaDefender OpsSWAT, similar concept where you drop the hash value in here and then it'll go ahead and look at it and it says Trojan, WannaCry, right? WCRYE. In this case, it kind of makes it a little bit easier to find out what it actually is, but it's the WannaCry Trojan. In this case, it says WNRY, so it's a little bit tougher to determine what it is. But when we look at this one where it says WCry, it's like, oh, okay, I recognize that. It's the WannaCry, right? So it's really easy to spot a malicious file if we have the hash in our arsenal, which means that an attacker modifying the file by even a single bit, it actually produces a completely different hash value. And so many variations and instances of known malware and ransomware threat hunting using file hashes as the indicator of compromise can become very difficult. So if we look at an example of how to change the hash value, which we've already kind of done this a little bit. So we look at the file itself, I guess, what is it? So MD5 is the algorithm that they're using, and the file itself is this thing right here. It's an OpenVPN file, and they're using PowerShell, the get file hash commandlet of PowerShell to get the hash value. So this is what we have here. And so all they did was they echoed append hash. So they added this to this file, right? It's nothing. It's basically a string that they just added it to the file. And then they got the hash value of the file again. And now we have a completely different hash value. So we've already established this, right? So we already understand this concept. So you don't need to make any functional modifications to the file or the script. You could literally just add a BS string at the end of it, and all of a sudden the entire hash value changes. So let's now do an exercise here. So it says analyze the report associated with the hash here. So let's do this. And it says, what is the file name of the sample? So analyzing the report here, I'm guessing they're sending us to VirusTotal. Yeah, so this is the VirusTotal output, which, I mean, why would I could just go run it. But so here's the report, right? The name of the file is sales_receipt5606 XLS. That's basically what we're looking for. Sales underscore receipt 5606.xls. There you go. Easy enough. But if you wanted to actually check it out yourself, right, you could just go VirusTotal. I think it's like a fake thing that they generated maybe. Oh no, it's right here. So same thing, actually. So same hash value, and it gives us this. There are 62 vendors that have marked it as malicious, right? Good stuff. So very, very cool. You can always run VirusTotal and check things out. You can drop links into VirusTotal as well. So if you get like an email or a text message that you think it might be fishy, but you're not sure, then you can just go ahead and copy the link without actually clicking on it. You can right click on the link, and then you can copy the link address, and then you can go ahead to a place like VirusTotal and then drop the actual URL in here like that. So I didn't have to click on this, but I did copy the link, and now I can search for it and see what we get, and nobody detected it because it's actually from TryHackMe's website. And so TryHackMe is a solid organization. So you can do that for yourself as well. Very, very simple to do. Just don't click. You right click on it and then copy the link address. All right, let's go to IP addresses. By now, I'm going to assume that you know what an IP address is. I really hope you know what an IP address is. There's IPv4 addresses, which is what you're most used to. And it looks things like this, right? Where it's like, 192.52.25.36, whatever. That's an IP address. That's what most of us are used to. And there is the IPv6 version of it, which does not at all look like this, and it's much longer. And it's been used to account for the fact that IPv4 addresses can also be duplicated. You could have multiple addresses pointing to different domain names, so they generated IPv6 equivalents of it. So IPv4, IP addresses in general, right? They're generated for any device that's connected to the internet, and they range from desktop to servers, etc. We rely on these things to send and receive information over a network, but we're not going to get into all of that now. So in the pyramid of pain, we are indicating with the color green for that IP address that we saw. So we might be asking, why would you associate the color green with it, which I don't even remember, I guess right here. So this is what they're doing. So the color green is associated with it. So why? Right? The question is why. From a defense standpoint, knowledge of the IP address an adversary uses can be valuable. A common defense tactic is to block, drop, or deny inbound requests from that address on your external firewall, or your perimeter, I should say. This is often not bulletproof, as it is trivial for experienced adversaries to recover by simply getting a new public IP address. Like very, very easy, right? You can just go get a bunch of different IP addresses, as we already talked about it. So do not attempt to interact with these IP addresses, just so you know. These are legitimately malicious IP addresses. So one of the ways that they can make it challenging, adversaries can make it challenging to successfully carry out IP blocking, is because they can use something like fast flux. And it's a DNS technique that's used by botnets to hide phishing, web proxying, malware delivery, malware communication behind compromised hosts acting as proxies, right? A botnet is somebody, getting the IP address of your webcam, or the IP address of your smart fridge, or your smart vacuum cleaner, whatever those like little robots. It's like there are so many different IoT devices that generate IP addresses because they're connected to the internet, because you connect to that device from your phone and you give it commands from your phone. And a lot of times the security of those devices is not substantial. So it's fairly easy to get their IP addresses. And you can even go to a place like, this is what's fun, right? You go to a place like shodan.io, right? And then you just put anything in here. So if I do, I don't know, we'll do Nginx just as a search example. And it'll bring up all of the different IP addresses associated with Nginx, right? So it's not hard to find IP addresses. And for legitimate devices, by the way, these are like legit devices. So you can go and say, okay, what is the operating system that's assigned to such and such webcam? And then go get that operating system, drop it into here, and then find all of the webcams and their IP addresses across the world. right? It's not hard to do something like that. And so that way you build yourself a botnet, and then you can use those as proxies for you doing malicious activity. And it's very difficult to find out who the original IP address is because you're using thousands of different botnet IP address proxies, right? So it's kind of like what the whole point behind this is. It just makes it super easy for them to change their IP addresses, and then they use it to make communication between malware and the command and control server, also known as CNC or C2, and it makes it challenging for us to discover them. So the primary concept of fast flux network is to have multiple IP addresses associated with the domain name, which is constantly changing. And Palo Alto created a great fictional scenario known as Fast Flux 101. So if you want to actually go read into this to see how it's done, you can just go ahead and read that. You could Google this, Fast Flux 101, how cybercriminals improve resilience of da 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 da. Just pause the screen real quick and screenshot that so that you can go ahead and find that article. So it's very, very, very easy to use botnets, and it's pretty much almost as easy as changing hash values of files, right? Like these things are super easy. There's also a report generated from any.run for this example to answer the questions below. So we're going to use this report as an answer or as a source, and it's actually this link that we're looking for. So this is going to be the report. Okay, great. So now what we're looking for here is data from here to answer our question. So read the following report, which I'm guessing hopefully it's the same one. Yeah, it is the same one. Great. So what is the first IP address the malicious process 1632 attempts to communicate with? So we're looking for the malicious process and its attempts of communication. And so which one is the first one that it tries to communicate with? Now these images are actually not searchable, so I have to scan through it to try to find the answer. So let me find it real quick and I'll tell you where I found it. Okay, so it's under network activity. It's on page 5 of the document. And basically, this is it. So 5087.136.52 is the first IP address. So what is it again? 5087.136.52. 5087.136.52. And there we go. And now it says, read the report to answer the question, what is the first domain name the malicious PID 1632 attempts to communicate with? And the first domain name is craftingalegacy.com. So craftingalegacy.com. Very good. All right. So now we can move on to domain names. Okay, domain names is probably something that you're more familiar with than maybe IP addresses. Domain names are essentially the string equivalent, the text equivalent of something, maybe even numerical in there as well. So an IP address, most IP addresses, or not most, I would say all IP addresses that we visit have a plain text version of them. It's easier to remember the plain text version than it is to remember the string of text. And then for security, a lot of companies alternate through their IP addresses so that it makes it harder for attackers to scan them and to try to hack into them, so on and so forth. So the same string, right, the same domain evilcorp.com may have multiple domain names, just alternating. So this is a really easy one to kind of go through. So NSLOOKUP is like a really easy tool. It's a command line version as well, but we can always go to the nslookup.io and then just look for something. And then you'll see like very, very quickly that, for example, for google.com, there's the IPv4 address and it shows you the general location of that address. There's the IPv6 address as well. And then the various records of it that potentially exist. So their name server records, NS4123, and then their MX records, etc., etc. So you see all of these things, right? So let's look at some other type of search for this. So historical IP, or I think there's actually even like a different one. Maybe Who Am I was the tool that I used. But there was definitely this one thing where it would show, I don't remember the tool itself, but it would show the This is supposedly my IP address, which I guess is okay, but not really. This doesn't seem like my IP address for sure. Okay, so I went through several different online services and I could not find what I am looking for. And essentially, what I'm looking for is a website that shows us the historical IP addresses assigned to a domain name. I know that it exists. I don't remember how I did it and what service I used to do it. And so this is the part of it that I'm just kind of, unfortunately, I'm unable to give you the visual of what I saw previously, but there is a way to see the various IP addresses that a company like Google, for example, will alternate through all within the same year, just to make it so that it's more difficult to try to scan them or try to hack them and things like that. So essentially, just to kind of drive the point home here, is that a string can have different IP addresses assigned to it, right? So the domain name is the string, and how a domain name points to an IP address is something that is known as the domain name system. And so these things can work within the internet at large. They can work within a subnet or inside of an internal network. So a company can have a domain inside of their warehouse or inside of their campus for all their employees that is not accessible by the public, and that also has a string of text associated with it. So there are a lot of different types of domain names, and then there's of course the top level domain name. There's the top level itself that you see right here, which is Evil Corp, and then you have the subdomain, which would be the TryHackMe.evilcorp. So there's a lot of different things associated with it. We're not going to go too much in detail of it. They're a little bit more of a pain in the ass to change, because they will most likely need to purchase the domain name, register it, and then modify the DNS records. So for defenders, many DNS providers have loose standards and provide APIs to make it even easier for the attacker to change the domain. So for example, malicious Sodinokibi, the CDO command and control infrastructure for domains, this is what it looks like, right? This is the automated version of changing a bunch of different command and control domain names to be able to use. And so if you go to any one of them, you can see that there are various hints, or just but in general, like there's a lot of things that when it's like super long like this, or some of them are just random texts and characters that you look at it and you're like, well, that doesn't look like a legit domain name. That's kind of like pretty scary to think about. So there, at first glance, there's a lot of things that can actually kind of be an indicator that you're looking at a malicious domain name. BoiseHosting.net, maybe not so much, because I believe Boise is a city in Idaho. So Boise, yeah, I think it's Idaho. So BoiseHosting.net looks like a legit website. DubNew looks like a legit website. Was Match Me in Fonts at this kind of looks like a malicious website. This one looks like a malicious website. So there are certain ones that look real, and then creamery201.com looks like a real website, right? Makeyourvoiceheard.com looks like a real website, but all of them are actually listed as C2 servers. So this one right here, adidas.de, and the I right here doesn't have an actual dot on top of it. That kind of looks malicious. This is the normal version of it. So this character in the middle, I don't even know what character that is and how they were able to pull it off. So this is an example of a punycode attack used by attackers to redirect users to a malicious domain. Punycode, as per JAMF, is a way of converting words that cannot be written in ASCII into a Unicode ASCII encoding. So for example, the Adidas example that we see here, it looks like there's the number 1. And it has the punycode of xn dash dash da da da. This is the punycode version of it. Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, Microsoft Edge, and Apple Safari are now pretty good at translating obfuscated characters into the full punycode domain name. To detect malicious domains, proxy logs or web servers can be used, and attackers usually hide their malicious domains under URL shorteners. So things like Bitly and Google and Owly, Smart URL, Tiny.pl, all these things, right? This is a way to create a short and unique URL that will redirect to a specific website. But you can also reverse engineer these things, right? You can actually take a puny code, or not a puny code, a tiny URL, a shortened URL, and go to their website, go to Bitly's website and be like, okay, what is the actual website behind this shortened URL that you're showing me? Attackers normally use the following URL shortening services. We already talked about that. We can see the actual websites that were shortened by appending the plus to it, and we can see an example here. So very, very simple, right? So example would be this, tiny URL, etc., and then you just add a plus to the end of it. Same thing with Bitly, same thing with the Google one, and then it'll show you the actual domain name itself. So that is a very, very easy way of finding out what the actual domain is in case you are curious whether or not you're going somewhere that might be malicious. So because any run is a sandboxing service that executes the sample, we can review any connections like HTTP requests, DNS requests, or process communications with an IP address. So to do this, we can look at the networking tab, which we saw in that previous report. And you should be extremely cautious about visiting any of those IP addresses, just again, because they are malicious and there are behaviors from the malware sample. So there's something that is incorrect or something that's wrong. So the HTTP request for any run since the detonation of the sample, and it can be useful to see what resources are being retrieved. So you can see this right here as well. Chrome.exe or svchost.exe and the URLs that are being communicated with and what they're trying to do. Connection shows the communications between the detonation, so being communications with another host, for example, C2 traffic, command and control traffic, uploading or downloading files over a file transfer protocol. So you see all of that here as well. So the UDP protocol and TCP protocol communications with the process IDs, and then the IP addresses that they're communicating with and the ports that they're trying to connect to, and all of that stuff. DNS requests, same thing. You'll be able to see what all of those things are. So AnyRun is actually a really useful website when you're trying to determine what a specific link will do or what a specific IP address will do, and it'll give you a full breakdown of the types of communications taking place, the types of files that will potentially download. It's a sandbox environment, so they essentially execute the clicking of the link in that sandbox environment, and then they'll tell you everything that happens when you go to that link. So really, really useful service. You should make friends with that service. You should use it as often as you possibly can. So for these questions, we now have another report from AnyRun here. And so it says, find the first suspicious domain request that you are seeing, and you'll be using this report to answer the remaining questions here as well. So the first suspicious domain name request. So again, this would be inside of the network section of this. So now we have instead of the PDF report, we now have the actual report on AnyRun.com, or on their app at least. So we're looking for the request for the, domain request. So at the bottom right here, we can see that we have connections and we have DNS requests. So if I do DNS request, it's craftingalegacy.com. That would be the first one. So it's the same one from the report, I think, actually. So that's the first one. What term refers to an address used to access websites? An address used to access websites? What, a domain name? Oh, wow. Okay. What type of attack uses Unicode characters in the domain name to imitate a known domain? And that, I just forgot it too. It was the Punycode, right? I think it's Punycode. Unicode, Punycode. Is it Punycode? Where is it? I literally just saw it. Punycode. There we go. Punycode. So it is Punycode. So we're going to do this Punycode attack. All right. Provide the redirected website for the shortened URL using a preview of this. So we're just going to go here, going to go there, do that, and then add a plus at the end of it, press enter, and it'll say it redirects to TryHackMe.com. Very cool. So let's just go over here and do the full thing. HTTPS, where is it? HTTPS, TryHackMe.com. All right, now we're getting a little bit annoying. We are now upsetting our attackers, and how dare we upset the attacker? That's so obnoxious of us. So in this particular section, we're going to be talking about host artifacts. So when we are accounting for host artifacts, or when we're trying to block host artifacts or do investigations against them to prevent them from using those host artifacts, okay? So the attacker would need to circle back at this detection level and change their attack tools and methodologies. So this is not as simple as changing your IP address or as simple as getting a new domain name. The new domain name might be time consuming and it might cost a little bit of money, but when we get to this specific section right here, when we're trying to block host artifacts, they have to now look at their entire tools and methodologies that they're using, which is very time consuming, and probably they'll need to spend more resources on these types of tools. Host artifacts are the traces or the observables that attackers leave on a system. So for example, the values that are left on a registry, or a suspicious process that's been executed, or attack patterns, or indicators of compromise, files that are dropped by malicious applications, or anything exclusive to the current threat. So these are things that are legitimately left behind, an artifact that is left behind in the digital spectrum of our machine. So for example, winword.exe, right? This is just a suspicious process that's being executed from Word, which is Microsoft Word, so Windows Word. And then inside of it, there's this API MSWin down level that's being executed from this parent process. Then suspicious events that were followed by opening that malicious application, and we can see that here. The parent process is PowerShell, right? And then we have writing of a file that was the operation and all these different things, and the various paths to the communications that were done. So this executable was ran, there were connection attempts to these IP addresses, then the executable was ran again, connection attempts to this IP address, executable, connection attempts, etc., etc. So you can see that there, essentially after this executable is ran, there are connection attempts to the same destination IP address from the IP address of our machine, which implies that there is a remote connection that's taking place. They have remote control over our device, and the files that were dropped and modified by the malicious user, which is this PowerShell executable, which just by itself seems to be funky spelling because it's P-O capitalized, W-E-E-R and everything, and then there's the L-L that's capitalized as well. And then when it actually launches, or when it runs its process, it's running this executable right here, this g_jugk.exe. So it runs that executable from PowerShell essentially every time that it does it, and there's a SHA-256 value of it just in case we want to. So if we track this down, right, this is the whole process here. We found an artifact. We found this executable that was left behind. We found the fact that they were using PowerShell to do it, and this is considering now an artifact, or we can even call it evidence, right? This is actual evidence, tangible evidence that we have now found. And so you block this thing, you block the signatures of this thing, and you try to reverse engineer the source code of it and try to find out what it actually does, and then you block all of those elements that are inside of the source code as well. So when you start doing things like that, then they have to now go try to find a whole other executable that will do exactly what this one did, and to try to regain access to our computer to then plant this thing and then literally go through everything that they went through to get this initial access. They have to redo it again. And then in addition to that, they actually have to find another executable or create another executable that will do what this thing did for them, right? So it's a lot harder to do this than simply going to buy a new domain name, right? So a security vendor has analyzed the malicious sample for us. Review the report here and answer the following questions. So what is this report now? Let's load. Okay, now we actually have a report. This is a 51-page report. Holy cow. Can I search through this? I can't. Oh, I can. I think I can search through this. So if I do this and do August, can I search through that? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, thank goodness we can actually search for that, because if there were images, I would not want to scroll through all of that. Okay, cool. All right, so we're going to use that report. Now it says a process named regidle.exe makes a post request to an IP address based in the United States on port 8080. What is the IP address? So regidle.exe makes a request to an address on port 8080. So let's do regidle.exe. Let's try to find that. There's 109 connections to it, so that's definitely not what I'm doing. So I'm going to do 8080. Okay, there's 32 connections on 8080, and this is under network activity. 3164 regidle makes a post request to this domain on port 8080. So let's do that. Solid, great. Okay, so the actor drops a malicious executable. What is the name of this executable? I'm guessing it is regidle. No, it's not, because it supposedly has an underscore in it. So they drop a malicious executable. So we need to go ahead and find that. It wouldn't be inside of our network connection. So it would most likely be, we need to go to the top of this thing. How do I go to the top of this? Let's go ahead and just scroll to the top, right? And then try to find the payloads, I guess. It could potentially be payloads. And let's see what we can find here. This is insane. This is a giant list. So let's just go to page 1, start from the very top, and let me see where I can find the potential executable section that have been downloaded. It's a very, very large report. This is kind of crazy. All right, let me see what I can find here. Okay, actually, we didn't have to go far. It's on page 4. And so we have the behavior activities, and application was dropped and drops executed. So it's g_jugk.exe. We have that. And now we're going to look at another report by VirusTotal. How many vendors determined this to be malicious? Now, here's the thing. The report from VirusTotal. Oh, okay, this is a screenshot. I was going to say, because if it's the live report, then it would be updated, because VirusTotal is constantly being updated. So in this specific screenshot, there are 9 vendors that have deemed this specific IP address to be malicious. So we're just going to do 9 and we're good. All right, let's talk about network artifacts. So there was host artifacts that we talked about that are on the actual devices, on the computers themselves. But now there are network artifacts that we can also block. So let's talk about these things. So the concept behind network artifacts is pretty much the same as host artifacts, except now it's the network at large, for which we're doing our investigation. And then from there, we're trying to find these various pieces of evidence or these leftover artifacts that we can block or, put signatures inside of our intrusion detection system, etc. So it could be a user agent string. It could be C2 information, URI patterns followed by the HTTP post requests, any of these things. And an attacker could use a user agent string that hasn't been observed in our environment before or seems out of the ordinary. The user agent is defined by the request for comments 2616 report. And so this is something that essentially it's the thing where it's like, Mozilla something Chrome or something like that. It's like, and that's just one version of it. Another version of it could be Nmap would be a user agent or something else. So in this particular case, we have CERN line mode would be the example. So a user agent is the specific tool or device that was used to do the activity, right? And as the request header field that contains the information about the user agent is present. So there are a lot of different ways that you can find out this information, and you can use it, Wireshark, to actually do it. I was literally just going to say Wireshark, but you can use a tool like Wireshark, which is a free tool, and you can analyze packet capture files, or you can analyze traffic data and use something like T-Shark, which is the command line version of Wireshark, or exploring the intrusion detection system from something like Snort, which is another command line tool that can allow you to do this. But you can always find the various user agents that have been used to do this. Then there's the HTTP post request that contains suspicious strings. So these are all HTTP post requests that we just see inside of Wireshark. And then all of these things seem very suspicious. A post request is when you send data, right? A GET request is when you retrieve data. A post request is when you send data via the internet, basically. So it's coming from us, which seems to be our IP address over here, and it's going to these variety of different IP address. So they're obviously using either a botnet or something like that to change their IP address that they're sending data to, and these are all proxies, right? But they're all post requests, and they're sending just weird strings. Like this is all weird sections that everything is being forwarded to. And it's like, okay, well, that just by itself, this all seems to be hella suspicious. So we need to block this type of activity from happening, okay? So one of the easiest ways would be obviously to try to block the strings themselves, but it's just a bunch of random characters. So it could be that with every single request, they're also just generating random characters. These may not necessarily be parts of the domain. It could just be obfuscations. So we can do the T-Shark filtering to use the user agent to see what is actually being used. Now, the command itself is T-Shark, and then you're looking for the HTTP request. You're trying to pull the fields and the HTTP host portion, as well as the HTTP user agent portion. We're extracting those, right? And then this is the file itself. You're reading the analysis file. And so this is what we're looking at. Now, when we're looking at the user agent, we can see that it's Mozilla. Let me see if I can kind of zoom in here. So we have Mozilla 4.0 compatible, Windows, Trident, etc., NetClear. And so this is it. This is all of the data, and it's all exactly the same. So this is all of the data that is being that has been assigned to the user agent. So if we were to block this user agent, for example, or try to closer investigate that user agent, that would be one of the things that would probably be a good strategy for network artifacts, and to block that would most likely really piss off the attacker. And then again, they would have to go back to the drawing board and just look at their overall approach of how they're going to attack us and whether or not it's even worthy for them to attack us. There's a common user agent strings that are found in the Emotet downloader Trojan. And so we can always go and refer to this. This is a part of McAfee or McAfee, however you want to pronounce it. McAfee is another really big name in security. And so the Emotet downloader Trojan that are returned, and the Word documents that were downloaded, and then what happened after the fact, and the strings that are associated with them, and what it actually looks like that was not supposed to be clickable. There's like, it's like random. There's certain parts of this entire thing that are clickable, and it kind of pisses me off. But there's just a bunch of different things, and it helps us with the detection approaches as well for this. This is probably outdated. Yeah, this is super outdated. December 6th of 2017. So this is definitely outdated, but you can always try to look for similar reports where you would be able to try to find the user agent strings that are found for a given Trojan. So this is for the Emotet downloader Trojan that has been found. And if you go to a place like MITRE, which is going to be a part of our studies, I think it's like 1 or 2 videos from now where we're going to actually go look at MITRE closer and try to find more information about how to use the MITRE attack framework. But if you try to find the various Trojans or something like that and see what is associated with them, then you can go ahead and look for those user agent strings and try to block those user agent strings, as well as trying to find the Trojan itself and blocking the Trojan itself. So if you can detect the custom user agent strings that the attacker is using, you might be able to block them, creating more obstacles and making their attempt to compromise your network even more annoying. And again, when you do stuff like this, the more blocking of advanced tactics and techniques and artifacts and everything, when you start doing these things, it literally makes them rethink about whether or not they should even be attacking you, because you're annoying them. Like, it's actually becoming cumbersome and bothersome. And so unless they've been hired and put on payroll to attack you as a part of an advanced persistent threat group, and they have a really big employer with deep pockets, and they should not be stopping to attack you, unless that's the case, more often than not, they just really kind of get discouraged starting these at this network artifact level. And then from there, they really start rethinking whether or not they want to actually mess with you. Okay, so what browser uses the user agent string shown in the screenshot above. So we have Mozilla 4.0 is what we can see right here. And then what else can we find from this that would be useful to us? Okay, so I mean, I think we would have to search for this entire thing, and the typing of it is kind of annoying. We have a hint. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so the hint actually helps us a little bit. So it says to search for this whole thing. So if I go here and search for that on Google, I will find, what do I find? I find the HTTP user string identifying Internet Explorer 7 running on Windows 7 using Trident 4.0 rendering. Okay, so Internet Explorer 7 is basically what it is. So we will do Internet Explorer. There we go. How many post requests are in the screenshot from the PCAP file? How many post requests are in the screenshot from the PCAP file? Oh, right here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 post requests from the PCAP file. Okay, so let's talk about even more challenging, the tools, right? The tools that they would be using. Okay, so at this point, we are legitimately forcing the attacker to go and invest more money, build a new tool if they're even capable of actually doing it, or find a tool that has the same potential, or even get some training to learn how to be proficient in a certain tool. We are forcing them to get to a point where, okay, now they really just need to modify their approach entirely and see what it is that they can do to still attack us if they really have to attack us, right? So they would use utilities to create malicious macro documents, also known as maldocs or malicious documents, for spear phishing attempts, a backdoor that can be used to establish a C2 command, any custom.exe file or DLL file or payloads or password crackers, any of these things, right? So a Trojan that dropped the stealer.exe in the temporary folder right here. This is an example, the execution of this binary as we see the stealer.exe right here. And then antivirus signatures detection rules, Yara rules can be great weapons for you to use against attackers at this stage. Yara rules are actually really amazing. There is a video that I have on this channel that shows us how to create Yara rules, and they are not difficult to do, and they're actually very, very functional and extremely handy. Malware Bazaar and Malshare are resources to provide you with access to the samples, malicious feeds, and Yara results, and they can all be very helpful when it comes down to threat hunting and incident response. And for detection rules, there's the SOC Prime Threat Detection Marketplace, which is a great platform where security professionals share their detection rules for different kinds of threats, including the latest CVEs that are being exploited. And fuzzy hashing is also a strong weapon against attacker tools. This helps you perform similarity analysis, meaning matching two files with minor differences based on the fuzzy hash values. One of the great examples of this is the usage of SSDeep on the actual SSDeep website, and you can find the complete explanation for fuzzy hashing where it shows. So the SSDeep from VirusTotal, essentially, it shows us the similarities between two files. So remember how we talked about you can actually make modifications to a file and it'll get you a completely different hash value. So this is what is going to be used to determine if a file has been, minorly modified to create different hash values and different signatures to avoid the hash type of detection. This is to prevent against that kind of a attack, that kind of a tactic, right? So when you do something like this and you use something like fuzzy hashing, then you can find out whether or not the two different executables are similar or they're the same, and then what the similarities are, and then you account for those similarities. And if you block those similarities, then it makes it, they have to, at that point, just go get a completely different tool to use because you found the similarities between the modifications, and now you're blocking that core feature or the core source code. And again, it just makes it really annoying. Like they have to go find a different tool completely to be able to do this. So let's look at the method used to determine similarity between files. That would be fuzzy hashing. And then provide the alternative name for fuzzy hashes without the abbreviation. So the alternative name for fuzzy hashes without the abbreviation. Let's see what it is. Fuzzy hashing helps us. Let me go see if I can find the alternative name for this without the abbreviation. Okay, so from the SSDeep website, it's literally the first line right here, where it says it's a program for computing context-triggered piecewise hashes, also known as CTPH, and CTPH is also called fuzzy hashes. So what is it again? Context-triggered piecewise hashes. So that's the technical name, and we can just paste that, and we are solid. Now we have gotten to the tip of the pyramid, the TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. This is the most advanced version of blocking an attacker, and it stands for tactics, techniques, and procedures, and this includes the entire MITRE attack matrix. So we've again referenced this in very many videos, and we're going to be doing official videos on this as well. And I do already have an old video for the MITRE attack matrix. But these are basically tactics, techniques, and procedures. So these top levels that you see right here, those are the tactics. Okay, and underneath each one of these tactics, there are a number of techniques. And then each one of these techniques can actually have even more sub-techniques underneath them. And then when you go to their individual pages, you can actually have the various examples of these procedures, the mitigations against them, a detection strategy, reference articles, etc., etc. So when you pull this kind of a threat intelligence feed up, then you can find all of these steps that are taken by an adversary to gain persistence against you, and it can get mapped out. That was another really cool way of using the attack matrix, is that you can actually create a map of a specific attack campaign that was done and what they did. So if I go on campaigns here, let's see if we can try to find that information for ourselves and how to do it on the map. So attack navigator layers, this is what we're looking for here. So if we go on attack navigator layers, and we can just do the view right here, I think that'll just open it up for us, and it should show us the attack navigator layers for this specific attack, which is the Ukraine electric power attack, for example. So there we go. So this is what it looks like, right? So they started with the resource development, external remote services, and the spear phishing attachment. They used valid accounts, and then they went to these sections and in these sections. And so you start from the left, this is the beginning of the attack, and then you move all the way to the right to the very end of it to see what the last step of these attacks are. So if you find any of these, right, so as you're doing your research for what's going on, right, if you detect and respond to these TTPs quickly, you can leave them with no chance of actually fighting back, which means if you find out anything about what's going on, and then you come to the attack matrix, right, or let's not even go that, like you go here and you find the attack ID for what they did, right, and then you go to that specific attack ID, and then from there you find the various campaigns that had used that specific attack ID. So if we click on acquire address here, we have T1650, tactic is resource development, and it shows procedure examples, the Medusa group. So we click on the Medusa group procedure example, and then we go over here and we click on navigation layers, and essentially just pull up this map that you just saw right here to see what they did for that, right? So as long as you find just one portion of what's going on and you detect one of those things, then you go to the MITRE attack matrix, and then you pull the rest of the map of what they can potentially do, and then you just block everything, and you account for all of those things. For example, a pass the hash attack or whatever. If you actually go and do all of that in time, right? So the quickly part of it is very important before it gets crazy and before they go and start doing a lot of damage. If you can find in time what it is they are doing currently, what they can do as a next step, and what the final goal would be, and you just go and block all of it and secure those final assets and the final machine that you're trying to get access to. When you do all of that stuff, this is the most difficult thing, because at that point, they literally have only two options: go back, do more research and training, reconfigure their tools, or give up and find another target. And option two sounds like it would take less time and resource. It's less consuming of resources. And again, if it's just a single attacker trying to attack a target, if you are aware of what's going on here and you block their tactics, techniques, procedures, all the software that's associated with it, because it literally also inside of the attack matrix, it'll also list the softwares that are associated with it. And then you can block the signatures for those softwares and block the signatures for the network artifacts and all of that stuff. If you catch all of that stuff in advance and there's just one or two attackers that are trying to attack you, at that point, they're just going to be like, we need to move on to a different target. It's a very different situation if it's an advanced persistent threat group. An APT group is typically funded by a country or by a really large company. And so they have deep pockets, and their entire purpose for the next 3 years or 5 years is to attack your company. So if that's the case, then they're not going to give up, right? And they're not going to find another target, but they're definitely going to go back, do more research and do more training, create their custom tools, etc., to try again. So you're just making it extremely difficult for them to do something like that. So now, let's answer these final questions before we get into our practical. So we're going to go to the attack matrix. How many techniques fall under the exfiltration category? So if we go here and view this again, and exfiltration is on the very end. So we have exfiltration, and there are technically 9 techniques, but each one of the techniques also has sub-techniques. So they didn't ask for sub-techniques, they're just asking for the techniques themselves, and it's a single-digit answer. So we're just going to say 9. Now, Chimera is a China-based hacking group that has been active since 2018. What is the name of the commercial remote access tool that they use for C2 beacons and exfiltration? So this is another way that we can do this. So if we go under CTI up here, we can click on groups, and it'll show all the different groups that have been tracked. So if we find Chimera, we'll click on Chimera, we'll go to techniques used, and then there should be a section for Chimera has done a lot of stuff. Oh my God. Okay, so here we go. Bloodhound, which is a really powerful tool to go for account discovery in Active Directory and find the final account that will give you the highest privileges. So that's that. Cobalt Strike is another really, really big tool, and it's actually a what is it? What do they call it? The name of the commercial remote access tool. So Cobalt Strike would probably be the one right here, because we can also search for remote. So remote services. So if we go here and see, yeah, under remote or under Cobalt Strike, we see a bunch of references of remote. So that would be, and it's a 2-word answer. So Cobalt Strike is definitely the answer. Alrighty then. So now we're going to do the practical exercise. Not much instruction for our practical exercise here. It just says to deploy this site and submit the answer and retrieve the flag. And when we click on this button, we get this page right here. So it says, welcome to the game. Follow all important steps needed to win the game, and your goal is to match each description with the correct title. So select the correct option. Take a moment to select the correct option from the list. You'll need to match it with the correct title in the pyramid. And then now in this step, please select the title that best matches the text that you chose in the previous step. Let's see if you get it right. Is that basically what it is? Is that what we're doing? So the attacker has utilized these to accomplish their objective. So, okay, so, all right. Attacker has utilized these to accomplish their objective. The attacker's plans and objectives. These signatures can be used to attribute payloads and artifacts to an actor. An attacker has purchased this and used it in the typo squatting campaign. These addresses can be used to identify the infrastructure an attacker is using for their campaign. These artifacts can present themselves as a C2 traffic, for example. So this would probably be on the network level. How do I do this? What does this happen? Like, do I drag it? What do we do here? Do I attach it to this? Oh, I see. Okay. I see. Okay. So we click on it, and then we click on this section of the pyramid that it would. Okay. Got it. All right. So, okay. So let's go. I'm going to read through these, and I'm going to work through them and hopefully do these correctly. Okay. So here we go. Nicely done. Okay. That was actually not that bad. All right. So let's first paste the flag here. And then if I close it out, I think it'll just reset everything so we can do it together. So let's, yeah, okay, so there we go. So let's continue this one more time. So the top is the most easy one, which is the attacker's plans and objectives. That would be their tactics, techniques, and their procedures. Now, the attacker has utilized these to accomplish their objectives, and those would be the tools, right? Then the attacker has purchased this and used it as a typo squatting campaign. Typo squatting has to do with URLs and domain names. So that would definitely go under domain names. And then we have these addresses. So there's only one thing that literally has the phrase addresses in it. But they can be used to identify the infrastructure an attacker is using for their campaign. So that would be the IP addresses. And then these artifacts can present themselves as a C2 traffic, for example. So C2 traffic has to do with connections that are made. Traffic itself also has to do with connections. So that would be a network piece. And then finally, we have hash values. And hash values are these signatures that can be used to attribute payloads and artifacts to an actor. So boom, we click on that, and there it is. We got our flag. So that is it. Pretty simple, honestly. Pretty simple, pretty straightforward. All right, let's wrap it up. All right, in conclusion, this is one of the key frameworks that you can use to stop attackers in their tracks, quite literally. And if you start from the top, it's a lot easier to cover everything else. Meaning if you start from the tactics, techniques, and procedures, it's a lot easier to find everything else. Now, a lot of times what happens is that you are reacting to things and you can't necessarily be proactive. So if you're in reaction mode, as long as you find what tool or hash value of a tool or a hash value of a URL or something, what it is, and then block that specific element and then use that as a method of going to the MITRE attack framework and from there finding the map of what they're planning to do. And then from there, for each one of those steps, go further into the step, find the software that they use, and block the signatures for that software, etc., etc., etc. That's one way that you could really do this in a good reactive way. If you want to be proactive, then what you can do is go to MITRE attack and then find the same industries that are industries for your company, right? Find those same industries, find attacks that have happened against those industries in the past, find exactly what the map of attack was, and then prepare for it in advance. That's one of the best ways that you can do this. If you're not in the analyst response kind of a role and your job is to be proactive and to create plans and all these things, one of the best things that you can do is go to MITRE attack, find a similar company to your company, find out all the attacks that have happened against those companies, all the different tools that were used, the tactics and techniques that were used, and then from there, you can go ahead and account for every single one of those, block the tools that you need to block the software, block everything, block all of those things, because it gives you the greatest starting point to find the details that you would end up then blocking inside of your intrusion detection systems and your firewalls and things like that. It's the greatest resource, in my humble opinion, when it comes down to threat intelligence. And then there's a lot of other threat intelligence resources as well that are more live than the MITRE attack matrix, because MITRE attack has taken things that have been fully detected, reported, and agreed to be malicious by a variety of different entities, and then they put it on MITRE attack. But then there's like open source frameworks where cybersecurity people just talk to each other. It's kind of like a social media platform for cybersecurity people. One of the ones that comes to mind is the Hive. So if you go to the Hive, like a beehive, if you go to the Hive, it's a platform that people go and create cases and they say, this is what happened to us and this is what we did, this is what we found, etc., etc., etc. So you can find that as another resource for threat intelligence. And then, of course, there's VirusTotal, and then there's AnyRun, and all these different tools that you can use. But when it comes down to the grand strategy and what attackers and attacking groups will potentially do, MITRE attack, in my humble opinion, is probably the best one that exists. So go ahead and check it out, right? You can pick any APT, so any advanced persistent threat groups, as another exercise, and Rapid7 advanced persistent threat groups is just another one that you can look at. There are so many of them. These are not just a few of them. These are the Rapid7 documents for the advanced persistent threat groups. But again, you can just go to MITRE attack, and then once you go to the CTI tab at the top right here, click on groups, and then you'll scroll here and then look at all these APTs on the left hand side, right? These are all APTs. on the left hand side. So there are so many different resources, and then of course there's the names that have been attributed to them. So these are all APT groups as well. Like Chimera, for example, is definitely an APT group. They just have been named Chimera. And when you look at all of these attacks, this is like one of the longer lists on MITRE attack. When you look at all of these different techniques that have been used, you're like, okay, well, you know what? These guys are persistent, okay? And they're willing to do a lot to get the job done. So final quote here from David Bianco, which states the amount of pain you cause an adversary depends on the types of indicators you are able to make use of. That's very specific to cybersecurity, I think. But yeah, that is pretty much it for our video today. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially as we go through SOC Level 1, the brand new SOC Level 1, as we finalize the CompTIA Pentest Plus practice exercises, as we develop AI for cybersecurity more, and so on and so forth. There's so many different types of content that comes out on this channel, but all of it falls under IT and cybersecurity. So just depending on where you want to go and how you want to specialize, all of that stuff is available to you. And there's a lot of stuff. So drop comments in the comment section, especially if you have stories of your wins and successes. I love success stories. I share success stories with the rest of our community. For example, something that happened a couple of days ago was when Wicked Aussie passed his Pentest Plus exam. And then there was another comment that actually came in relatively recently from another person who passed their Pentest Plus examination. And there's just a lot. There's like, here we go. So first you helped me pass Pentest Plus. Now you helped me nail my SOC interview. You're the best. I got my Splunk question wrong. That was the only thing that I got wrong. And I'll be ready for the next one. This is Derek Berthium. I don't know if that's how you pronounce that. But I love these comments. I love these kinds of stories. And when people share what they experienced when they went through examinations or when they went through interviews and questions that come up and all of that stuff. So it's really, 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 really cool to me to hear that kind of feedback from the community. And then if you just want to say hi, or if you want to ask a question, and if you want to make a request for a new piece of content or something that you think everybody would find useful, all of that stuff I'm totally willing to listen to, and it would be something that I would love to work on for you. Just keep in mind that I have a large pipeline of content that's already in place. So to move something up the pipeline and make it posted right away it has to be so useful, and it has to be so helpful to everything else that we're going to talk about, that I would create it before I create anything else. Just keep that piece in mind. There's a lot of stuff that comes in, and I'm more than happy to do it, and I will do it. It's just that there is a pipeline. There's a lot of things that I have to create in order for these things to actually work, etc., etc., etc. So all of that being said, drop a comment if you have any questions, or if you want to say hi, or if you want to request a piece of content, or if you want to share a success story. And then from there, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you can get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In today's episode, we're going to talk about the cyber kill chain. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. The cyber kill chain is a methodology that anybody can use to penetration test essentially any kind of digital device. So it could be a server, it could be a computer, it could be somebody's cell phone, or not somebody's cell phone, your cell phone, right? Or some a company that has hired you to penetration test their cell phones. But really, this methodology is something that is, number one, developed by Lockheed Martin, which is a really big name in security. And so what we're going to be talking about is the breakdown through TryHackMe, but you can literally go to the Lockheed Martin website, which is actually right here. And so you can look at the Lockheed Martin website, and then you can basically break it down step by step. And they have more documentation on this so that you can try to figure out what it is that needs to be done as well. And the cyber kill chain breaks down into a series of steps that we can follow very simply if you go through each one of these steps, and then you can repeat the steps depending on what phase you're in. For example, it starts with reconnaissance. You weaponize the information that you got, you deliver the exploit, you actually do the exploitation, you install whatever it is that you need to install, so whether it's malware or Trojan, anything like that. You establish command and control, which is your remote control access to the server or the machine that you're looking for. And then you take actions on your objectives. Now this specific process right here. So from recon to weaponization, delivery, exploitation, this could be repeated multiple times because you could do recon and all the way to exploitation. You get into one computer, but the computer doesn't have the access levels that you want. So then you go, while you're inside of that computer, while you're already logged into that computer, you go and you do recon on the segment of the network that that computer is in, and you run something like Bloodhound, which is a tool that will actually give you the pathway of users that you need to hack into one by one until you get to domain controller level. So you run Bloodhound, and then that would be a part of your recon, and then you weaponize that information, launch delivery of the information, exploit, or delivery of the payload, I should say. You exploit the next machine, and then you install whatever you need to. You gain command and control of the next machine, and then you go back to the top. You recon, and you keep going, and you keep going until you've established the administrator level of, or the domain controller level of whatever it is the segment of the network is. And you just continue that process until you get to the highest level of privileges that you possibly can, so that you can do the most damage. Now, again, this is a ethical hacking process. This is a penetration testing process. This is not something that I would tell you to do against your enemies because you want to see the blood and tears of your enemies. That's not what we're doing. We're doing ethical hacking. We're doing penetration testing. So please be careful, and please maintain ethics and morals as you go about this. So this is the actual breakdown of Lockheed Martin's cyber kill chain, just a quick little overview of it. But what we're going to do today is we're going to go through the SOC Level 1, the new SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe under cyber defense frameworks, and then we're going to be looking at the cyber kill chain. So obviously we have intro, reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, action on objectives, which could, in this particular case, I believe it's exfiltration. And then we're going to do the actual practical exercise at the very end of it. Then we have the conclusion. We'll wrap it up for the day, and you will be dismissed. All of the timestamps for all of these things are inside of the description below, so you can jump back and forth if you wanted to. And that's pretty much it, my dear friends. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and we will jump into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, the term kill chain is actually a military concept, and it's like this a lot for a lot of different things that are happening in cybersecurity. They were all derived from military concepts. So for example, the sandbox terminology is also something that was originally developed by the military, and then it was adopted by cybersecurity people. So kill chain is a military concept, and it's related to the structure of an attack. It consists of identifying your target, decision, and order to attack the target, and finally the target's destruction. Right? In Lockheed Martin terminology, so what we already have kind of reviewed already, the global security and aerospace company, they established the cyber kill chain framework for the cybersecurity industry in 2011 based on military concept, and it defines the steps used by adversaries or malicious actors in cyberspace. To succeed, the adversary needs to go through all the phases of the kill chain, and we're going to go through these attack phases to understand better what they would do, what these adversaries would actually do, and what they would use to attack us, and then how we can defend ourselves against those attacks. So the idea here is to simulate what the attackers would do, and then from there just protect ourselves against all of our vulnerabilities that may exist. So this is going to help us understand that, whether it's ransomware attacks or security breaches or any kind of APT, an advanced persistent threat. And we can use the kill chain to assess the network and system security by identifying missing security protocols and doing kind of filling in security gaps based on the company's infrastructure, based on the industry that we're in, finding what our biggest vulnerabilities are, what our biggest targets would be for an attacker. And being that we are going to be SOC analysts, right? That's what we're studying for inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway. Understanding the kill chain as a security researcher or a threat hunter or a SOC analyst or an incident responder, you'll be able to recognize the intrusion attempts and understand the intruder's goals and objectives, which is very, very important. So this is what we talked about in the last video, which was the pyramid of pain video, when we were talking about how to really just be the worst nightmare of a hacker that's attacking us. And the best thing that we can do is understand what it is that they're trying to do and prevent them from taking goals or taking actions on those goals, which comes down to their tactics and techniques and their procedures. And this is the very, very important element of going into the overall kill chain and doing the pyramid of pain and making sure that we stop attackers in their tracks. So we're going to be exploring these phases as we've already discussed, so I'm not going to read through those again. And the objective is to learn about each one of those phases, the advantages and disadvantages of the traditional cyber kill chain, and as an outcome, we'll be able to recognize different phases or stages of the attack that are carried out by an adversary and be able to break the kill chain, essentially stop them in their tracks. That's what the goal is that we're trying to accomplish by going through this information, and ultimately by developing the skills that we would develop as anybody in defensive security. Anybody on the blue team, your job is to anticipate what an attacker is trying to do or what they will do, and then break it in advance, stop it in their tracks, and prevent it from ever happening in the first place. That being said, let us talk about reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is one of the terms that, again, was also derived from the military, and this is the research and planning phase of an attack against a system or a victim, whatever your target is. And we use this phase, or I guess adversaries would use this phase, to get information, also known as intel. They want to gather intelligence about their target, and it can include infrastructure details, employee data, business processes, exposed technologies, among many other things. And it's often passive and undetected. However, there's also something known as active reconnaissance, and we'll get into that in other. I have other videos on the channel already talking about active reconnaissance. But passive reconnaissance and the overall purpose of reconnaissance in general is to go undetected. You want to gather as much intelligence as you can without being detected. Now, recon is going to be, I would say, probably the most important part of the kill chain, because if you don't do good enough recon, then you are going to develop. So let's go back to the cyber kill chain. Okay, so we're just going to kind of look at this from the very, very top of this. If you don't do good enough recon, what happens is the information that you gather, you're going to attempt to weaponize it. And then you're going to deliver or attempt to deliver that payload. and then you're going to attempt to launch the exploitation and trying to get into the system. These three phases are highly dependent on what you get from recon. So if you do weak recon, you're going to think that you found a vulnerability about a certain type of system, and you're going to try to develop that payload. The payload that you develop will not be relevant to the actual system because you didn't take good enough time and you weren't careful enough through recon. So you developed a payload for something that's irrelevant. For example, when you look at a version of Linux, or when you look at a version of, let's say, Apache versions. So let's talk about Apache versions. So we're going to look at a bunch of different servers, right? So Apache versions have different servers. So let's look at, let's go back one more time actually, and let's do version history. That's probably the best one. So the version history of Apache, if we can kind of go through it, you'll see things like this, okay? So you'll see there's 1.0, then there's 1.3, and then there's 2.0, 2.2, 2.4, right? And then there's stuff like this, 2.4.66, okay? And it can get 2.4.78, something like that. So you do your scan, right? And then you see, oh, it's Apache 2.4. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and develop a payload for Apache 2.4. And you do all of that work when you forgot to see what the further extension of it was and whether it's 2.1 or 3.5 or 6.6, and you've developed it for the base version. So let's say 2.4.0 is what you developed your payload for, and the vulnerabilities that exist for 2.4.0, by the time that 0.66 has come out, all those vulnerabilities have been patched. So you spent all that time and energy developing a payload, and maybe you're actually being paid to do this, or maybe you're spending your money to do this, and you spent all that time and energy and money to do it, when in actuality you did it for a version of the software or the system that has been long patched, months or years ago. And this is the key piece around intelligence gathering. If I say, okay, it's Apache 1, that's what I think I'm going to be attacking. And then there was technically Apache 1.3, and then technically Apache 2.0. So you don't know which version it is until you've gathered an in-depth analysis of intelligence about your target. So it's very, very important to do really strong recon. Now, it all starts with OSINT. OSINT stands for Open Source Intelligence. This is basically gathering information from a search engine or print and online media, social media accounts, online forums, public record databases, WHOIS and technical data. Any of these things, when you do this type of research, nobody knows that you're actually doing recon, because none of these things will show up on scanners. They won't show up on defensive appliances, defensive tools that are monitoring the network and monitoring the infrastructure of the company. Nobody knows that you're doing basically some Google hacking through the search engine to try to see if you can find any specific types of data. Nobody has any idea that you're doing it. Same thing even with WHOIS tools, because there are online-based WHOIS tools without you having to run a command line version of it. There are online-based tools. NSLOOKUP has an online-based version of it. And when you run all of these things, they don't show up as active scans that would go under the active reconnaissance category. Therefore, there is no trace back to you, right? And that's a very key element of this. You spend as much time as humanly possible in OSINT, and you try to get as much information as you possibly can in OSINT. And one of the OSINT strategies, by the way, is Shodan.io. This is actually an OSINT strategy. So if we go to Shodan.io, and I use this example all the time. So let's say we're looking for an Nginx server, okay? But let's say the Nginx server that we're looking for, or maybe not even an Nginx server, maybe we're looking for a company. So we want to find something that has to do with a company. So let's say Metaverse Limited, okay? So I have to log in to get the results from this, but I just wanted to show you the search query. So if I just want to see something for Metaverse Limited, just to see what kind of systems that they have, I could literally use the search query, org : and then Metaverse Limited, same thing, org : Microsoft, or : Coca-Cola, or : Apple, or Tesla, or whatever the name of the company is. you can use just the organization search just to see what types of machines they have. So let's actually do this real quick just so you can see what's going on. Okay, so here we go. We have org:/Metaverse Limited, and then we have 7.7 million results, and all of these things fall under a variety of different countries, a variety of different open ports, and then we have the versions or the software that they're actually using. So they have 7.3 million Nginx servers, and then OpenSSH and OpenResty and whatever else, right? Top operating systems, Ubuntu, etc., etc. So if I want to see any of these, right? So let's say I click on Nginx, I just want to see the Nginx servers that belong to Metaverse Limited. And so the query gets updated. Product is now Nginx. Organization is now Metaverse Limited. And now we get to see the Nginx server that's assigned to this specific IP address. Now it's a bad request, so this probably is no longer available, but we get to see a bit of information about this specific IP address and the machine that's on it. It's in Turkey, in Istanbul, in Hong Kong, and so on and so forth. So you will get to see, and this is, again, this is all open source intelligence. I have not done a single scan using my own machine against this company, and I get to see a variety of different things. Now, check this out. So we went through a bunch of 400 bad requests, and then this one right here is not a 400 bad request. So if I were to click on this, we could potentially see, oh, you know what, this is actually opening inside of Shodan still. So we click on that specific IP address inside of Shodan, and now we have a bunch of different information. So we have the host names associated with that IP address. We have the domains associated with that IP address, the country, the organization, of course, web technologies that are associated with it. And then we go back and then we look at all of the open ports on this. And these are all of the open ports on that specific machine. And then it shows us the reports for each one of the individual open ports. And then we can see that most of them are 400 bad requests. This one, 443, is not a bad request, but this is, of course, if you already know, this would be the encrypted HTTP port. So all of this information or the access to that port should be encrypted. It would probably be like a website that you can access. And then you can see more information about the HTML versions or the HTML data that's pulled from it. This is port 4444. We can see the HTML data that's pulled from it, and so on and so forth. So this all falls under open source intelligence gathering. And there's a lot of information because for each one of those open ports, there's already been a query done against the HTML data just so you can see what is on that page before you even have to go to that specific port and that page, okay? It's very, very, very important to do your research like this, or at the very least start it from here. And so this is what it would look like if we went to that port on port 443 on that IP address. This is basically what it is, right? So this, I guess, is another IP address that this is trying to potentially access by going through this one, the request ID, node information, and then we can check details just to see what else is available. There's a lot of stuff, you guys. There's a lot of things that you can do just through open source. So I will encourage you that if this is a route that you're pursuing in cybersecurity, is to be on the offensive pen testing side of the business. If it's something that you're trying to do, you always want to do open source intelligence first and do really in-depth research. Now, if you're on the defensive security team and your job is to anticipate what's going to happen with the various entities that you have in your company and the various assets and the scope of work that's available, you would do the same thing. You would think like a hacker. You would go through all the open source intelligence. You would look up your company name on Shodan just to see which things are actually being scanned and which things are publicly already listed on that website. If any of those IP addresses are open, you want to go ahead and close them and move them to a completely different IP address and make sure that it's not scanned and available on Shodan or places like Shodan. And it's the basic things of just doing the research to see what a hacker can see if they were already running scans against you or if they were just doing open source research against you. So there's a lot of good information that's available on this on TryHackMe, as well as just individual resources. So Varonis is another one of these resources that has a strong blog that will teach you more about open source intelligence and what the various attacks are that you can launch against either an individual or against a company. And when I say attacks, I'm just talking about strategies for gaining intelligence on them. And then all of this falls under passive, right? So everything that we've done, especially open source intelligence, it falls under passive recon. So no direct interaction with the target, and who has looked up social media scraping or reviewing breach data, anything of the sort that's already publicly available without you having to run a scan. Now, when you go into active reconnaissance, active intelligence gathering, this is direct contact with the target with activities like social engineering or port scanning or banner grabbing or probing for open services. The equivalent of this in physical pen testing would be you actually going and interacting with the security guard at the front desk, and you're trying to impersonate a delivery person, and you're trying to probe the security guard for information, or you're trying to get into one of the back doors in the building and you actually put your hand on the doorknob and you try to open the doorknob. That's technically considered active reconnaissance because there may be a camera on that door, and when you try to open it, the camera sees that you're trying to open it, and now there's CCTV footage of you trying to access the building. So looking at this from the perspective of the attacker, who first does not know what the company wants to attack, right? So they don't initially know what he actually wants to do. The hacker themselves, they don't know what it is that they want to do. They could name themselves something and they decide to conduct something like a sophisticated attack that they've been planning out for years. They study and research different tools and techniques that could help them get the last phase of the cyber kill chain, but he first needs to start from reconnaissance. Now check this out right here, this piece right here. Something that they have been planning out for years. So this just gives you an idea of what type of recon somebody would be doing. And a lot of times, I know people will spend 30 minutes on recon and they're like, okay, I did recon. I did enough recon. And it's like, nah, there is a lot of stuff you could be doing that you haven't even touched and you haven't even thought of. And there are professional attackers that are financed by a company that know they're only going to get one shot at attacking the target. And in order to make that one shot work, they're going to do thousands of different tactics. They're going to look for any kind of information that they possibly can, including scanning, including social engineering, including grabbing banners, probing for open services, going at your supply chain and seeing what businesses you do business with and seeing if those businesses have any vulnerabilities and if they can leverage the vulnerabilities against your vendors, against your supply chain partners to get into your company. They will spend years to plan something out versus a rookie that will spend a couple of hours or maybe a day or something. That's not how this works. So in order to make this work, you would need to do anything and everything. So, as an example, let's talk about email harvesting. Email harvesting is when you harvest email addresses, whether from public databases, paid databases, or free services. You can use email address harvesting for a phishing attack, which is a type of social engineering, and then you will get a big arsenal of tools to actually do this for you. So the harvester is a Python suite of scripts that are available that you can get from GitHub, and they can gather emails. It can also gather names, subdomains, IP addresses, and URLs using multiple public data resources. So for example, Google, it can use Google and then it'll go ahead and run a bunch of different searches through Python, which is basically a series of automations that have been developed, right? So it'll go ahead and run all of those things for you, and then from there it'll try to get anything that it can and then give it to you in a nice little clean report. So as of right now, you need Python 3.12 or higher, and you can install it using this thing, etc. I'm not going to go through all that details for you, but that's basically where you can get it. It's available through the, I want to say Laramies, developed by Christian Martorella. and the Harvester is the name of the tool. So very, very powerful suite of tools. I've used it before. Hunter.io, it's an email hunting tool that will let you gather information. This is a website that's actually available. So Hunter.io. And of course, they have paid versions that they can do, and then there are free versions that you can do as well, where you get 50 credits per month, basic developer, B2B database filters, etc., etc., etc. And then the paid versions start at $34 per month. And then it goes as high as, of course, enterprise versions, because you can use this as a penetration testing company and buy membership to Hunter.io, and then use this against all of your clients that hire you to do pen testing. And then the OSINT frameworks, which provides a collection of OSINT tools based on various categories. And I believe this is also another one of these publicly accessible. So again, just really, really good information. It's available at osintframework.com. And these things, again, can help you get a lot of great reconnaissance done so that you can gather a lot of really good intelligence. And just for email harvesting, you have access to these tools. But then you can use these tools for subdomain harvesting or IP address harvesting or anything of the sort. So there's a lot of great things that are available. And the encouragement is always to learn about them, to at least see what's available to you so that you can know where to go depending on what your client or what your employer is asking of you. So when people come and email me, or when people come and drop comments and they say, hey, I did the Cybersecurity 101 playlist, how can I get a job? And I'm like, okay, bro, do you know how many other things that you need to learn before you can even think about doing this? It's like, and I'm going to create a specific video dedicated to that question and that conversation, just to make sure that people understand what it means to be in cybersecurity. It is not as simple as, oh, okay, I know what it is to be a security analyst. I know I have to look at logs. Okay, great. Now I want to get a job. It's like, nah, bro. There are so many other things that you need to at least be aware of before you can even consider applying to these jobs. That question itself is such a rookie question that is just, with all due respect to everybody who asks that question, if you're asking that question, you're not ready, just to be clear. So I'll do a video around this specifically just so people understand what we're trying to cover there. But anyways, what is the name of the Intel gathering tool that is web-based interface to the common tools and resources for open source intelligence? They mean Intel gathering tool that is a web-based interface. So what is this? OSINT framework, I'm guessing. That might be the answer that they're looking for. All right. What is the definition for the email gathering process during the stage of reconnaissance? And we can call this email harvesting. And it's not a definition necessarily, it's just the title of it, but I think that's what they were looking for. So, all right, very good. Let's talk about weaponization. So you've gathered all the information, you've spent a long time gathering intelligence about your target, and now you need to weaponize that intelligence that you've gathered. You need to leverage that information to develop an actual attack, right? So after successful reconnaissance, Megatron, our sample attacker here, is going to work on the raw information and turn it into actionable tools through crafting malware and exploits into something called a payload. So most attackers use automated tools to generate this. For example, things that you can access through the dark web. And now you can't find the dark web by simply Googling the dark web, but if you want a solid explanation of it, you can go ahead and look at the Kaspersky website, the blog that they have. And it's a really, really good definition and a good breakdown of what the dark web actually is and what the difference between the deep web and the dark web is, right? So the deep web is not the same as the dark web, just to be clear. The dark web does exist in the deep web, but the deep web does not necessarily equate to the dark web. So let's just be clear about that. But it's a really, really good article, and it's something that I encourage you to check out. So more sophisticated actors or nation-sponsored APTs would write custom malware to make the malware sample unique and evade detection on the target. So there's something called a script kiddie. A script kiddie is somebody who uses pre-existing tools to develop their malware. And pre-existing tools usually have at some point been scanned. Therefore, there's a signature from that tool that's been used, from that payload that's been used, and that signature is relatively easy to detect, okay? The script kiddie is somebody who uses somebody else's script, basically. Somebody who's legit, that's been hired by a country, for example, they will develop their own scripts. They'll develop their own custom malware so that there is no detection signature that exists inside of any kind of database, and they will go ahead and launch that. And there's a significantly higher possibility that they can get past the detection tools, get past the defensive wall, so to speak. So we need to understand what a lot of these things actually mean before we can move on to the delivery element of this. So malware stands for malicious software, right? So software that is malicious is malware. It's designed to damage, disrupt, or gain unauthorized access. Exploits are programs or code that take advantage of the vulnerability or flaw in the application or system. And a payload is the malicious code that the attacker runs on the system. So if we're looking at the Megatron example again, if they choose to buy an already written payload from someone else in the dark web so that they can spend more time in other phases, then they would, for example, they can adopt these tactics. Create an infected Microsoft Office document containing a malicious macro or Visual Basic for Application script, right? So VBA. So it's basically a Microsoft Office doc, a Word doc, that inside of the macros of the Word doc, there is some kind of a script embedded that as soon as somebody opens that doc, the script will run. They can also create a malicious payload or a sophisticated worm, put it on a USB drive, and then distribute them in public, meaning just drop a bunch of USB drives in the parking lot of the company, hoping that somebody that works at the company picks one of them up and out of curiosity plugs the USB drive inside of their work computer. And if they do it inside of their home computer and the home computer has access to their work email, and from there they can try to detect what their work email login would be, that would be another way to do it. But really basically trying to get some kind of a USB drive or some kind of device. It could be, I mean, back when CDs were actually a thing and people would put CDs into their computers. The work computer that I have at my job actually has a CD-ROM drive, I want to say, or CD-ROM insert. I don't know what it's called. A CD drive, a CD-ROM drive. It actually has one, and I was kind of shocked when I saw it. I was like, who even uses this? So there are still a lot of computers, modern day computers, that will have USB-C ports as well as CD-ROM drives. So those things can all be considered a malicious payload that can be delivered on some kind of an external thing that will be plugged into the computer. Then there would be a C2 infrastructure, a command and control infrastructure for executing the commands on the victim's machine or deliver more payloads, and then doing it from a remote location. So this step will give you access to this step, and you no longer have to be on the physical premises, or you no longer have to have access to one of their individual computers. You now have remote access, a command and control access. Then you infect the victim's host with a backdoor, which would provide a way to access the computer system or bypass the security mechanism. This is known as establishing persistence, so that in case the first time you get disconnected or you lose internet or they find out about you and they kick you out, you at least have a backdoor that you can leverage so that you can keep gaining access to that computer with new IP addresses, with new username profiles, etc., etc. So this is known as establishing persistence. This is the goal that you want to have, especially if you're trying to launch a prolonged, advanced, persistent threat attack against a target. Then tailoring your phishing templates or OAuth consent applications to look legitimate and dupe the victim, which this can technically fall under something along these steps right here, because this is one of the initial gaining access steps. I don't know why they put it at the very, very last thing, but this will come definitely before establishing persistence. So what is the term for automated scripts embedded in Microsoft Office documents? These are also known as macros. So a macro, an embedded script inside of any kind of document or attachment that when somebody opens it, it launches the script. Okay. So what? We have gathered intelligence, right? We've done reconnaissance. we've weaponized our intelligence, and now we need to deliver that payload and actually gain connection, gain some kind of access to our target. To deliver the payload, you can do a lot of different tactics. And Megatron, in this particular example, needs to transmit that payload onto the target environment. And he could use phishing emails, right? So an email that has been sent to everybody in the company with the hopes that they'll either click on a link or open an attachment. Now, instead of sending it to everybody in the company, they could send it to a handful of people, which have higher privileges. This is known as spear phishing, where you try to go after an individual fish. Phishing in general, if you think about it, it could be fishing with a net where you're trying to capture a bunch of different fish, or it could be spear phishing where you're trying to capture one individual fish. And so if that is the case, then you're going after a higher privileged target, and you could choose a handful of higher privileged targets by doing really, really good OSINT, right? You do a lot of research against LinkedIn databases and Facebook and all these things, try to see where these management people are inside of different company, find those management people, only go after those management people, and try to get one of them to click on a link or to open an attachment. And that email would contain some kind of a link or an attachment that would result in a compromise once it's clicked or opened. USB drop-offs is what we also talked about, where again, you just kind of spray them, right? So you spray the USBs in a public place like a coffee shop or a car park or just on the streets next to the organization, next to their building. To conduct these types of USB drop attacks by printing the company's logo on the USB drive and mailing them to the company while pretending to be a customer sending the USB devices as a gift. That could be a thing. And this can, again, go to the overall spirit of supply chain attacks. So if I know that company A has a partnership with company B, and my target is to attack company A, so I will pretend to be company B, and I'll send company a gift, and the gift would be a USB drive, and my logo, company B's logo, would be on there, and I'll be like, hey, we're giving you this gift, and I get this a lot, actually. I get a lot of stuff like this from clients because they just want us to know about them. Like, they want us to know that they exist. And so if we have some kind of an established relationship with a company, they'll drop off something. They'll drop off a pen that has their logo on it, right? Or they'll drop off magnets or some kind of a clip that you can, close your bag of chips with or something. But all of these things have a Post-it. A Post-it notepad is like classic, where at the top of the Post-it notepad, there is the logo and the name of the company with their website. These things are common, and it's called collateral marketing, right? So you leave some kind of collateral behind with either a prospect or with a client, and that allows them to always have your company at the top of their mind, in the forefront of their mind. So these are very, very common. Now, one of the more expensive versions of this would be a USB thumb drive, because a USB thumb drive is more expensive than a pen. However, it also has more capabilities, meaning I could actually put some kind of a malware on it, and if somebody actually plugs it into their computer, that's all I need to be able to infect and exploit their computer. There's something known as a watering hole attack as well, and this is aimed for a specific group of people by compromising the website that they're usually visiting or the location that they frequent. So they could be going to a coffee shop that's in the same building, and that would be the watering hole, right? So redirect them to a malicious website if the attacker shows their creation. Victims would unintentionally download malware or malicious applications to the computer, resulting in a drive-by download. An example can be a malicious pop-up asking to download a fake browser extension. And this could be, there's like different versions of this as well, because you can pretend to be the coffee shop that's in the building, and then you get access to the email format. So for example, it would be, hank.hackerson@californiabankandtrust.com, something like that. I don't know. But if you find one person's email address that works at the company, now you have the format of the email. So meaning if it's hank.hackerson, it could be hackerson, or it could be hank h, or it could be hank.hackerson, whatever it is, right? Hackerson.hank, whatever that is, you look at that, and then it would be at companyname.com. That's the format of the email. So now it's like, okay, cool. Now all I need to do is just find out who the executives at this company are. And once I have their first name and their last name, I can make a pretty good guess of what their email address would actually be. And then from there, you go ahead with the rest of your attack. So watering hole attacks are very, very good at gathering this kind of information, because you pretend to be the coffee shop, you send an email to all the people in the company that you think actually have higher powers, and then you send the email saying, hey, free coffee for you for a year or something. Make sure that you just register to our website. That's it. And a lot of people reuse the same passwords. So they'll use their personal email, but they'll reuse the same password that they use for their company email. So if you have their company email and now you have a password idea, then you can use the company email along with the password that they used, and boom, all of a sudden you can probably log in. So there's a lot of different ways that this can actually be leveraged, and you can do a combination of all of these things. You can do a combination of all of these things together to try to get a really sophisticated attack chain going. So there's no one specific tactic. It's a combo. We say this a lot in martial arts, where it's like, if somebody just throws one kick, it's like, well, you need to do a combination of attacks before you try that kick so that you can distract your target and then finally deliver that final move. You can't just try to do a haymaker and then assume that you're going to land the haymaker. If you're dealing with a sophisticated target, they're going to see the haymaker coming a mile away, and they're going to probably not just avoid it, but they're going to use it as an attempt to counter you, and then you'll be screwed. So the same thing applies with cyber hacks. So what do you call an attack? Targeting a specific group by infecting their frequently visited website. And this is something that we just talked about, which is the watering hole attack. There we go. All right, let's talk about exploitation. This is the step in the attack chain that actually exploits the machine. So somebody plugged in the USB device, right? The attacker's code is now executing on the target. So they clicked on the link, they plugged in the USB or whatever it is that you tried to get them to do. They actually did it, and now it's executing on the target. So we can now opt to utilize a number of keys to gain access. So malicious macro execution, again, this would be something that would be either on a phishing email that's on the document itself that is attached to it. So if somebody opens the document, they would then execute the ransomware when it's actually opened. And this is again why phishing is actually so powerful, because I can craft a phishing email that says, 2025 pay grades for upper management, or 2025, or what is it like, can you confirm the bonuses for upper management? That could be the title of the email. And you write an email, hey, John, because I know that John works in HR, for example. So I'm crafting it as if I'm talking to John, but I accidentally sent it to a list of people, whatever. And so it's like, hey, John, can you verify the bonuses that have been paid that are to be paid to our executives? And so that itself is a very, very curious kind of an email where it's like, oh, I really want to know what the executives are getting paid as a bonus, so I'm definitely going to open it. And that by itself, combined with phishing as a tactic, and then you put a macro execution inside of that spreadsheet file, so as soon as anybody opens it, it launches, and now the computers are all exploited. Zero-day exploits are unknown and unpatched flaws in a system. This is another one of those key terms that came from the military. These exploits leave no opportunity for detection at the beginning, which is what it means to have 0 days to respond to it. There is no opportunity for detection, nor is there an opportunity for response. There's no patched versions of this that are available. Nobody knows that this kind of exploit even exists. So as a hacker, this is the holy grail. That's the main tactic that you always try to find, because it's guaranteed to work, because there's literally no detection mechanism in place. Nobody even knows that this kind of vulnerability exists. So that's exactly what you want. Then there's a version of that, which is basically the opposite version of this, which is a known common vulnerability and exposure. It's known as a CVE. So you can choose exploits that are unpatched, and these are public vulnerabilities that exist, and there's a bunch of exploits that already exist. So you could be a script kiddie, and you can use a public exploit that's already been written because you know, based on really good recon, that your target has an unpatched system that they're running. And so it's like, oh, okay, cool. I know that for this system, because it's outdated and they haven't updated their software and their system is an old system, I know that a bunch of different vulnerabilities for this exist. And so I'm just going to launch it against this specific target because it's vulnerable. They never patched it, so it's a really easy way for me to hack into their system. Once you've gained access to this system, you can then exploit software system or server-based vulnerabilities to escalate your privileges and move laterally through the network, which kind of puts you back at the very, very top of the cyber kill chain, because now you're in the system. Now you're going to start doing recon, and you're going to do more recon to try to find avenues to escalate your privileges and move laterally through the network until you can gain really high level access. So you can technically gain access at a much lower level and then just do recon again and try to find higher level of access. A sign of exploitation could be unexpected process spawns, basically processes that start randomly running, registry changes or new services that are created inside of your system, a suspicious command line argument found in the system logs. So these are all things that you can be scanning for and monitoring for. And in case any of these things happen, all of a sudden you can be like, okay, you know what, this is kind of a sign that I need to go ahead and look into this further. We may just be getting attacked. So what is the term for a cyber attack that exploits a software vulnerability that is unknown by software vendors? And that, my friend, is a 0-day vulnerability. All right, so now let's talk about installation. Installation depends on exploitation being successful. And really, honestly, exploitation depends on delivery being successful, and delivery depends on weaponization being successful, and that depends on reconnaissance being successful. So each one of these steps is dependent on the previous step actually being successful. So if you were able to properly run exploitation and the software now is installed, or the initial access has been gained, now you can actually install a backdoor that will allow you to hide access and regain access to whatever the system or the subnetwork is, and this is known as an access point. So once you get access to the system, you want to reconnect back to the system if you lose connection or you got detected and the initial access was removed. So if the system is later patched, they will no longer have access to it, right? Which means it's another way that you would get kicked out. So these are all reasons why having a persistent backdoor is very, very important. Now, this link leads us, I'm guessing, to another article. Yeah, so this is from the OffSec website that gives us more information about persistent backdoors. And so you can read more about persistent backdoors. And this is through OffSec, which is, I believe, the company that actually has a lot of good information about a specific framework called Metasploit. And Metasploit can help you do reconnaissance. It can help you craft payloads, gain initial access, and even establish persistence. So Metasploit is a really, really big tool in penetration testing, and it's one of those things that I would highly recommend anybody who wants to be in offensive security gets a good education on Metasploit. So the persistent backdoor will let you access the system compromised in the past. And you can look at the Windows persistence room, which is something that is already recorded on this channel, to learn how you can achieve persistence on Windows specifically. But you can do it in a variety of different ways. So you can install a web shell on the web server. This is a script written in web development programming like ASP, PHP, or JSP, among many other things, that's used by an attacker to maintain access to a compromised system. Because of the web shell simplicity and file formatting, which could be any of these, because these things are difficult to detect and might be classified as benign, this is why web shells are so successful. We can also look at an article from Microsoft talking about web shell attacks and how they continue to rise. Now, granted, This is from February of 2021 because this specific room is one of the older rooms that is being recycled for SOC level 1. And then we have the installation of a backdoor using something called MITRE, which is a part of the Metasploit framework, right? So MITRE will also come installed as a part of the Metasploit framework. It's just one of the modules that are available. And this can be a part of the post-exploitation phase, which will allow you to gain a backdoor installation on it. It gives an interactive shell from which an attacker can interact from the victim machine remotely and execute the malicious code. And then you can create or modify Windows services. It's also the specific MITRE attack ID is this one right here, T1543.003. And you can create or modify the Windows services to execute the malicious script or payloads regularly as a part of persistence. And you can use something like SSC.exe, which lets you create, start, stop, query, or delete any Windows service, which is technically a living off the land binary. So it's like one of the normal binaries that exists inside of Windows. So if it shows up in the list of processes that are running, it's not going to raise any particular flags. But as an experienced analyst, you need to know that SSC.exe lets you create, start, or stop, query any kind of a Windows service. And so when you see it, you should be wary of it. You should be suspicious of it. It may not necessarily be a bad thing, but you should be at least aware of the fact that it can be used for malicious activities. And there's a list of LOL binaries, living off the land binaries, that can be used for malicious activities, and you should be very familiar with that list. So the attacker can also masquerade the malicious payload by using a service name that is known to be related to the operating system or legitimate software, so essentially impersonating a legitimate service. And attacking the entry to the run keys for the malicious payload in the registry is another one. So the registry or the startup folder, which will then execute each time the user logs into the computer. And this is a startup folder location for individual user accounts on a system-wide startup folder that will be checked no matter what user account logs in. And so no matter what user account logs in, because it's in that location, it will run, right? It'll at least be checked to run. So there's a lot of different things that you can do, and there's a lot of different information that's available for it. And this is something that is available on the MITRE attack techniques location. Again, there's, the MITRE attack matrix, and we're going to do an entire video dedicated to this, a new video dedicated to this, because just ever since the first time I recorded the video, I have learned a lot and I've used MITRE attack a lot. So there's a lot of great things that are available on this resource, on this website. This is probably the premier location for cyber threat intelligence, and a lot of security tools reference MITRE attack IDs, which is this thing that you see right here. The vulnerability scanning tools or the defensive tools, endpoint detection response, all these different types of security tools will reference these types of IDs when they detect something, just to give you a reference point on where to find more information about the potential attack that may be taking place against your system. So in this phase, the attacker can also use time stomping to avoid detection by the forensic investigator, also make the malware appear as a part of a legitimate program. This technique lets the attacker modify the file's timestamps, including to modify access, create, and change times. So this is just a snapshot of what you can potentially do to install something or execute on the installation phase. There's a lot of different things that can be done, and a lot of these things are available on the MITRE attack techniques list. So just keep that in mind. This is not an inclusive, it's not an all-inclusive list. There's a lot of other things that can be done. Okay, so what technique is used to modify file time attributes? And we already talked about that. So time stomping. What malicious script can be planted by an attacker on the web server? And that would be a web shell. Great. All right. Let's talk about command and control now. Just like everything else, command and control relies on installation having been done successfully, and you've now established persistence. And this allows you to establish a C2 server or a beacon, some kind of a connection through your malware to remotely control and manipulate the victim. This is known as CNC or C2 beaconing, And it's a type of malicious communication between the CNC server and the malware on the infected host, which will then consistently communicate with the C2 server, and where the beaconing term comes from because it's sending a signal. It's acting as a beacon that sends a signal to the C2 server. And then from there, there's just a persistent connection that's been established. And then you can launch commands, right? You can launch commands and control the infected system remotely. This is very, very powerful. This is like the ideal place that you want to be. And this will then allow you to go back to the top of the cyber kill chain and start reconnaissance again, right? So you have a C2 connection, and your action on your objective may be that you just want to get more information, right? You want to stay inside of their system, and you just want to keep doing recon, and you want to keep doing recon for another year because you're trying to gather a lot of really sensitive, detailed information, and you're trying to export that information as much as possible. And exporting, also known as exfiltration, is one of the attacks on the objective. But when information or when data is being sent out from a computer or from a system, that can be one of those things that sets off alerts. So when you have control of the victim machine, there are a lot of different things that you can do. The internet relay chat was the traditional C2 channel used by attackers until relatively recently. And again, this is from the time of this specific room, so which was established, I would say, it doesn't tell me when. So let's see at the top if we can find out about it. No, I don't want to leave the room. Nope. Options would be to get room info. So this was created by TryHackMe CMNATIC 1,187 days ago. So that's quite a long time. So what is that? Almost 4 years, almost, maybe like 3 something years. So yeah. Where were we? We were here. Okay, so internet relay chat was just one of those. That's no longer the case, obviously, because the modern security solutions can detect malicious IRC traffic. And the most common C2 channels right now are HTTP on port 80 and HTTPS on port 443, where this type of beaconing blends the malicious traffic with the legitimate traffic and can help the attacker evade firewalls. So this is anything that has to do with your web browser, basically, or internet connections at large. So anything that's done on port 443, especially because it's an encrypted channel, it's just under the assumption that, okay, somebody has their Google Chrome browser open and that's, they're communicating with some kind of a website, right? So it is very easy to hide in plain sight when you use something like that. Another one is the DNS server, which is the domain name server, where infected machine makes constant DNS requests to the server that belongs to an attacker. And this type of communication is also known as DNS tunneling, which is, again, DNS, domain name server, can be something that is connected to the internet because somebody is trying to communicate with tryhackme.com, right? So when anything falls into the large variety of data and traffic that's connecting to domain names, it's easy to hide in plain sight. Now, some domain names look hella suspicious, so that could be something that sets off alerts. But if your domain name looks legit, then it's really easy to hide in plain sight. So important to note that an adversary or another compromised host can be the owner of the C2 infrastructure. Okay? All right. What is the C2 communication? Where the victim makes regular DNS requests. This is known as DNS tunneling. Very good. And finally, actions on objectives. And this steps relies on command and control being successful, and obviously everything else being successful, because this is the last step of our kill chain. So this is really where you take the action on what your ultimate goal was, right? So you can achieve whatever the goal is as long as you've done everything else correctly. So this could be collecting credentials from users. So again, right? So remember, you could do recon and go through all the way to the very end of this, and your objective could be that you want to do more recon. You want to gain more information and intelligence, and that could be credentials from various users. You want to escalate your privileges, so gain elevated access like domain admin access from a workstation by exploiting the micro or misconfigurations. Internal reconnaissance, so get to interact with internal software to find vulnerabilities. Lateral movement through the company's environment to go from different to different machines, right? Collect and exfiltrate sensitive data. This is like one of the big ones where you're trying to steal sensitive data, steal proprietary data. Delete backups and shadow copies, which is a Microsoft technology that creates backup copies, snapshots of computers or volumes. So when you delete these backups, right, what you can do after this is once you've done all that deletion, you will then encrypt the current versions of things, the current snapshots, and then hold the company at ransom so that in case, and this is why it's so important to have cold storage of your backups. Cold storage is basically transferring everything onto an external hard drive and then putting that external hard drive in a safe somewhere, in a vault somewhere. So there's no internet connection to it. So nobody can just go ahead and just delete everything and then hold you at ransom, right? So it's really, really important. As a defensive tactic, one of the greatest things that you can do is have cold storage. There's also something known as warm storage, because cold storage technically means that like it's offsite in a separate location and it'll take some time to go ahead and get access to those external drives. But you can technically have something on an external drive and the external drive is on the next floor, right? It could be in the basement. It's in the basement inside of a safe, something like that. So it doesn't have to be completely off premises. When it's in the same building, it's known as warm storage. It could even be in the same room. It's just not connected to the internet so that whoever is trying to do this to you can't wipe it from that external drive. If it's connected to the computer, so if it's on an external drive, but that external drive is still connected to the server, then it's still at risk because you could easily just go into the volumes of the device and then just delete everything that's also on the external volume. And then you want to obviously overwrite or corrupt data, which is the next step after this. When you overwrite or corrupt data, that's when you can do ransomware attacks and get really big payouts. It's happened to really big organizations. This is not something that a company like the MGM Grand, for example, is immune to. So MGM Grand hack. So let's look at that. This was relatively recently. It happened in 2023. It was a cyber attack on MGM Resorts in September of 2023, which was initiated by social engineering on the IT help desk by the group Scattered Spider. They used a phone call to impersonate an employee, gain access to the company's system, leading to the deployment of Black Cat ALPHV ransomware. The attacker disrupted operations for days, with issues including non-functional slot machines, malfunctioning digital room keys, and broken payment systems, costing MGM an estimated $100 million. Okay? So these things are still happening. They're happening against really big companies, and the cost of these things are massive. I will guarantee you that somebody lost their job over that. So let's be careful as we proceed with cybersecurity in general. You want to be paranoid, okay? Paranoia helps you survive in this business. All right. What technology is included in Microsoft Windows that can create backup copies? And that is shadow copy. That's what we have over here. So shadow copy is what it is. And with that, my dear friend, we are now going to go into the practice analysis. Okay, for the practice analysis, we have a view side button right here, which opens up this side view right here, which basically wants us to assign these answers right here, these different items. It wants us to assign these items to each one of these fields. Now, at first glance, we can see that the reconnaissance phase doesn't have an answer. So it starts from this little bug right here, which will end up being our first answer and then second, etc., etc. So we're just basically matching answers here. And the answer options that we have are exploit public-facing application, data from local system, PowerShell, dynamic linker hijacking, spear phishing attachment, fallback channels. Now, this is a really interesting piece that I just want to kind of share with you. So there was an attack against Target, the company, the retail company, which led to one of the largest data breaches in history. And this was in 2013. I do talk about a bunch of different case studies in the CompTIA Security Plus playlist, which if you haven't gone through already, it's on this channel. There's a lot of really cool information in that playlist. And so Target released a statement confirming the breach, stating that approximately 40 million credit and debit card accounts were impacted between these dates, and they had to pay a fine of $18.5 million under terms of the settlement agreement. this was the largest data breach settlement in history. Basically saying, hey, we messed up and we're going to pay you because your information was stolen because they were not secure, right? Their system were not secure. This was actually something that happened against Target from a supply chain attack. So the details of the thing are available again inside of the Security Plus playlist. But basically, a company that Target does business with was hacked, and then through that hack, the attackers were able to gain access to the Target systems. So this happens to giant billion-dollar companies, okay? All right, that being said, so each time on this list needs to be, or each item needs to be matched correctly to that. And so we're looking for the variations of this. And so, all right, the first one that we need to address is this piece right here. So if we look at the top, after Reconnaissance, we have Weaponization. So we need to weaponize data. And instead of kind of thinking out loud for this, I'm just gonna go through this. I'll do like a time lapse kind of a thing where I'll match up these answers to the items right here, and then hopefully we'll get it right. I'll check the answers and then we'll go ahead and get our flag. So let's see what we can find. Okay, so PowerShell is a task automation and configuration management for Microsoft. So it's basically a like a terminal command system. PowerShell is the equivalent of, command exe or terminal with macOS and Unix, Linux-based systems. So PowerShell, spear phishing attachment that can be used for delivery, right? So we're trying to deliver something to somebody. So weaponization could be, we use PowerShell to weaponize the intelligence that we gathered. We can deliver that information through a spear phishing attachment. And then to exploit something, the name is already inside of the actual answer. So exploiting public-facing applications, that would be for the exploitation phase. And then dynamic linker hijacking would be installation. And then the command and control would be some kind of a channel, right? So a fallback channel. And then finally, the action on the objective would be that you're trying to extract data from a local system, which is what we have here, assuming that these are right. So let's check the answer. And there it is. Okay, cool. So we got the flag, and let's copy the flag and go ahead and paste the flag, and solid. We are good. Nice. So in conclusion, I refer to the cyber kill chain really frequently, honestly, because it's always good to be reminded on the flow of the actions that you're supposed to take, on the flow of the process of penetration testing and ethical hacking, and whether or not you're doing this as a offensive security team member, as a red teamer, or you're doing it from defensive security, which is the blue team, or you're doing purple teaming, which is the combination of the two, where you're trying to do all the blue teaming security engineering from the perspective of the ethical hacker. So you would launch threat emulation and pen testing exercises without actually attacking the systems, but you do all the vulnerability scans, all of those things that you would do normally as a pen tester. You do it with the thought in mind that we're about to go ahead and patch all of these vulnerabilities, right? So it's called purple teaming. It's when the blue team and the red team come together to get the goal accomplished, right? So no matter what it is, no matter how you're going to approach this thing, the cyber kill chain is super useful. That's basically the point that I'm trying to make here. It's very, very handy. And it's something that I think you should be best friends with. I think you should memorize these series of steps and get really, really familiar with them. So just some final notes is that the traditional kill chain or Lockheed Martin kill chain were last modified in 2011, and which was the date of the establishment. So the absence of updates and modifications creates security gaps. And the traditional kill chain was designed to secure network perimeter and protect against malware threats, but the cybersecurity threats have developed drastically, and adversaries are combining multiple TTPs, which is tactics and techniques and procedures. To achieve their goal, adversaries are capable of defeating threat intelligence by modifying the file hashes and IP addresses, which we addressed all of these things in the Pyramid of Pain video. So if you really want to like make sure that you actually make it a pain in the ass for an attacker, then you want to go to the pyramid of pain video and address all of the different tiers of the pyramid. So there are things that we can actually develop by using artificial intelligence and different algorithms to detect even slight and suspicious changes. And since the main focus of the framework is on malware delivery, the old framework, the traditional cyber kill chain will not be able to identify insider threats, right? According to CySec, the insider threat is the potential for an insider to use their authorized access or understanding of an organization to harm that organization. So cyber kill chain, the traditional version, does not address that. So we don't recommend just relying on the kill chain, but also referring to MITRE attack, as well as the unified kill chain, which is the next video that we're going to end up doing, to apply a more comprehensive approach to the defense methodologies. So this is a very, very powerful concept, but it should not be the only concept. That's kind of the final thought that we're going to leave you with for this video. And we're going to click on this button and we're going to wrap it up. If you got value out of this video, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. I want to give a quick shout out to our community. We are already over 30,000 subscribers. So this actually happened over the weekend, well, today's Saturday. I'm recording on Saturday. And the last video that dropped was on Thursday, which was the Pyramid of Pain video. And since that video, we crossed 30,000. We're technically at 30,100 and some change. And I am extremely humbled. I think this is one of the coolest things that has happened to me in my life, to be able to build this community and have a bunch of cool people be a part of the community. And we're all a bunch of nerds, but we're like cool because we're hackers. You know what I mean? So it's like it's a cool type of a nerd that we are. So this is just really, really humbling. And it's like a really, really cool experience to be able to say that we crossed 30,000, and we are just beginning. We haven't even began to scratch the surface of everything that can be done inside of this world of cybersecurity and hacking, and it's constantly evolving. So there's going to be even more stuff that's going to come out, and it's just really, really exciting. I'm super, super humbled and excited by it, and I just want to say thanks. Thank you so much for entrusting me. Thank you so much for being a part of the community. You are the reason why I do this. At the beginning of this channel, I did it because I was just trying to collect my notes and compile my notes in a place that I could refer to them relatively easy. And then when the channel actually started to grow and questions started to come in and people actually started to subscribe and all these things, and I was like, man, this is gnarly. This is really cool that this is happening. So thank you. You're the reason why I do this, and I'm very, very humbled to even be able to do this. There's a lot of stuff on the channel. If you're new to the channel, if you're new to the community, the CompTIA section is right at the top. So these are all the fully established courses that people have actually used to pass their examinations and even get job interviews and jobs. So the Linux Plus examination prep, CompTIA Pentest Plus, Network Plus, Security Plus, all these things are full. Pentest Plus is just something that we're putting more practical videos for, like all the actual lab exercises and a variety of different hacks and stuff like that. But the lectures are complete. The questions are complete. I'll probably do like an updated question video just because the questions kind of were, I think they were a little bit too easy. So we'll do some more complicated questions. There's the members only stuff that is reserved for the Hackaholics Anonymous memberships. Anybody who's above agents, they get Python automations. And so these videos right here are the line-by-line breakdown of the Python code so that they just know how each one of those things work if they want to customize them or use them in job applications or for their own jobs or for their own lives. And then the recommendations, so for you recommendations, this would be different for anybody who lands on the channel. Popular videos, these are our most viewed videos. The various playlists that have been created, SOC Level 1, the legacy version. So this is the old version of SOC Level 1. Then there's SOC Level 2, Security Engineering. And then there's just a bunch of other playlists. There's over 460 videos right now as it stands. And by the time that you probably watch this, is going to be even more than that. So there's going to be a lot of stuff that is already on the channel that you can find. And there's a lot of stuff that is going to be coming out. The current playlists that we're working on are the new SOC Level 1, 2025-2026. And then there is the CompTIA Pentest Plus Offensive Pentesting Labs. and then there's AI for cybersecurity, and then there's a handful of requested videos that came through the comments that I'll be making just to make sure that everybody gets what they need as well. So there's a lot of stuff that's available, and there's more stuff coming. And if you have questions, or if you have requests, or if you just want to say hi, make sure that you drop it in the comment section so that I address your comments. I am very active in the comment section, and I respond to everybody's comment who comes in. So drop a comment and I will get to your comment, I promise. If it's a content request, just keep in mind that there's a backlog of requests that have already been made, and the request that you make has to be so important that it changes everybody's efficacy. So meaning, if you make a request for a piece of content and that piece of content will make everything else that we're doing easier for people, then I'll bring that to the forward of the backlog or the forward of the requests. But if it's something that it would be cool to know and cool to have, then it's just going to be in the pipeline, and I'm going to make it when I get to it. There are certain requests that I will be making between today and tomorrow that people requested that are very important, and I think making those videos will make all of the rest of the videos that are coming out even more valuable. So those types of things I will do. But again, just drop your requests. I will listen to the comments. I promise you, there's everything that has been requested. I will be making these types of videos as a response to your comments. So just drop your comments. I promise I will get to them. And that's pretty much it, dude. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then if you're interested, make sure to check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later. Today we're going to be talking about the unified kill chain. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today, and to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. The unified kill chain is the evolution of the cyber kill chain, which was developed by Lockheed Martin in 2011. And the general purpose of the unified kill chain is still in the same spirit as the cyber kill chain, except it's just the modified and the updated version of it. So in reality, it is a framework which is establishing the phases of an attack and the means of identifying and mitigating the risks to your various assets inside of your cyber environment. However, again, it is the modified and updated version. So we'll have the intro, we'll have what is a kill chain, the threat modeling concept, introducing the unified kill chain, and the 3 different phases of the unified kill chain. So it'll be the in phase, which is establishing your initial foothold, meaning you got in, right? And then the through phase, which is the second phase, which meaning you go through the network, right? And then finally the out phase, which is taking action on your objectives, which is very similar to what would happen with the cyber kill chain anyways. So once we go through these, then we'll go have our practical element of it, where we'll actually implement the information that we've gathered today. We'll have a conclusion, and then we'll wrap it for the day. And that's pretty much it. All these things are timestamped in the description below, so if you wanted to jump around, you could do that. And there's going to be a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and we'll dive into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, real quick before I zoom back into the screen, I do want to show you this little GIF that we have over here. It's not pronounced GIF, it's pronounced GIF, just so you know. And this is pretty much the outline that we got from the cyber kill chain. It's just kind of like showing us what it looks like. So this part is literally what we would normally get from the cyber kill chain from Lockheed Martin. So there's all of the evolution of these things that we need to address, because the overall path is still the same. The overall concept is still the same. It's just that the various types of attacks that will take place and the various types of tactics and techniques that will be used to initiate and to pull off these various steps are going to be different. And as the cyber environment evolves and IT evolves and AI evolves and all of those things, this is going to evolve with it as well. The concept will stay the same, right? The path will stay the same. Everything will still start with reconnaissance, and that information will need to be weaponized and delivered, etc. All of those things will stay the same. The how-to of it, how do you do recon and how do you weaponize the information, those things will end up changing. So that is what I really want to make sure that we cover for today's video, and just to help you kind of understand what these things actually mean. So let me make sure that I'm properly zoomed in here and we don't lose our overall view of everything. I want to zoom in a little bit more. It's kind of not letting me do it. Maybe I should do this. Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever. All right, so moving on. So understanding the behaviors, objectives, and methodologies of a cyber threat is a vital step to establishing a strong cybersecurity defense known as cybersecurity posture. And we're going to be talking about the unified kill chain to help us understand how cyber attacks occur and then how to prepare for them, how to mitigate them, prevent them from taking place, and respond to them ultimately, right? So the objectives are to understand why frameworks like the UKC are important and how they help in establishing a good cybersecurity posture, using the UKC to understand an attacker's motivation, methodologies, and tactics, understanding the various phases of the UKC, and discovering that the framework that is the UKC is used to complement other frameworks such as the MITRE attack matrix and the MITRE framework in general. And really the reverse of that is true as well. MITRE helps support other frameworks as well, like the NIST CSF and the variety of other frameworks that exist inside of IT. So they kind of go hand in hand. It's not a one direction, it's like a unidirectional type of situation, collaboration. So let us talk about what a kill chain is real quick. We talked about this in the cyber kill chain video, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. The term kill chain came from the military, same as the 0-day term, as well as the sandbox term, and a lot of different terms that we use in cybersecurity. They were all originated from the military, and the kill chain is just a term that's used to explain the various stages of an attack. In the realms of cybersecurity, it's used to describe the methodology path that the attackers will actually take, or the advanced persistent threat groups that take to approach and intrude a target. So for example, somebody scanning, exploiting a web vulnerability, and escalating privileges will be a kill chain. It's that whole thing, right? From the scanning to the exploitation to the escalation of privileges and everything that happens in between. All of those things connected to each other end up being the kill chain. So we'll be talking about these in further detail as we go along with this video. And the objective is to understand what the attacker's kill chain is so that the defensive measures that you can put into place can either preemptively protect the system or disrupt the attack while it's actually happening. So this is the goal. The goal really, honestly, to have the best security posture is to have something that can preemptively protect the system, meaning before the attack even happens, they scan your network and they're like, oh, we can't do anything against these guys, so let's just move on to the next target, right? That's really, really what you want. That's like the best deterrent that'll take place. And then if for whatever reason you get a really advanced hacker that can actually attack you, then your job is to disrupt them from going and ultimately making an attempt on their objectives, to actually take action on whatever their final goal is. So where does the term kill chain originate from? For this answer, you must fill in the blank, the etc. So what, the military? Is that would be the military? No, it would be military, like that. Okay, the military. Okay, got it. That was kind of silly, but whatever. All right, let's talk about threat modeling. Threat modeling is one of those terms in cybersecurity, just like many other terms, that the name itself kind of gives away the definition of it. So when you are threat modeling, you are modeling a threat. Your job is to identify the systems and applications that need to be secured and the function that they serve in the environment. So is the system critical to normal operations? Is the system holding sensitive information like payment information or addresses? Or if you're working in the intelligence field, if you're working for, let's say, the Department of Defense, is the system holding, nation data, like what is it, national security type of data that we need to really protect? Because if somebody gets it, then the nation at large will be at risk, right? So identifying the system and the information that's on that system, assessing the vulnerabilities and weaknesses that those systems and applications have and how they could potentially be exploited, and then create a plan of action to secure those systems and putting in policies to prevent these vulnerabilities from occurring again where possible. So for example, implementing software development lifecycle for an application or training employees on phishing awareness, whatever it is. This is the steps that you would take in modeling a threat and then preparing to mitigate against that threat, okay? So threat modeling is the procedure, and it's a very, very important procedure because it helps us reduce the risk within our system or the application or our environment. And it helps us get a high-level overview of the organization's IT assets, which is basically our posture, right? Our security posture. The asset in this case is either the software or the hardware or the data. So data can also be assets. And then really human beings can be assets. So really anything that is inside of the company, in my perspective, is an asset. But when we're looking at it specifically in the digital realm, it is either software, hardware, or the IP address or the intelligence, the actual data itself. And then the procedures to actually resolve the vulnerabilities that are putting those assets at risk, okay? The UKC, the Unified Kill Chain, can encourage threat modeling because the UKC framework helps to identify potential attack surfaces and then how these things can actually be exploited. So we have things like the STRIDE framework, the DREAD framework, and of course the CVSS, which is the Common Vulnerability Scoring System. And these are all frameworks that are specifically used in threat modeling. So if you want to learn more about them, we can go and look at the Principles of Security video, which already exists. This is a room that was done in the Cybersecurity 101 playlist. And so the Principles of Security, very, very basic concept, but a very important concept because these principles are the foundation, the fundamentals upon which the rest of cybersecurity is built on. So, what is the technical term for a piece of software or hardware? And that would be what? An asset, right? And same thing, data or humans that are working in your company and everything else, all of those things, IP addresses, endpoints, ports, all these things are assets inside of your company. All right, now, introducing the Unified Kill Chain. What's important to understand about the Unified Kill Chain is that it is meant to complement. It's not meant to compete with, it's not meant to replace other cybersecurity kill chain frameworks like the cybersecurity kill chain, or what is it, the cyber kill chain framework that was developed by Lockheed Martin, or the MITRE attack framework. It's not meant to compete with these things. It's not meant to replace these things. It is simply complementary. It's meant to work in tandem with those things. The UKC states that there are 18 phases to an attack. And it goes from reconnaissance to data exfiltration and understanding the attacker's motives. And these phases have been grouped together into few areas for brevity, which will be detailed in a few minutes. And the benefits of this are that they include fact that in modern and extremely detailed environments that they would actually work. So it has 18 phases officially because it's detailed, right? So other frameworks, for example, the cyber kill chain framework did not have 18. I think maybe it had like 7 or 8 or something like that. So this is very, very detailed, right? And it's meant to be as modern as it can be and kind of maintain the element of a framework, okay? So a framework means what? It falls into a template. You can think of a framework as a template. things can fall into each one of these steps, but the minutia, the details will change, but they'll still fall into each one of these steps. So reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, social engineering, exploitation, persistence, defense evasion, command and control, pivoting, discovery, privilege escalation, execution, credential access, lateral movement, collection, exfiltration, impact, objectives. Okay, so those are the 18 phases. Now, if you really want to read through this, go ahead and pause the screen, kind of zoom in on it a little bit, and then you can go ahead and read through each one of these things. But the things that didn't exist in the cyber kill chain, right? Social engineering wasn't there. Exploitation was there. Persistence wasn't there. Defense evasion wasn't there. Command and control, pivoting, discovery, privilege escalation were all not there. Execution was there. Credential access wasn't there. Lateral movement wasn't there. Collection wasn't there. A lot of these things were not there, right? Recon, weaponization, delivery, absolutely. But all of these other things were included inside of these other steps. So the unified kill chain gives us individual bullet points for each one of those, because each one of those can be expanded into an entire masterclass just by itself. Social engineering is the most dangerous attack vector that exists in the modern world, because technology in general, technology is pretty secure. So the weakest link in the security chain is the human being, and social engineering is the artful science behind exploiting a human being. So very, very dangerous. And again, it's like an entire masterclass can just be dedicated to social engineering. So if that's the case, obviously it should at least get its own bullet point inside of a framework. So the benefits of the UKC and how they actually compare to other frameworks. So UKC was released in 2017. It was updated in 2022. The MITRE framework was released in 2013. The cyber kill chain from Lockheed Martin was 2011, and there were no updates after that. The UKC is extremely detailed, as we just saw. Other frameworks are very generic, and everything falls underneath each one of their individual steps. The UKC covers an entire attack from reconnaissance, exploitation, post-exploitation, and includes identifying the attacker's motivation. Other frameworks cover limited amounts of phases. And the UKC highlights a much more realistic attack scenario. So a lot of stages will actually reoccur, and we talked about it in the last video for the cyber kill chain. For example, after exploiting a machine, you can actually go back to reconnaissance to pivot to another system. Again, I talked about that in the previous video, but it's actually detailed in the UKC because that's really what it's like. You know, they start at a lower level user, they hack the lower level user, and then they go back to reconnaissance, and then they'll start the whole process again, hack the next level user, and then they'll go back to reconnaissance and start the process again. So other frameworks don't account for the fact that it's cyclical and there will be a back and forth between various phases during an attack. The UKC tries its very best to account for that. So in what year was the unified kill chain released? The unified kill chain was released in 2017. There we go. Okay, cool. So 2017. According to the unified kill chain, how many phases are there? There are 18. What? There are phases to an attack. Oh, I'm going too fast. Please try again in a little while. Okay, there we go. What is the name of the attack phase where an attacker employs techniques to evade detection? And so that is actually the evasion part. Where was it? It was right here. Defense evasion. There we go. So defense evasion is the one. Evasion. What is the name of the attack phase where an attacker employs techniques to remove data from a network? And that is exfiltration. What is the name of the attack phase where an attacker achieves their objectives? And what is that? Objective, right? Objectives. So it's very, very, very basic. It is called the objectives phase. Excellent. All right. So let's talk about the first general phase. And underneath this, there's going to be a bunch of other elements. So the first phase is the phase in. So getting our foot in the door, the initial foothold. So as the name implies, right, we're trying to get the initial foothold. We're trying to get our foot in the digital door, the proverbial door here. So there will be numerous tactics to investigate the system for potential vulnerabilities and then exploit them to gain a foothold in the system. For example, using reconnaissance against the system to discover potential attack vectors like applications and services. So this is probably the best way to actually look at this. You start with reconnaissance. go through weaponization, deliver, social engineering, exploit, establish persistence, defense evasion, so evade the defensive tools, gain command and control, and then pivot. And then once you've pivoted, meaning you've gone to a different system, you start again with reconnaissance and go through this whole thing and then pivot and then reconnaissance and until you get to your objectives, right? So that's basically what that is. Now, this accommodates for an attacker creating a form of persistence, like files or a process that allows them to connect to the machine at any time. And this accounts for the fact that attackers will often use a combination of the tactics listed above. So we're going to discover each one of these. We're going to go and explore each one of them. And there will be a MITRE attack technique ID that you can use on the MITRE attack website. And from here, you'll find techniques and sub-techniques and sub-technique IDs underneath each one of those major elements. And then if we actually go to the MITRE attack website at attack.mitre.org, we'll also see them like this. So you'll see reconnaissance like this. And then underneath reconnaissance, you'll have a bunch of sub-techniques. And then when you click on these, then there will be different categories underneath those as well. So there's a lot of different, really, really good information on the MITRE attack website. Okay, so reconnaissance, TA0043, describes techniques that an adversary employs to gather information. They do recon. This is another one of those terms from the military. It could be passive recon, it could be active recon. The information gathered is used later to create our, the weaponization, right? To actually, you weaponize the intel that you've gathered to create your malware, to create your payloads, and launch the rest of your attack. The information can include, but is not limited to, what systems and services are running, finding contact lists or list of employees that can be impersonated to use either in social engineering or phishing, looking for potential credentials that may be of use in later stages, and finding the contact list or list of employees can be a part of the credential, because one of the big things right here is to find the format of the email addresses that they use. So, for example, it could be hank.hackerson@xyz.com, right? That could be a format. So if you find that you've met somebody that works, you go to a coffee shop that's underneath the building and on the floor of the building, and you just hang out at the coffee shop and you meet somebody, you see that they have a name tag on, and you see their name. You see their name is John Smith. And you're like, okay, cool. So John Smith works at the company, and I know that the format is john.smith@xyz.com. Okay, cool. Now I can anticipate that a part of the credential is john.smith@xyz.com. Now I just need to find out his password, right? Understanding the network topology and other network systems that you can pivot to. These are just a piece, like a scratching the surface of the information that you can gather. Once you've gathered the information through reconnaissance, you then weaponize the information. And this is TA0001 in MITRE. And this falls under initial access and the weaponization and all the techniques that exist over here. So getting the necessary infrastructure to perform the attack, basically. Setting up a command and control server or a system capable of catching reverse shells. That is weaponization of the information. Social engineering, we've already discussed in depth. There are videos that are dedicated to social engineering on this channel, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But it's basically I call it an artful science, because human beings are not like robots. So you have to really customize your approach to being able to hack a human being. But it could be getting a user to open a malicious attachment, impersonating a web page and having them enter their credentials, calling or visiting the target and impersonating a user. So for example, requesting a password reset, or being able to gain access to the areas of the site that the attacker would not previously be able to, being a utility engineer or a delivery person or a pizza person, or somebody trying to deliver a subpoena or some, well, they might not let you in. So if you pretend to be somebody delivering a subpoena, they might actually block you from entering the building. But, I don't know, they're a food delivery person, a mail person, a utility engineer is like one of those really, really good ones. If you know what company they use, a lot of these things can be done to impersonate somebody that does business with that business. And then that would be a way that you can gain access to the building. But I mean, social engineering just by itself, there are so many things that you can do. So if you go, again, to the attack technique itself, for initial access, we can find that social engineering, for example, phishing, and spear phishing attachments, links, spear phishing via service, spear phishing voice, etc., etc. There are a lot of different things that you can do, and they're all listed over here for you. Then we have the exploitation. So how an attacker takes advantage of the weakness and the vulnerabilities present in a system. The UKC, the Unified Kill Chain, defines exploitation as an abuse of vulnerabilities to perform code execution. So uploading and executing a reverse shell, interfering with an automated script on the system to execute code, abusing a web application to execute code. These are just a small number of things that you can do, because code execution can be done in so many different ways, but it technically falls under exploitation. So any kind of code execution will fall under exploitation. Then we have persistence, which has its own ID and its own category inside of MITRE ATT&CK. And again, there are a bunch of sub IDs and subcategories underneath it, because there are so many ways that you can establish persistence. This is probably one of the most important steps in any kill chain. And the goal is to establish persistence in case you lose a connection, or you get kicked out, or they patch the vulnerability that you initially exploited, I should say, excuse me, the vulnerability that you initially exploited that you were able to use to get into the system. If that gets patched, you need to have another way to get in. And persistence can be also known as establishing a backdoor to get yourself in there, right? So this could be just, again, a small number of things that we have here, but there's a lot of things that you just saw. There's so many things you could do. So creating a service on the target system that will allow the attacker to regain access. Adding the target system to a command and control server, meaning getting remote execution on that server. Leaving other forms of backdoors that execute when the certain actions occur. So a reverse shell that will execute when a system administrator logs in. Anytime a system admin logs in, it can be a scheduled thing that happens on run-on, and then the reverse shell will execute. That's like a persistence mechanism. Then we have defense evasion, which again has its own ID, and it has its own series of sub tactics. As you can see, it's a very, very long list of things that can be done. So these are things that you would do to what? Evade the defenses. Very, very simple. To evade defensive measures, monitoring software, firewalls, antivirus, intrusion detection systems, anything like that. So web application firewalls, network firewalls, antivirus systems, intrusion. I literally just listed them. I wasn't even reading this. I was going off top of my head, just so you know. I know exactly what's up. So it's valuable when analyzing an attack because it helps to respond and, better yet, give defensive team information on how they can improve their defense systems in the future. Command and control, we already discussed, as a part of the persistence element of it, but it actually has its own line item because it's such a big topic. And this is the TA0011. And again, it has its own series of actions that can be taken to gain command and control access to a system or a network. And this combines the efforts of the adversary made during weaponization to establish communications between them and the target system persistently, right? Command and control is one of those things that you gain access on a persistent basis, and you can regain access and launch commands from your home computer in Europe when you're trying to attack somebody in China or something like that, right? So this establishes command and control of a target to achieve the action on the objective, executing commands, stealing data and credentials, using control server to pivot to other systems, etc., which then gets us to pivoting, which is TA0008, which is a part of lateral movement. So lateral movement means instead of gaining vertical movement, going from a lower level user to a higher level user, instead of doing that, you're going from one side to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, until you find something that can then gain you higher level access, right? So lateral movement, again, has its own series of sub-steps. So pivoting is under lateral movement, which gives you access to other systems within the network that are not otherwise accessible. For example, they're not exposed to the internet. That could be one of those things, right? So it's not publicly accessible, it's not publicly scannable, but when you gain inside the network and you start doing reconnaissance again, you notice something that is now, oh, you know what, this might be actually a useful asset that I can use to gain access to other users or other systems because it wasn't available through the public internet. So they're not directly reachable, and they often contain valuable data For example, an adversary can gain access to a web server that is publicly accessible to attack other systems that are within the same network, but they're not accessible via the internet. So, what is an example of a tactic to gain a foothold using emails? And you should already know this, that is phishing. Impersonating an employee to request a password reset is a form of impersonating an employee to request a password reset is a form of identity something? No. Okay, so let's see what that is, because that's a specific question here. I want to say it's social engineering. Duh, I can't believe I forgot that. So social engineering, very good. An adversary setting up the command and control server infrastructure is what phase? That would be weaponization. Exploiting a vulnerability present on a system is what phase of a unified kill chain? Exploiting a vulnerability, I'm going to say exploitation. And moving from one system to another is a sample of pivoting. And leaving behind a malicious service that can be is persistence. Wonderful. Nicely done. That was quick. I like that. I got those very, other than the most obvious answer, which is social engineering. The rest of them I knew immediately. All right. Beautiful. Now let's go to the second phase, which obviously has a bunch of stuff underneath it. That would be through. So network propagation, moving through the network. So we've gained a successful foothold, and now we are ready to move through the network, gaining additional access and trying to find other ways to get our goal done. So this would again be the cycle right here. So we went from pivoting, right, which was the end of the last series of steps that we saw in phase 1. And so pivoting, discovery, privilege escalation, execution, credential access, lateral movement, and then gaining access, right? And again, this could also be repeated multiple times until you get into the system or you get access to the user that you really want to get access to. So pivoting, MITRE attack technique TA0008, which falls under lateral movement, as we already discussed. And once you have access to the system, you use it as the staging site and then tunnel between command operations for the victim's network. And then you would also be used as a distribution point for all the malware and backdoors for your later stages. Then you have discovery, TA0007, which is, it has its own category inside of MITRE because there are so many things that fall under discovery as under sub-techniques and things that you can do. And this is where you would uncover information about the system and the network that is connected to. The knowledge base would be built from the active account, the user accounts, the permissions granted to those users or to the files and assets inside of the network, applications and softwares that are in use, web browsers, files, directories, network shares, system configurations. These are all things that you wouldn't be able to see from the outside. So you would have to get in. And discovery really counts as reconnaissance. This is just another form of reconnaissance. It's just advanced reconnaissance from inside of the network because there are a lot of things that you won't be able to see. For example, permissions granted to something, you won't be able to see that from outside. So once you get in, you start doing some more reconnaissance and you start doing discovery to try to find other assets that you can exploit. Then we have privilege escalation. So this is a type of lateral movement, really, but you're now escalating your privileges. And this is another one of those things that gets its own specific category because there are so many different ways that you can do privilege escalation. This is a big one. This is one of those things that falls, I would say, on the same level of importance as establishing persistence, because getting persistence as a lower level user is pretty much nothing. It's useless. You want to gain persistence as a local administrator or maybe even a domain administrator or a system root level user, whatever it is, because then you can start making some real modifications. You can start having some free movement across the network that is limited to the higher level users. The type of movement that an admin can do is most likely not available to the lower level users. So this is literally based on what we just read: the system root, the local admin, user account with admin like access, or user account with specific access or function that could be leveraged and exploited to gain higher level access. Then we have the execution, where we actually deploy the malicious code using the pivot system as our host. So remote Trojans, command and control scripts, malicious links, and scheduled tasks, all of these things that can facilitate a recurring presence to uphold persistence. And so if we go under execution, this also has its own series of sub-techniques. Then credential access, which under TA0006 also has its own series of sub-techniques. These are like really, really big ones. So this works hand in hand with privilege escalation because we need to steal account names and passwords through various methods, including key logging, credential dumping. And it makes it harder to detect during the attack because they would be using legitimate credentials, right? So if we actually find somebody's legit credentials, instead of having to hack into the system constantly, and we just log in as a legitimate user, especially an admin user, we just log in as the admin user, that would be amazing. One of the key things to make this work really well would be to log in during business hours and during the times that that user normally logs in. Because if you log in outside of business hours, you will set off alerts, and most likely the security team will notice that you're there, and then they'll contact the actual user, and then it'll be a whole investigation that goes in. Then we have lateral movement, which again, privilege escalation can technically fall under lateral movement. So with the credentials and elevated privileges, the adversary could seek to move through the network and jump onto other targeted systems to achieve primary objectives. The stealthier that you can be, the better. And TA0008 is lateral movement. So we've already seen this multiple times as well. And again, there's just a bunch of things. So for example, there's something called internal spear phishing that can be done, that you can, act as one of the users, email another user, and they think that they're talking to the original user. And then next thing you know, you are now doing spear phishing internally and gaining some really good intel and maybe even access to somebody else's user account. Okay, so as a SOC analyst, you pick up numerous alerts pointing to failed login attempts from an admin account. What stage of the kill chain would an attacker be seeking to achieve? And this could very much be privilege escalation. All right, Mimikatz, which is known for credential dumping. So it's a post-exploitation tool, was recently detected running on the IT manager's computer. Security logs show that Mimikatz attempt to access memory spaces typically used by Windows to store authentication secrets. Consider the usual capabilities and purposes of Mimikatz. What is the primary objective of this tool, such as an attack scenario? And that would be credential access, because it's credential dumping, I would say. So I'm going to say credential access. Let's see if that's right. Credential access. Ooh, so close, but no. So, okay, so what is the primary objective of this tool to see? Okay, credential was good, but let's see what else we can find. It could be maybe privilege escalation, but not really. It could be lateral movement. Maybe it's lateral movement. I don't think so. So lateral, nope. I want to say it's credential something. So let's see what the hint gives us right here. The hint says it's a technique associated with TA0006. So what's under TA0006? Credential access, okay. And so credential access, and it could be very many things. It could be credential stuffing, maybe, credentials from stored passwords, credentials from browsers, password managers. There's a lot of good stuff. Credential API hooking. I think the first word is credential because it fit into that template that they provided us, but there are so many other things that it can be. So what can it be? What do we think it is? Let's try a couple of answers here. Credential dumping. That is the answer. So credential dumping is what they would do with Mimikatz because it actually dumps credentials. That's basically what it does. So there we go. All right, we got it. So now let's move to the action on our objectives, which is the out phase. So getting intel out and moving out as well. In order for the attacker to get to this phase, they would have done everything else up to this point correctly and successfully without being detected. And now they can actually take action on those objectives, whatever they actually are. And they're usually geared towards compromising the CIA triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, or availability. So confidentiality is, trying to steal data, right? Integrity is trying to mess with the legitimacy of the data or the actual functionality, the the integrity. So when you say that the integrity of a bridge has been compromised, that means there's a portion of the bridge that's broken. So if somebody drives across the bridge can break and then people can fall into the water or into the canyon, whatever it is. So same thing applies to the system's integrity. If the system's integrity can be compromised, that means the system is not going to be functioning to its full capacity, which means there's something wrong. And integrity can also point to evidence, right? So if the chain of custody has been messed with when talking about evidence gathering, or you take an image of a computer and the hash of the image is changed, that means the integrity of that image is no longer the same, which means we can't rely on it to be unaltered, to be legitimate what it originally was. And then availability could be the availability of the system or the availability of the data. And we want it to be available to legitimate users and legitimate clients. So if the availability is messed with, that means that the real people, the legitimate users and the legitimate clients cannot access that resource, that information, etc. So the tactics that can be deployed would be under the collection category, which is MITRE attack 0009, so TA0009, which is under credential access specifically, which then would also have the, where is it? What do we have? We have TA0009, right? Is that what it was? So yeah, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong field. So a collection actually has its own elements right here. And so there are sub techniques under collection as well. I was looking at the wrong page. Sorry about that. So this is, hunting for access and assets. They'll be seeking to gather all the valuable data, compromising confidentiality of the data, which will lead to the next attack, which is exfiltration, stealing the data. So it could be drives, browsers, audio, video, and email, just to name a few. Web servers, email servers, data servers in general, databases that store a bunch of payment information, or customer usernames and passwords, whatever it is. There are just so many things that can be collected. And then once it's been collected, then you exfiltrate it. So they would seek to steal the data. Exfiltration is basically stealing. That's all we're doing, like successfully stealing data, which can be packaged using encryption and compression to avoid any detection, and tunnel the deployment of this in an earlier phase so that you can actually make this very, very easy. So when you actually have that tunnel deployed in the previous phases, it makes exfiltration super easy. You have a C2 channel or a C2 tunnel, a DNS tunnel, something like that. And from there, you're just exfiltrating data. You're just stealing the data. And you've encrypted the data so nobody can see what the data actually is that's being moved out. You can use encoding of the data to make it easy to actually move out, because compression falls under encoding. So it makes the file sizes smaller, because if it's a really large file size, just the size of the data that's being exfiltrated will set off alerts. So if you can compress the data to make the file sizes smaller, it won't set off as many alerts. Then there's the impact, so compromising integrity and availability of the data. You can manipulate, interrupt, or destroy these assets. The goal would be to disrupt business, operational processes, remove account access, wipe disks, data encryption like ransomware, defacement, and denial of service, just to name a few. And again, this has its own series of sub-techniques that would apply as well. And so did the exfiltration. I don't know if I talked about this specifically, but of course, there's a bunch of different data points underneath that as well. And finally, that's the objective, right? These are the objectives that they're trying to launch. They're trying to achieve. They're trying to get these goals accomplished. So with all the power and the access to the systems in the network, they would seek to achieve their goal. If the attack was financially motivated, they may seek to encrypt files and systems with ransomware and ask for payment to release the data. Financial objectives are rarely accomplished by somebody trying to actually steal money out of your bank account. That's not really how it works. It's easier to just encrypt all of your stuff and then ask for ransom, right? In other instances, the attacker may seek to damage the reputation of the business, and they would release private and confidential information to the public, which can cause a lot of financial harm as well as just the reputation, right? Like messing with their reputation can hurt them much more than stealing some money from them. I think that's actually probably even more damaging than if somebody just kind of took you for 100 grand or something like that. If they hurt your reputation and nobody wants to do business with you anymore and nobody wants to take your call anymore, I think that does way more damage than just stealing some money, because money can be recuperated. You can get the money back. You can make more money. The reputation is much harder to regain. So while monitoring the network as a SOC analyst, you realize that there's a spike in the network activity and all the traffic is outbound to an unknown IP address. This, my friend, is exfiltration at its best. Personal identifiable information, also known as PII, has been released to the public by an adversary in your organization, is facing scrutiny for the breach. What part of this would be affected? This would be confidentiality, because PII should be confidential. It should not be available to the public. All right, let's now do our practical exercise here. The practical exercise is very, very simple. We're just going to click the view site button. It opens up a static website. We answer some questions and we get the final flag. So this is what it looks like when we open the website. So the attacker uses tools to gather information about a system. What phase of this is happening? This will be information gathering. So we're going to say reconnaissance. The attacker installs a malicious script to allow them to remote access at a later date. So remote access at a later date would definitely be persistence. The hacked machine is being controlled from an attacker's own server. This is command and control, also known as a C2 server or a beacon. The attacker uses the hacked machine to access other servers on the same network. We are now pivoting between the machines. The attacker steals a database and sells this to a third party. This is an action on their objective, and click on it. Is that not it? Oh, there we go. There's the flag. So we got it. Boom. Nicely done. That was easy. I love it when it's easy. Beautiful. And we are officially at the conclusion. So by now, hopefully you understand how complementary the unified kill chain is with the MITRE attack framework that we just looked at, and how it kind of expands upon the cyber kill chain that we saw in the last video. And again, these things are not meant to replace each other. They're not meant to compete with each other. They're meant to complement each other, which means making you more whole, making you more complete. That's the whole job of things like this, because the more knowledge you have, the more paths that you're aware of, attack vectors, so to speak, the more attack vectors that you're aware of, the better you can be as a cybersecurity engineer or a security analyst, an incident responder, a penetration tester. Really doesn't matter what it is you're trying to do in IT. This just makes you better. Even if you just want to be a system administrator, knowing about these kinds of things will make you a better administrator. You will administer the devices better. You will make them more secure when you set them up, and so on and so forth. So these things are really, really, really useful no matter what it is you're trying to do in cybersecurity. So congratulations on making it this far, as it says right here. And I'm very, very proud of you if you stuck it out with me throughout this whole thing, if you did it inside of the TryHackMe website as a part of the SOC Level 1 pathway. I usually talk about it at the very, very beginning. I did not do that this time around. But this was more informational and more of a lecture than anything else. So hopefully you found the information useful. Hopefully it opened your eyes to a lot of different things, and you were able to find the importance and the significance of this information and how this will actually apply to you and your life and your career. If you found this video useful, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And there's a lot of stuff already on the channel, and there's a lot of stuff that we're working on currently. There's 3 different playlists at the very least that I'm working on right now, which is the SOC Level 1, the new SOC Level 1. There's the offensive PenTesting and the CompTIA PenTest Plus, which is basically just lab exercises that are left to do with that. And then there's the AI for Cybersecurity playlist. So those 3 playlists are the ones that I'm working on right now. There's a handful of information that comments have requested. So users in our comment section have requested certain videos that I think are important that I'm going to work on as well to make sure that you have access to those to make the rest of this stuff easier for you. And from there, it's basically just kind of completing these playlists and then moving on to the next series of playlists. There's a lot of content. There's so many things, and it's constantly evolving because IT and cybersecurity are constantly evolving. So as long as the field of technology keeps growing, there's going to be plenty of more information, and we're going to try to keep up with the evolution of technology. Sometimes it moves really, really fast, and sometimes it's really hard to keep up with. Other times, not as much, but usually it's pretty complex. There's a lot of stuff that's on this channel. There's a lot of stuff that you can explore. There is the CompTIA series of educational courses that people have actually used to pass their examinations and to get jobs. There's the exclusives for the Hackaholics Anonymous membership community. They basically get Python tutorials, or I should say, they get Python scripts delivered to them. If you're an agent level member and above, you get Python scripts, and then these videos explain line by line what goes on inside of those scripts, so you know how to develop them yourself or to expand on them or customize them for your job. And then there's everything else that's available. And there's literally so much, and you can just go to either the videos tab and look at everything that's available, which is a lot of stuff. So once it starts to load, you'll see that there's a lot of stuff. There's over 460 videos as it stands right now that are on this channel, and there's just more and more stuff coming out. And then you could use the search button right here. Let's zoom in on this. You can use the search button right here to actually search for things. So if I wanted to do MITRE, which is the next video that we're going to end up doing, we already have some videos that reference MITRE, but then we're going to create a specific video for the MITRE attack matrix and the MITRE attack framework. So there's going to be a lot of good stuff. I'm telling you, you want to be here when that happens. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, drop a comment, and then make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In this episode, we're going to explore MITRE and the MITRE attack framework, which is a very powerful tool to the cybersecurity community. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This is a specific resource that I've referenced a lot throughout the various videos that we've done on this channel. This is one of those resources that you will probably end up using most, or it'll be probably like your top 5 resources as far as cyber threat intelligence is concerned, and essentially everything else that has to do with gathering threat emulation, threat modeling, threat intelligence, anything along those lines. So a very, very powerful resource. And as we go through it, you'll understand why I have that belief system. And I think by the end of this video, if you have not messed around with MITRE attack matrix before, I think by the end of this video, you will also come to the same exact conclusion. So what we're going to review are going to be obviously the introduction to the video, the attack framework, attack in operation, attack for threat intelligence, cyber analytics repository, MITRE defend framework, and other MITRE projects. And finally, we'll have our conclusion. This is going to be mostly a lecture-based type of video, so it's a lot of information, but as we go through it, I encourage you to actually visit the MITRE website and click around with me and do some of the tasks that I'm going to be doing so that you can actually find the information and learn the portal and essentially the entire overview of the site and really get some experience under your belt. So very, very powerful. All the timestamps for this is going to be in the comment section below, or excuse me, in the description below. And that's pretty much it. So a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and we will jump into the introduction. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, so if you've seen any of my videos on here, there is probably a really good chance that I've made a reference to the MITRE matrix or the MITRE attack framework or anything like that, especially through the SOC level 1 or the defensive security, anything that kind of falls into defensive security. We reference the MITRE attack matrix regularly because it's just a very useful and powerful resource. MITRE is a non-for-profit organization, so it's a not-profit organization, and they have research and development across a range of domains, including cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, healthcare, space systems, and all of it is to support the mission of solving problems for a safer world. So very awesome organization. We're going to be focusing on the cybersecurity frameworks of MITRE, including the MITRE attack matrix, the CAR knowledge base Defend, and MITRE Engage, and any of the other relevant tools. And these are crucial in modern security because they allow for both red and blue teams to understand adversary behavior, develop more effective detections, and enhance our defenses. The objectives for today's video are to understand the purpose and the structure of the attack framework, to explore how security professionals apply this framework using cyber threat intelligence and the attack matrix to profile threats, and to discover the other frameworks including CAR and Defend. The prerequisites are the cyber kill chain video. So it would be, I think, not the video before this one, probably the video prior to that one, but it's definitely inside of the module that we're in right now, which is the SOC level 1 module or SOC level 1 pathway. So 2025, 2026. If you're on TryHackMe, there are 2 versions of the SOC level 1. There's the legacy version that actually has the word legacy in the title. And then there's the modern version that's just SOC level 1. And then we're inside of the cyber defense framework module. So inside of that, we're in the MITRE room. So inside of this defense framework module, there's also the room that's called cyber kill chain. And so there's a video already dedicated to it. So if you haven't seen it, you can go check that out. And it would give you a really strong foundation to everything that we're going to talk about today. So let's now talk about the attack framework. The MITRE attack framework is a globally accessible knowledge base of tactics, techniques, and procedures based on real-world tactics. So these are based on real-world attacks. And to actually view it, you can literally go to attack.mitre.org, as you can see up here, and you'll land on this page. And this is what we call the attack matrix. So as you can see, there are columns here. At the top of each column, there's a name. So this would be, for example, the Reconnaissance tactic. Now, under Reconnaissance, there are 11 techniques, so active scanning, etc., etc. And then some of them, you see there's a number inside of these parentheses. These expand into sub-techniques. And then as I hover over them, you see that they all have individual IDs, right? So if T1592 will have T1592 1, 2, 3, etc. And then underneath Reconnaissance, there will be the Reconnaissance attack ID, or the tactic ID, I should say. So we see these IDs regularly, and when you go through any kind of defensive security tool, endpoint detection and response tool, a lot of them are already integrated with the MITRE attack matrix. So you'll see IDs like this. You'll see TA0043, for example, or 1595, etc. So you'll see these T IDs that you can see right here. And if you see something like that, that means that there's a reference to something inside of the MITRE attack matrix. And so if I click on any of these, then it opens up its individual page. And then same thing, if I go and actually click directly on Reconnaissance, for example, it'll open up the Reconnaissance page. And then under Reconnaissance, it'll have the same breakdown, essentially just kind of different format where, active scanning, and then there's the 0, 1, etc., etc. And so any of these things will then open up to the individual page for that specific tactic or technique. And then there will be mitigations, etc., etc. So this is just one layer of information, or we can say one category of information that exists inside of the MITRE attack matrix. So I kind of jumped ahead, but we can go ahead and read through some of this information anyway. So in 2013, MITRE recognized the need to document and categorize standard tactics, techniques, and procedures, also known as TTPs. So you'll see this acronym a lot when you're studying for your CYSA examination. And it's used by APTs. So TTPs by APTs. And APTs are known as Advanced Persistent Threat Groups. And of course, if you go into the MITRE attack matrix, on the top section right here, on the top menu, we have the CTI, that stands for Cyber Threat Intelligence. You can click on groups and it opens up all of the groups that exist. And then you'll see these things right here. So some of the groups actually have names, like nicknames associated with them. And then there's the groups that are just APT 1, 12, 16, da 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 da. So these never got some kind of an acronym, or not an acronym, like a moniker. They didn't get a nickname or anything like that. But if you click on them, then you'll get, it's one of the names for cyber espionage conducted by Iranian Ministry of Intelligence. And then so we have the associated group descriptions, the techniques that they've been known to use, and this is going to be a very long list because these groups, whatever techniques they've used, it's been documented. So you'll get to see what their actual overall tactics and techniques are. And again, I'm kind of jumping ahead, but one of the things that's really, really cool about MITRE is that when you go into any of these groups, right? So, and then you can do this with any of these individual tactics and techniques and things like that as well, because it'll have this little button, or maybe not anything, but at the very least for the groups themselves, but you'll have this button right here where it says attack navigation layers, and then we can click on enterprise layer view, and it'll open up in a new window, and then it'll actually show us the connection between the various tactics and techniques and procedures that they used. So APT 39, for example, they start with this tool that's under resource development. They have this tool, and then it connects to initial access tactics and techniques under here. And then it goes along like this until it gets to the very, very end, which is their action on their objectives, which is command and control in this case, and then how they establish command and control. So basically what you see highlighted is the step-by-step that this group has taken to launch the attacks that they've launched. And everything that you see in light blue right here is an attack that they've done. And it starts from the left-hand side right here, and we move all the way to the right, which would be the end of the attack, which is ultimately exfiltration of data over a command and control channel. So this is very, very cool feature that exists inside of MITRE. And you can use this for threat emulation. You can use this for a variety of different research mechanisms or projects that you would end up doing. And if you find anything that's inside of your defensive appliances, right? So when you're looking at an EDR tool, if you find one of those IDs for the TTP inside of the scan that you ran, and then you want to see how that ID plays out and what the goal might be for the organization that may be scanning you or they may be attacking you, you can go and look at that attack navigator, and then you can see what they could potentially be trying to do and what the other options they could take. So it's very, very interesting, and it's super, super useful. So anyways, I just super jumped ahead, so I'm sorry about that. I just get excited about this resource. To better understand how these guys operate, how these adversaries operate, it helps to break down each part of the TTP. So we have the tactic, which is the goal that they want to achieve, the why of an attack, the technique, which is how they actually achieve their goal, and then the procedure is the implementation, or how the technique is executed. So the tactic is what they're trying to do, like why they're trying to attack, right? And then the next one is how they're going to achieve that goal. And then finally, how are they going to implement that technique? That's what tactic, technique, and procedures are. The framework has evolved significantly over the years. They initially started with Windows platform, and then they went over a span of environments, including Mac OS, Linux, cloud platforms, and more under the enterprise matrix. And under specialized frameworks for mobile and ICS, which is industrial control systems, which is basically what's inside of like a factory or a manufacturing plant, a power plant, anything like that, right? It's the computers that control those massive machines inside of power plants or anything of that sort. So the framework continues to grow, and it gets contributions from the cybersecurity community, and incredibly valuable from a defensive perspective, but red teams also rely on it to plan realistic attack simulations, because you just saw what could happen when you start from one thing and then you move on to the next one and the next one. So you can actually use it to plan red team exercises as well. The attack matrix is the visual representation of everything that we just saw, which is this thing right here. So this is the attack matrix, right? This is something that lists everything inside of the framework, and you can also utilize the attack navigator, which is for annotating and exploring matrices, which is also what we looked at as well. So you can go to the MITRE attack navigator, which is one of these tools that we have. So this is kind of where you start doing the navigation and actually creating your own layer and creating your own series of tactics and techniques. But what you saw previously when I clicked on that navigation, this thing right here, the attack navigator layers, this is what is pre-filled when you choose a specific APT group or like a specific hacker group, where it shows the filled out navigator, but you can actually create your own path of navigations based on what you think would be relevant to your company or to your industry. So really, really cool. The tactics are represented at the top of the matrix, which is what you see right here. So let's go to the, not this one, let's go to this screen right here. Nope, not this one either. So let's go back one more, let's go back one more. Or let me just click on the home button. There we go. All right, so this is what we see at the top right here, right? And I'll just drag this to the left to make it easy. So we have the tactic, technique, and the sub-technique. And again, I just reviewed this already. So the tactic would be the reconnaissance, technique would be active scanning, and then sub-techniques would be what is inside of them. If we look at the active scanning technique, on the detail page, you will see sub-techniques listed again, and it also includes all relevant information, including the description and technique IDs, which you'll encounter in cybersecurity research, which we've already talked about as well. And this is basically what it looks like right here. So if we go on any of these guys right here, we'll be able to see what it looks like, right? So you have the name, you have the description, and then you have the section on the right, which has all of the IDs that will be associated with each of the sub-techniques, right? The information, alongside this information, each tactic and technique includes procedure examples, which is the groups and software used in the campaigns, any mitigations, detections, and references that will be available. And it may seem overwhelming, but honestly, if you click around with it a little bit, you will find out the flow of the website, and it'll become really, really easy to use. It's mostly just the massive amount of information that can seem overwhelming, but it's one of your best friends when it comes down to cybersecurity. So highly, highly encouraged. I think you should definitely check it out if you haven't done so already. So what tactic does the hide artifacts technique belong to in the attack matrix? So this is one of the things that we can do that's actually kind of really nice. So we can go like this and do show sub techniques, okay? And it'll expand everything. It'll expand all of those categories. And then now you can look for hide artifacts for that. So I can simply do Control F on my screen or Command F, depending on your operating system. And I can just search for hide and then hide artifacts. So, okay, we have hide artifacts right here. And then if we scroll up, it belongs to defense evasion. So defense evasion is hide artifacts. Now it says which ID is associated with the create account technique. So same thing. I'll go over here, I'll do find, and I'll do create account. And so I can see this right here. And the ID, if we zoom in, is T1136. So we'll go here, T1136. And there we go. Just like that, we got our first series of research and answers. Now, attack in operation. The main question here is trying to answer, how do organizations actually make sense of all of this and how do they actually use it? So the attack framework, the attack matrix, provides us with a standard and consistent language for describing adversary behavior. In our journey for cybersecurity, we're going to see the same action or technique referenced by several different names, and providing the standard terminology and unique IDs it makes it easier for us to compare data and incidents, because some companies may have different names, some books may have different names or terminology. But if we use the same ID, if we use the same point of reference, which ends up being the MITRE attack matrix, then we can make sense of a lot of things and kind of come together on a lot of different information. And this allows us to effectively communicate across the security community between other organizations, between other teams inside of the same company. So it's very handy to use this as the common denominator between all the communication with all industries, departments, companies, etc. So threat intelligence and defense is where this really shines. So beyond the improvement of communication, it helps us bridge the gap between threat intel and defensive operations. Somebody might describe what an attacker did, but not how to turn that information into usable detection measures. Through mapping, through mapping threat activity to TTPs, we can translate intel into real detection logic, queries, and playbooks. And then we're going to discuss how we can actually do these things. A quick little review of who ends up using this. I'm just going to say everybody in cybersecurity, but really, cyber threat intelligence teams, SOC analysts, detection engineers, incident responders, red and purple teams, and everyone in between, in my humble opinion. If you have anything to do with threat intelligence or trying to gather intelligence, you are most likely going to use the MITRE attack matrix and MITRE in general, because it's, again, as you saw already, just from the glimpse that you saw, it's a really, really powerful tool, very powerful resource. So specifically mapping, this is where it really comes into play for a lot of operations inside of threat emulation, inside of red teaming and purple teaming. And we can use this as an example. So let's say that the organization has been a victim of an attack in the post-incident scenario. So this is when we do like the lessons learned meeting and the debrief, right? We need to analyze how the attack unfolded and map each stage in a structured format. So this will allow us to better prepare for future campaigns targeting the organization and prevent all of these things from happening again. So Mustang Panda is one of the groups that we saw on the list of groups. They've been mapped to a variety of attack techniques based on the years of attacking government entities, nonprofits, and non-government organizations. So we can see that they prefer phishing techniques for initial access, persists via scheduled tasks, and obfuscates files to evade defenses. And it uses ingress tool transfer command and control. And so for this, the questions at the bottom of this task, we're going to be analyzing Mustang Panda's dedicated page and the associated matrix for them. So if I click on this, it should actually just open up the matrix for them, and we can see this right here. But again, we can go here, and then we can go to groups, and we can find Mustang Panda by just doing a search for Mustang, which there should only be, there's multiple, I guess. There's 6, it says. But there it is. So Mustang Panda on the left-hand side. So I'm going to click on that, and it'll open up their individual page. And then from here, we'll be able to see all the various associated groups and everything like that. And then we have this beautiful button right here that gives us the view of their attack matrix. And so if we go over here, this is it. So same thing, the same thing that we just saw when we clicked on that hyperlink inside of the documentation, we literally ended up at the same place. So this is what it looks like, right? So these are all the things that they have done and they prefer to do through their tactics and techniques and procedures, right? And so we see this kind of like a version of it here, but over here the highlighting has been color coded, so it's a little bit more handy and useful. So now here we go with the actual question. So in which country is Mustang Panda based? So first we go here to try to find them, and we can find it up here. So right at the very, very top, it's a China-based cyber espionage group. So very good, easy, China. Now, the name kind of implies China as well, because pandas are very popular for China animals. You know what I mean? When you think panda, you typically think China. So which attack technique ID maps to Mustang Panda's reconnaissance tactics? So tactics, techniques, and procedures, right? So we want an ID for their reconnaissance tactics. So if we go over here under reconnaissance, we see reconnaissance. If we go down, we see search open, etc., etc. What's happening? It's kind of weird. Okay, so there you go. Search open. That's the actual tactic. And then underneath that, we can also see phishing for information as spear phishing. but search open websites would be the tactic, and then, or actually, I'm sorry, reconnaissance would be the tactic. Spear phishing and search open websites would be the techniques. So it's asking for the technique ID that matches to their reconnaissance, and it could be any of them. So let's start with spear phishing. So spear phishing could be T1598.003, but I don't think that's the kind of answer they want. So they just want the first 5 digits. So maybe not that one. It could be this one, which is the searching of the opening. And again, this is so annoying. T1593. I'm going to try T1593. And that's not it. So then it would end up being spear phishing. So T1598 would end up being the answer. Okay, very good. All right, which software is Mustang Panda known to use for access token manipulation, right? Access token manipulation. So we're on here. We're going to do Control F, access token manipulation. And so there it is. And we have this right here. And so underneath this, and there's 2 references to this. So there we go. Access token manipulation is also here as well. And they're asking for which software that they would use for this. So under access token manipulation, let's go under softwares, which would be the list right here that's available. Techniques used, and then there should be a list of softwares as well. There we go, software. So on here, we can try to search for access token manipulation, and we can see this right here. So Cobalt Strike, access token manipulation. There's also Mimikatz for access token manipulation. And what else? Tone Shell. So we have 3 different responses here. Based on the format, I'm going to say that it's 2 words. So it would be Cobalt Strike. But you saw that Mimikatz could be it and the other one could be it as well. So there we go. We're now getting some good intel. All right. And now we can talk about attack for threat intelligence. So now what we're going to end up doing is we're essentially going to be given a scenario, and from here we are supposed to do some research and try to find the answers. So we're security analysts in the aviation sector. The organization is migrating its infrastructure to the cloud, and the task is to use attack to gather intelligence on APT groups known to target aviation, right? Identify their tactics and techniques and assess any potential gaps in the defensive coverage. You'll use the groups section to find an appropriate group to analyze their behavior using the navigator. Okay, so which APT group has targeted the aviation sector and has been active since at least 2013? So I'm going to close this piece right here, and we're going to go back to the group section right here. And so we'll click on group so that we end up right at the very, very top. And so we are looking for, and what's nice about this is that all of the groups for the most part are going to be on the home page like this. So we should be able to see all of the various group names here and be able to search through all of these things by just doing Control F and then trying to find aviation. So, okay, so aviation, as we can see, has 6 different results. So the first one being established since 2013, right? So suspected Iranian threat group that has carried out at least 2013. I mean, that's the first answer. So what is that? APT33. So let's see if that's it. APT33. Okay, cool. So which attack sub-technique used by this group is a key area of concern for companies using Office 365? So we're going to click on APT33. We'll end up here. And then we can start by doing research here. So let's do Office 365. Okay, there we go. So this is now, there are 4 references to Office in here. So Office 365 right here, they have used cloud accounts, which is that's exactly what we're worried about because we're migrating into a cloud environment, right, based on the scenario. So what is it saying? It says, which attack sub-technique used by this is a key area of concern here. And I mean, it's cloud accounts, I guess. Is that the answer? Cloud accounts? Okay, very good. So according to attack, what tool is linked to the APT group and the sub-technique that we just identified? So what tool is associated to this? So compromise Office 365 in tandem with Ruler in an attempt to gain control of endpoints. So was it Ruler? Okay, there we go. Which mitigation strategy advises removing inactive or unused accounts to reduce exposure to this sub-technique? So we need to now look at this a little bit just to see what we can do. So I can technically, I guess, go into ruler right there, or I can go into cloud accounts to get some more information. So specifically, we're looking for removing inactive or unused accounts to reduce exposure, and what is the mitigation strategy. So if we go to this list right here and look for, okay, so under ruler, there's nothing called mitigation. So there's usually a header, a subhead for mitigation. So that's not it. So if we go now to cloud accounts and look for mitigations, there we go. So now it's saying what's the question again? Mitigation strategy advises removing inactive or unused accounts. So now we can go here. We can look for inactive. There we go. So there we go. Preview, periodically review user accounts and remove those that are inactive or unnecessary, limit the ability, And so it's called user account management. I hope you can see how simple it is to actually use this, and hopefully you won't get overwhelmed by it. So there you go. And finally, what detection strategy ID would you implement to detect abused or compromised cloud accounts? So we can now go back to here and we can look at detection strategy ID for detecting of abused or compromised cloud accounts, and it would be DET0546. So DET0546, there we go, just like that. You see how easy that is? It's very, very handy, right? It's like super, super useful to be able to do this. So hopefully you're getting some value out of this, because this is actually me having a lot of experience using this platform, and this is how I normally would use it when I'm trying to find data and intel. So hopefully you can kind of see the workflow that I go through to pull information. All right, now we can move into Cyber Analytics Repository, also known as CAR. So this is another tool that's available under MITRE. Okay, per MITRE, CAR, basically the Cyber Analytics Repository, is a knowledge base of analytics developed by MITRE based on the MITRE attack adversary model. It defines a data model that is leveraged in its pseudocode representations, but also includes implementations directly targeted at specific tools, for example, Splunk or EQL, in its analytics. With respect to coverage, CAR is focused on providing a set of validated and well-explained analytics, in particular with regard to their operating theory and rationale. So that does actually sound kind of like a big old, it's like literally like 2 sentences that's supposed to be like very, very big. So it does sound complex, so let's actually break it down. So it's a collection of ready-made detection analytics that are built around the attack matrix. So they're ready-made, that you can use them at any point, and they are detection analytics. Analytics is basically data, right? Metrics and data. So it's detection-based data that you can use that's pre-established, ready to go. Each analytic describes how to detect the adversary's behavior, and this is important because it allows us to identify the patterns that we should look for as a defender, right? So again, if you notice one thing inside of your logs, you can say, okay, let me go see how this applies to the pattern that a group would be using against us. So this provides example queries for common industry tools like Splunk. So you as a defender can translate the tactic, techniques, procedures into real detections. So if you've never used Splunk before, Splunk has a query language. Basically, there's a search bar. Inside of the search bar, you can start searching for certain things inside of, millions of log items, basically. And so instead of having to come up with what you would search for, instead of having to come up with the query, you can use CAR to get the query that you would search for that would be relevant to the pattern that you suspect, right? So it's kind of hand in hand with everything else that you're doing. So now we're actually going to do this. We're actually going to implement it. So we're going to examine this specific CAR right here. So schedule task file access. Now this is available at car.mitre.org. So how previously we had attack.mitre.org, now we have car.mitre.org. And so this is the scheduled task page. And what do we have? So upon visiting, we're given a description of the analytics and and we can see that here. In the implementation section, we're provided with pseudocode, a Splunk query, and a log point search as examples of how analysts may filter for this technique using their organization's security information event management, also known as a SIM, which is basically what Splunk is. Splunk is a SIM, okay? Pseudocode is a plain, human-readable way to describe a set of instructions or algorithms that a program or system will perform. And not every analytic with CAR will have the same implementation examples. Some of them include unit tests, which analysts can use to validate whether the analytic work as intended. So this is what it looks like, and we can go to implementations, and we can just see it live right here. We have pseudocode right here, and then we have Splunk search query and log point search as well. So there's also the attack navigator layer that's also for CAR. So if we actually go to here, for MITRE attack, and then we can see attack analytic coverage, CAR, right? So we can see that, and then we have all of the associated attack navigator points that exist here as well, right? So very, very cool stuff, and it's directly correlated with CAR. So CAR and the attack navigator are both connected to each other. So very, very handy, and a lot of valuable information, a lot of valuable intel for you to pull from. So what we're going to use is the CAR analytics list and the matrix for the questions in this task. So which attack tactic is associated with CAR 2019-07001? So if we go here, and let's go to the cyber analytics repository right here, and we can do analytics by technique, by data model, etc. And there's no search bar. So I guess we can do analytics like this. There we go. So we have now the list of the analytics. So we are now looking for 2019-07001. Now I could literally just click on this and just open it, and it'll bring me directly to this page. But I also want to just kind of go through the way that we would normally search for something, right? So 2019, we would just go to 2019 right here. So they're all chronologically ordered. And so 2019-07001. So 2019, boom. 07001. You can also obviously do the same thing that we did before, do Control F and then do 2019-07001 like that, and search for that, and then you have it. So now it says access permission modification, and so it says which attack tactic is associated with this. So we're going to go to the attack tactic. So we're going to go to their page right here, and we want the attack tactic. And so the tactic right here is defense evasion. So it says attack detections right here, and then the tactic itself is defense evasion. So we're going to go right here, and we're going to do defense evasion. Now, what is the analytic type for access permission modification? So let's go here. Now we're going to look for analytic type for access permission modification, and right here. So analytic type is right here, and it's situational awareness. I'm just going to copy that and paste it here, and we're good to go. Very useful, right? And easy to use, right? Like one of the big things that I want to get across is how easy it is to use these various frameworks and tools inside of MITRE. And this is why we love MITRE. Now, moving on to the MITRE Defend framework. So with attack, we learn how attacks happen, but with defend, we discover how to stop the attacks. And so defend is detection, denial, and disruption. So that's why you see D3 right here, right? So detection, denial, and disruption. And then the framework for empowering network defense. Very, very, it's like a full mouth of just words. So this is a structured framework that maps out defensive techniques and establishes common language for describing how security controls work. It comes with its own matrix, of course, just like everything else, and it's broken down into 7 tactics. We have model, harden, detect, isolate, deceive, evict, and restore. And of course, they have their own IDs, etc. So credential rotation emphasizes the regular rotation of passwords to prevent attackers from reusing stolen credentials. So if you work for a company, you'll probably notice that every 3 months or something, they'll force you to change your password. That falls under credential rotation. Defend explains how this defense works, what to consider when implementing, and how it relates to specific digital artifacts and attack techniques, which help us both see both perspectives. So the attacker's move and the defender's countermeasure is what we're trying to see here. So we have credential rotation and then the artifacts and then how it actually connects to everything, right? So now we're actually going to use the defend framework. So which sub-technique of user behavior analysis would you use to analyze the geolocation data of the user logon attempts? So I'm going to close these things right here just to kind of make our browser a little bit easier, leaner. So we're looking for the sub-technique of behavior analysis to analyze geolocation data. So now we're on behavior analysis. We can see all the data right here. And so we're looking for specifically geolocation. So there we go. So now I have 3 references to geolocation. And so we have user geolocation pattern analysis. And that's what am I looking for an ID? Nope, I'm looking for the full phrase. So I'm just going to highlight this whole thing right here and just copy that. And we're going to go and paste that and boom. Now, which digital artifact does this sub-technique rely on analyzing? So this technique right here. Which artifact? It artifacts geolocation data of the user logon attempts and comparing it to a baseline user behavior to profile da-da-da-da-da. So geolocation, I'm guessing, right? Geolocation data, is that what it's saying? So which digital artifact? So instead of guessing, why don't we do this? Why don't we click on it? And then let's see what geolocation artifact we can find that it will look for over here. So we have, I'm gonna skim through this real quick. I see, so it's actually right here. So we have the artifact relationships is towards the top right here. And so we have user behavior analysis, analyzing credential, local user account, resource access, network traffic, web resource access. I'm going to say network traffic, and then we also have maybe resource access itself. So if I click on network traffic, it's traffic da-da-da-da. I want to say it's this right here. There's a lot of cool data here, man. This is crazy. Really awesome stuff. Okay, so let's try network traffic for now. Network traffic. Okay, cool. There you go. So digital artifact that relies on analyzing for geolocation, right? So geolocation logon patterns. The way I came to network traffic is basically when you're looking at geolocation, you're looking at the communication to your network from a variety of different locations across the globe, right? Geographic locations. And so the traffic that comes to your network comes from various locations. And we're looking at logon patterns as well. So all of this stuff is essentially the way that my mind just connected to network traffic analysis, right? So let's go back one more time right here. User geolocation logon patterns. Oh, I don't know how the heck I ended up here, and I couldn't directly end up because I kept trying to. This is so annoying. So literally I was here, right? And then from here, I came over here and I did geolocation logon patterns, and it wouldn't load that for me. And I kept trying to load geolocation. So let's open it in a new tab maybe. Okay, now it loads it. And when you load it, you can actually go to artifact relationships and the answer, there's only one answer here. So that was really annoying because I kept trying to click on this and it wouldn't load. That was very annoying. All right, whatever. We got to the answer. Who cares? All right, let's look at the other MITRE projects. These are basically the honorable mentions that exist inside of MITRE. So we have emulation plans. So there's the adversary emulation library that you can go to actually emulate plans, right? These are based on the various groups that have done attacks that you can actually go ahead and adversary emulation plans, use them to emulate the real world attacks that are by known threat groups. They're a step-by-step guide on how to mimic the specific threat group itself. We have Caldera, and I think there's actually a video that we did that was specifically targeted for Caldera. It was like just about Caldera. It sounds very, very familiar. This is an automated adversary emulation tool designed to help security teams test and enhance their defenses. It provides the ability to simulate real-world attack behavior utilizing the framework and allows us to evaluate detection methods and practice incident response in controlled environment. This is actually really cool. Just reading the description, this sounds very, very cool. So it's an adversary emulation tool. So you can use it to attack yourself and see how your defenses hold up to it and how you can respond to it. Very, very cool. Then we have new and emerging frameworks. So MITRE ADAPT and then MITRE Atlas. So ADAPT stands for Adversarial Actions in Digital Asset Payment Technologies. I don't know if they come up with this part first or if they come up with the acronym first, but it just seems like, what the heck? How do you end up here, basically? So it's a newly released knowledge base that includes its own matrix covering adversary tactics and techniques related to digital asset management systems. So it follows a similar structure to the ATT&CK Framework, but we're specifically targeting blockchain frameworks, smart contracts, digital wallets, and other digital asset technologies. So hence the name Digital Asset Payment Technology. So the blockchain is a relatively recent development in the world of IT and digital technology. So this is actually really cool to be able to see how various attack matrices or the attack frameworks apply specifically to blockchain technology. And then Atlas is the adversarial threat landscape for artificial intelligence, and I'm gonna guess that it has to do with artificial intelligence. So focusing on threats targeting artificial intelligence and machine learning systems, documents real-world attack techniques, vulnerabilities, and mitigation specific to AI technology. So very, very cool that these things actually exist. I don't think these existed the first time that I recorded this video, which was not that long ago. It's so crazy how quickly the world has evolved over the last couple of years. It's kind of insane. Okay, so which technique ID is associated with scrape blockchain data in the ADAPT framework? So we're gonna go here, there we go, and I mean, it's right there. So there's the ID, and this is for scraping blockchain data. Which tactic does the large language model prompt obfuscation belong to in the Atlas framework? So we're gonna go over to the Atlas framework and we're looking at the tactic that it belongs to. And defense evasion is just the name of the tactic today. All we've been talking about is defense evasion stuff. So there we go. Just like that. It's easy. It's so easy to use this, and it's so powerful. It's just so much amazing, useful data that is available at your fingertips for free, by the way. The conclusion note isn't really a big note. It just says that we explored MITRE, but I mean, you saw the different sets of resources, this different sets of intelligence that's available through MITRE, just through MITRE ATT&CK, and then there's CAR, and then there's all the other ones that we talked about, the Defend framework, and then all the ones that we saw in the very last section there. Really, really powerful resource. I really encourage you to go ahead and check it out and find information. Just do some random, browsing. And if you're interested in any kind of specific industry, let's say you want to apply for a job, there's a video that I recently launched for how to find a cybersecurity job. How do I get a cybersecurity job, right? So if you are interested in that, if you actually want to get a job in cybersecurity and you're thinking about applying to a company, find out what industry they're working in, go to MITRE ATT&CK and MITRE Defend and all these things, and do some homework and write a cover letter that says, hey, for this job that you want me to work for, this is what I found on MITRE ATT&CK and MITRE Defend. This is how I would approach the job. And then add that with your resume. It will make you stand out so much if you just use the resources that are at your disposal instead of just blasting your resume to every job that you can find. Customize the resumes and the applications that you do, and I am willing to guarantee that you're going to have successful responses and successful results. So definitely check it out. If you haven't done so already, definitely do some homework and kind of mess around with it. If you have not done so already, browse through all the various threat intelligence groups and everything else that you can find. You will not be disappointed, I promise you. If you found this video useful, and if you would like to get more videos like this one, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you can get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. We have crossed 30,200 subscribers, which is insane to me. I think in probably a week, we're going to cross 31,000, which is just insane. The growth that we're having on the channel is amazing. I'm super, super humble. I'm super grateful. And I mean, so, it comes from being responsive to the comments that come through the comment section and making sure that we actually take care of everybody that has requests and things like that. So leave a comment if you have any questions, leave a comment if you have any requests for content. There's a backlog of requests that I have that I'm going through. So if the request that you're making will help everybody else, and if it will help every other video that's going to be coming out, I'll bring it to the front and I'll make the video first before I do all the other stuff. But more often than not, the requests that come in get added to the pipeline of content. It's just that it doesn't come out right away. So I do create videos based on people's requests, but there's a pipeline of content that's supposed to be recorded and coming out, and that's what I'm working on. But there's always content coming out. Right now we're working on SOC Level 1, the new version for 2025-2026. We have the offensive pentesting / CompTIA Pentest Plus, and then we have AI for cybersecurity. I'm burning through all of the SOC Level 1 stuff because it's very quick to record and get them done. And then we're going to finish everything else for CompTIA Pentest Plus and AI for cybersecurity, and then we'll move to the other content categories and everything else like that. There's content exclusive to Hackaholics Anonymous, and you'll hear about that membership community and how you can join that. And you can just browse through everything else and find whatever it is that you're looking for. And of course, make sure that you drop your comment, and to get notified, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In this episode, we're going to take everything that we've learned so far from the Cyber Defense Frameworks module, and we're going to apply it to a practical exercise. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. This specific video is from the SOC Level 1 pathway, the new version of it for 2025 and 2026 for TryHackMe. And inside of the SOC Level 1 pathway, we have the Cyber Defense module that we've been working on for the last several videos. And at the end of this module, we have the summit room, which is what we're in right now, which is literally just a practical room. It has a virtual machine that they allow us to use. And inside of this virtual machine, we basically are going to run a bunch of exercises and get a bunch of flags. So this is specifically to test everything that we've learned so far inside of the module that we've been in, and to see if we're actually any good at doing cyber defense frameworks and using these various frameworks. There are really no timestamps associated with the challenge task itself, so I'm just gonna break the timestamps down according to the questions themselves, and from there you can just kind of hop around depending on which question you may be looking for. And that's pretty much it. It's a very straightforward video. I think it's going to be a short video. It may be long for me to record because I do have to try to find the answers, but the end result, when I edit it all down and cut it all up, I think the end result is going to be a relatively short video. I will explain exactly how I found the answers so that I'm not just giving you the answers. I want you to learn what the thought process was behind them. But other than that, it should be relatively straightforward, really quick video, quick room that we would go through at least in the final edit anyways. And that's pretty much it. So we're going to get a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and then we're going to dive into the scenario and then eventually question number 1. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, so here's the scenario or the objective, right? After participating in one too many incident response activities, Pico Secure has decided to conduct a threat simulation and detection engineering engagement to bolster its malware detection capabilities. You have been assigned, meaning we have been assigned, to work with an external penetration tester in an iterative purple team scenario. This happens a lot in the real world, so this is actually very close to what you will experience when you work as a security engineer or somebody on the blue team. You will do a lot of collaborations with people on the red team, which are the penetration testers. And then from there, you're going to combine your forces to develop the purple team and increase the security posture of the company. The tester will be attempting to execute malware samples on a simulated internal user workstation. At the same time, you will need to configure Pico Secure security tool to detect and prevent the malware from executing. Following the pyramid of pain ascending priority of indicators, your objective is to increase the simulated adversary's cost of operations and chase them away for good. Each level of the pyramid allows you to detect and prevent various indicators of attack. So this would actually require for you to know what the pyramid of pain is and what the various levels of defense would be according to the pyramid of pain. That video would be, I think, 3 or 4 videos prior to this one. It is the very first video that we went through inside of the Cyber Defense Frameworks module that we started recording for SOC Level 1, 2025-2026. So that is a prerequisite. And then, of course, just knowing how to use MITRE, that would be another prerequisite. And the video prior to this one was the MITRE video. So highly encouraged to go through those videos if you have not gone through them already. Obviously, I'm not going to be explaining all of those things. We're going to touch on them as we try to find these answers. But apart from that, it should be relatively straightforward as we go through the actual questions themselves. We do have a machine that's been assigned to us inside of this room. I've already launched it, so there's a green button that shows up. It's no longer here, but basically it's the green button that starts the machine. And then you see how we have kind of like a logo right here that also tells us that it includes a deployable machine. When you launch that, when you press the green button, it takes about maybe like 2 minutes for it to actually launch, and then it takes another 2 minutes for the machine itself to fully deploy, meaning that this link, because I clicked this a while ago, so this link should actually be active. Okay, cool, there we go. So Pico Secure, we see it on the top left. We have the first email, introduction to pentester, etc., etc. So we should be ready to go. The status of the machine is on, we're ready to go. So let us now look at the very first question. Question 1 is, what is the first flag you receive after successfully detecting sample1.exe? So if we look at this email here, it says, hey, I'm Sphinx. I'll be working with you conducting threat emulation or threat simulation. I'll attempt to execute malware samples. This will be an iterative process. I will start with something simple, sample1.exe. Scan this using Malware Sandbox and review the generated report. You can access the various security tools by toggling the menu on the left. So we have the menu right here, Malware Sandbox right there, and then right here it says sample1.exe, so submit for analysis. So there we go. That's pretty much it. So in the real world, there would be something similar to a malware sandbox that you can use to actually analyze executables without opening them. And so this is what typically, this is a very concise report, but usually the reports are a lot more in depth and there's a lot more detail in the output of these sandbox reports. But I mean, for the purpose of what we're doing today, this is, I would say it's good enough. So the question is what is the flag after successfully detecting sample 1? Do we even have a flag here? We don't. So let's go and let's see. So we have the hash values and everything like that. And let's see where other options we have: manage hashes, firewall manager, DNS filter, etc., etc. So I would say maybe manage hashes, so we can use the MD5 hash in this case. And let's go and see if we can find anything in the hashes. And this is what we have right here. So we will submit the hash. Oh, MD5 is the hash that we're submitting. And there we go. Nice work. You've proven yourself. Check your inbox for the next steps. So inbox will probably have our flag in it. And here we go. All right. So there you go. So this is the flag associated with detecting the hash value of the malware. So that was sample 1 malware. And there's the flag for that. And it says unauthorized. Why am I unauthorized? Am I not logged in? I may have not logged in into this room. I loaded the room, which is odd for me to not be logged in, but let me make sure that I'm logged in. So yeah, the issue was definitely that I wasn't logged in, but it's very interesting because you have to be logged in order for them to load this portal for you, in order for them to load the virtual machine for you. But I don't know, I got kicked out maybe, something like that. Okay, cool, there we go. So we have the official first flag, which is what we got from detecting the hash itself. So now, question number 2. Question 2 is, what is the second flag you receive after successfully detecting sample 2? So we would go over here, we would go back to our sandbox here, we would drop down sample 2 and submit this for analysis. There we go. And so it's going to run it, and I'm guessing it's going to also provide a hash value to us as it normally should, but that will no longer generate a specific flag for us. So now we also have other information. So notice how the analysis that we submitted for the first one, for sample 1, did not have network activity as an entire section. So there we go. So this is actually very handy. So we can still submit the hash, which I think might possibly be useful. But what we need to do is we need to go ahead and actually use the network analysis portion. So yeah, you'll have to use something other than hashes for the next sample. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the sandbox. There are certain IP addresses that are of note here. So process sample 2 does a get request to this specific IP address, and it goes on this URL as well. So I could use the IP address, which would be the next layer essentially of the pyramid of pain, would be the IP address. So we're going to go to the firewall manager. We're going to create a rule, and it's going to be ingress, which is getting traffic. So inward traffic is ingress, and then outward traffic would be egress. And I'm going to do this, or I would say I'm going to do this as the destination. Source IP, we would do any, and then we would do the destination IP, and then action is going to be deny. Let's see if this actually works here. Firewall rule has been added. Deny traffic for this. Okay. I will also create egress. How about that? So we will do source IP this, and then we will do any for that, and then we'll do deny. Let's save that as well. And let's see if we get any updates on this. It looks like we got nothing. So let's go back to the sandbox real quick, and let's see what else we have. So we have the 1535. We also have 4097128443. So these are the various connections that have happened. So from our IP, connections to that IP. So I would say that I've already done the inward and outward for ingress and egress. So we'll take the 4097.128.3. We'll also take that one, and we'll go to our firewall manager, and we'll create a rule both that way. So we'll do, and I guess I should even do the other one as well. But so let's say source IP, and then going to any, and we'll deny it that way. And then we're going to do egress, same thing, excuse me, and then leave that same exact thing. So ingress and egress, we're going to do the same thing. And then we're going to do this right here, do any, and then do to that egress, save that, and then ingress, save that. So I have now created 4 rules with this IP address, and then I just need to do 2 more with this one. Just in case, I'm gonna cover all my bases. Basically, I'm gonna block everything. So it's gonna be source IP here, and destination is gonna be there. And so source IP that, destination there. We're gonna do ingress, and we're gonna deny that. And then I think I need to do any here, and we're gonna do this, and then we're going to do egress and deny that. There we go. That was the key one that I was looking for. So egress, outgoing traffic to this IP address. That's what it wanted for us to really block. So I blocked everything that had to do with this IP address as well as the other one. And it finally loaded our mail for us, which has our flag right here. So, when all else fails, if you suspect something malicious, you're just going to block everything and everything that has to do with it. So there you go. All right, moving on to the third flag. The questions are all going to be exactly the same. So we're just looking for the flag after the next one. So sample 3 is the new one that's going to be coming in here. And so we're going to go back to our malware sandbox and then do the drop down, click sample 3 and submit this for analysis. And so just as a review for you, this is what the pyramid of pain looks like, right? So we have hash values from the very bottom. IP addresses would be the next one. So we expect now domain names are going to show up in this specific analysis. So if we go down here, now we actually get to see domain names. Look at that. So services, Microsoft.com, Imuden, whatever. This one actually looks really, really funky as well. So this, apart from Microsoft.com, this is the most suspicious domain name. And then DNS request down here as well. We can see that domain as well. And it also has an associated IP address to it. So we will do the same thing. We're going to block domain and we're going to block IP address, but for the DNS is what most likely we have to do here. So if we go to the drop down right here, there's now a DNS filter. So there's the firewall manager and now there's a DNS filter. And then finally, we're going to have a Sigma rule builder that we have to build. So create a DNS rule. The name of the DNS is going to be what? I don't know. Block malicious domain. I don't know, man. Category, malware, botnet, anonymizer, crypto mining, phishing, spam, spyware, gambling, games, or other. That's also very interesting. So let's see if we can even find this domain inside of VirusTotal and see if there's anything associated with this domain that we could, it actually gives us, it's a clean domain, which is really weird that it's a clean domain. So Imuden, info, no idea what level of domain it could potentially be, but we are blocking it. So let's see. Oh, that's it. That's all it took. So it says the DNS filter rule prevented sample 3 from connecting to the tester's command and control server. So all I really had was the category. So the category is not mandatory. We don't see a red asterisk next to it. So I think this doesn't really matter how we categorize it. The domain name itself is important, and then we need to do an action. And I'm just going to kind of give you the obvious answer here. We want to deny pretty much everything that we do inside of this exercise because we are doing pen testing and security hardening. We're not going to be allowing things to take place. So going back to our mail, and then we have the flag for the third one. And so we're going to go right there. And it's going to be the flag for the third one. So now we can move on to the fourth one. And again, question is going to be the same. Sample 4 is going to be this executable. And we can, again, go to the sandbox, click sample 4, submit it for analysis. And we're looking for now network and host artifacts. So this is what we're now going to try and block here. So this will require a little bit more of an advanced activity for us. So now you can see, right, for each one that we do, there is new data that's added to the analysis. And so, of course, this one also has the domains for us. So Cranesoft, Anywhere, etc. So this malware or whatever it may be. But we definitely need to now address these things because we're going further and further up the chain when it comes down to, or up the pyramid, I should say, when it comes down to blocking malicious activity. So now we have the various PIDs for the processes. So sample 4 exe, then there's Explorer exe, and then Notepad exe. And then the registry connections to those as well. So you have disable real-time monitoring, enable balloon tips, and ProGID. So process global ID, I think that's what that stands for. But essentially, we have the TXT. So .txt is the registry key for the Notepad stuff because it works with TXT files. The current user, Microsoft Windows current version, Explorer Advanced. So this is for the Explorer itself, which I believe is different from the Internet Explorer. So this is basically the file system, the file manager inside of a Windows environment where you can kind of like browse for files and find different files. And then we have, of course, the real-time protection for sample for exe, which is an executable. So this disabled the real-time monitoring, and this one enabled balloon tips, and then this one messed with the process group IDs, or process global IDs, I should say. So there are several artifacts that we can look at. Typically, when it comes down to artifacts, we would be looking at the actual executables themselves as well as the registry keys. So if we go up here, we do have the tools that they would be using, which would be the next one, and then tactics, techniques, and procedures, which would be the final one. So right now, looking at artifacts, I would say that we need to create some kind of a rule to block anything that has to do, or to pay attention to, I guess, anything that has to do with these executables as well as the registry keys. So we'll start with the first one, which is going to be this specific registry for Windows Defender. So disabling real-time monitoring, which is going to be disabling Windows Defender. I'm going to copy this because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need to use this. So, all right, so there's the registry key, sample process 4, value of 1, process 3806, which is kind of irrelevant. And if we go up here, is there anything else? Disable Windows Defender, real-time monitoring. Okay, so, all right, so let's go to this next one. I'm pretty sure it's going to be, because we looked at DNS filter in the last one, so we have to now start building some Sigma rules. So we're going to create one. Oh, here we go. So sysmon event logs, web server logs, VPN logs, application logs. So event logs, system monitor, event logs, Windows system that monitors and logs various system activities, provides detailed information about command line activity process creations, network connections, file creation, and more. So we're going to go to that. And then we have down here, there we go, right there. So registry modifications. We're looking at the registry value. And so there we go, registry key. So we're going to put the registry key, that thing that I just copied. This is the registry right here, which is going to be with the Windows Defender. The registry name, disable, I think it was disable real-time monitoring. The registry value was 1. Attack ID for MITRE. So this is one that would be, if they are disabling Windows Defender, they are trying to avoid being detected. So it would be defense evasion, most likely would be the attacker ID. But what we want, we can always just double check this. So I can go to MITRE attack here, right? And then we can go, and there's a lot of ways that you can search for this, but we can kind of search up here. Just do the search bar right here and disable real-time, nope, that's not there. Disable Windows event logging, Windows Defender. There we go. So disable Windows Defender, that would be right here. And then right there on the right hand side, it says the tactic is defense evasion. So I didn't do anything fancy, right? I just clicked the search button and I just tried the potential search values, which in our particular case was Windows Defender is what was being disabled. So disabling of the Windows Defender falls under defense evasion, which is what we see right here. So we're going to create our rule now. And incorrect registry name. What do you mean? Refer to sample for sandbox report. This is the registry name. What are you talking about? That's so weird. That's literally it. Okay, well, all right. What did I do here? Let's go see what I can do for the registry. Oh, registry name. I see. I have to do like the actual registry name. Okay, so, all right, let's go back to the sandbox. I think I used the incorrect registry name for sample 4. The registry name. Oh, there's no spaces. So it's the same thing. Disable real-time monitoring. It's just no spaces. Okay, fine. So we'll go back to our Sigma rule. I got to do it again. So sysmon logs, registry modification. We're going to put the registry key. It's disable real-time monitoring as one word. Value was 1, and then it falls under defense evasion. Validate. Sigma rule has been created. You can review the rule below. And we got an email down here, so that's definitely good news. But this is what a Sigma rule actually looks like. And there are a lot of tools that work very similar to what I just did, where you kind of pick some options and it'll actually write the rule for you. So in case you don't know how to write Sigma rules, there are videos on this channel that I have for writing Sigma rules. But in case you don't know how to write them, there are a lot of tools, free tools that are available that you can just find by Googling, that will allow you to do it for you, so long as you know kind of basically what we just did, right? The registry itself, the name of the value of the registry, and then the event ID that may potentially be associated with it, etc., etc., and then it just fills it in for you. And as far as the content of the rule itself, like the most important part of the rule is this portion right here. This is the most important part of the rule. Even the level itself is not necessarily that big of a deal. It's the detection portion and the false positives portion that actually does the functionality of the rule. Everything else is for categorization of this rule. So level 1 or level high being that this is kind of like a high severity. The tags for when you're searching for things, you want those tags to be there. References would be the MITRE attack tactic TA0005, which would be probably defense evasion if I click on it. Yeah, so boom, right there. So this is the defense evasion, TA0005. So all of these things it fills in for us, right? So again, but these are for mostly for classification and categorization. So when you're searching through things, you can try to find them by these keywords, but functionality wise, the actual meat and bones of this specific rule and any Sigma rule in general is these sections where it actually gives it the rules for it to search for when something happens. So now when there's a change that is done to this object, which is this registry value for Windows Defender, as well as the disabling of the real-time monitoring, if it has a value of 1, meaning that it's been turned on, somebody turned on disable real-time monitoring, meaning they're actually disabling real-time monitoring. So if any of those changes have actually been made, and if the event ID 4663 is also turned on or triggered, then it'll show it. So if we actually do a Google search for event ID 4663, there we go. An attempt was made to access an object, and there you go. From there, so it could be the system, kernel, or registry object, or some kind of a file system object. So these things are sensitive areas inside of your system. So if this was the rule just by itself, then it would trigger a lot of different alerts, right? A lot of different events would pop up inside of your logs, and it would be overwhelming. But it's not just this, right? This needs to happen. It needs to be a key object type, meaning that the object itself is not just, a kernel or a system or whatever. We need it to actually be a registry key, and then the key itself needs to be this key, and then the value would be that it's being disabled. So once all of these things are met, once all of these rules are met, then this Sigma rule is going to be triggered, so we will be notified. And so that's the value and the power of Sigma rules. And if you want to learn more about them, of course, there are multiple videos on this channel that you can check out. And I'm pretty sure for the next couple of questions, we're also going to be looking at creating other types of Sigma rules. So for this one, we're solid. So that was the answer for that. So now we're going to go to sample 4 here. We're going to drop that in there. And now we can move on to sample 5. Okay, sample 5. So if we go back to our email here, we have, it says sample 5 right here, but it also has an outgoing connections log for us that we can view. And so if we analyze the outgoing connections, it says there's a bunch of stuff that's going on. So there is a repeated connection. So this is the source IP address, as you can see right here. Right, and then these are the destinations, and then there's a repeated connection that's going out to the same destination. If we see it, it shows up a lot, right? Same destination showing up frequently, and 97 bytes exactly is going out to that destination every single time. So this is obviously a beacon. It's kind of like a remote connection that's taking place. So we can, block the IP address technically, but that wouldn't be too difficult for them to overcome. They can always just change their IP address. So it's more about creating outbound connections and data being sent to a given IP address, 97 bytes every single time. And so what do we have here? We can also see that it happens pretty much every, what, 30 seconds? Or is that every 30 minutes or 30 seconds? I want to say it's every 30 minutes, it looks like. Because 9:30 and then 10 o'clock and then 10:30, 11 o'clock, 11:30, 12 o'clock, 12:30. So it happens every 30 minutes, and it sends out 97 bytes to this IP address. So I'm just going to copy the IP address for that, and let's go see if we can even see it inside of the malware sandbox, because there should be a fifth one. There we go. So we do have a fifth one. We're going to analyze this guy. And so if we go over, where are we? The pyramid of pain images, network host artifacts we did. So now we're going to be looking at tools for the tactic that they're going to be using. So we go over here, sample 5, and we can see executable file from the internet, beacon, boom, there you go, beacon is right there, sample 5, etc., etc. And then we can see the beacon request itself. It's doing post requests, meaning it's sending data to this IP address, and it's sending keep alive, so it's keeping the connection alive, and hostname WK102, which I'm guessing is the hostname that we've connected to, or is it our hostname? Doesn't really matter, honestly. So it's keeping the alive part of it, and sample 5, and that's pretty much all I got. So definitely know that this is a beacon. Definitely don't know that it's sending data, and we already know that it's sending it to this IP address as well. So now we can go to our Sigma rule builder. We can create a Sigma rule, and we're going to create a network connection. So it'll be an event log, but it would be for network connection. So it's still a sysmon event log, but we're just going to create a network connection this time. So now the remote IP, right? The remote IP is this IP address. This is the one that they connected to, but they could change it, right? So that's the thing. So we're gonna do any, technically. So remote IP could be any, because they could change their IP address at any given port. The port could also be changed because they could communicate a variety of different ports. The size was 97 bytes, so that's that. And then the frequency in seconds, so 30 minutes. So 30 minutes times 60 seconds is 1800, I want to say, right? So 30 times 60, yeah, 1800. So 1800 seconds, and then that's pretty much it. And so the attack ID now is a beacon, which falls under command and control. So command and control is also known as C2, and basically a beacon is when you've established a connection and now you're maintaining your connection to a command and control port or a command and control machine in a different state or a different country, etc. So this is it. I would say that because they can change their IP at any point, it's very easy to change your IP. It's also very easy to change your port. So we're just going to do any, and then the size is going to be 97 bytes every 1800 seconds, which is 30 minutes. So that sounds like a solid rule. So we're going to validate our rule here. And did it work? It worked, because we now have an email from Sphinx. Okay, cool. So let's go and check out the email. And here's the flag. Nice. All right, cool. So there we go. All right. We have made progress. So here's that one. And now moving on to the final flag that we have received from Sphinx. Okay, so let's go check out the last email here. And so what does it say? There's a commands log. There's also a sample 6 executable. So, okay, so let's look at the commands log real quick. And so we see there are a series of commands. So you should be familiar with Windows commands. Hopefully, if you're not, I'm going to give you a quick little crash course. So dir stands for dir or directory, basically. And when you do dir like this inside of Windows, you're basically trying to see what is the contents of a specific directory, or it's not CD. So we're not trying to change directories. So we're trying to do, or actually, excuse me, this is the directory, my bad. So dir is trying to search for the contents of the root directory, which is what this is. And then it's sending the contents of this to this log, which is the exfiltrate log. So he's sending the contents of this to that log. And then he's going to do the same thing, send the contents of this, he's going to send it to that log. And then the contents of program files is going into that. And the contents of now the D drive is going into the exfiltrate log. So he does a bunch of exfiltration. and then he's going to send the permissions of the administrator and the details of the administrator group into the exfiltration log, and then the version is going to go into the exfiltration log. Sysinfo is going to go into the exfiltration log. IP configurations, IP addresses, all of them is going to go to the exfiltration log, and then the network connections, and then all of the stuff that's actually established. All of these are being sent into this one file, which is this exfiltration log. So it's reconnaissance. Really what it looks like is they're doing reconnaissance, but they're trying to steal data. They're trying to steal like really sensitive data about the computer that they've connected to, as well as potential users who are in our administrator group. So all of them are going into the exfiltrate log, and it's inside of the temp directory, the temp folder. So we are looking at those two specific things. So we're going to go to, you guessed it, actually let's do the malware sandbox, and let's go do that analysis of the last executable anyways, because we can probably come up with kind of confirmations of what the speculation is here. But everything is going to that temp folder, the exfiltration log. And then if we look at the last thing right here, this is what they're doing, right? So their tactic, technique, and procedure is they're doing information gathering, reconnaissance, basically, enumeration, and they're exfiltrating it to a file. And probably they're going to try to transfer that file over if they don't already have a file share connection that they would see those updates live. So this is what we have as the final step, which is the tactics, techniques, and procedures. So let's go back here. Let's look at analysis. So downloading executable from the internet, connecting to unusual IP address on an unusual port, sample 6 is being read, okay, fine. Getting a connection to this IP address, and from there there's a control. So it's remote control here, sample command line executable right here. So we do see that they're using the command line to run the various commands. And then finally at the very, very bottom, we see that there's a file name, right? The file name that they're dealing with, which is the temp folder exfiltrate log, right? And it's a text file. So, okay, so we saw what they were doing, right? They're sending it to that folder, and we know what they're actually trying to do. So we're going to create a Sigma rule here, and I want to say that it's also in sysmon, and it's going to be a file creation, right? So they created a file, they're sending stuff to a file. The path is going to be this, okay, there's this, you see right here, I can't really highlight it, but you see where it says kind of percentage app data percentage. So in this case, it would be percentage temp percentage. That would be the file path. And then the file itself was exfiltrate, right? Like that, exfiltrate log. I think that's what it was. Yeah, it's not exfiltration, it's exfiltrate. Yes, exfiltrate. Okay, great. And then the exfiltration. So this is what they're doing. They are exfiltrating, and I think the name of the file was exfiltrate. I don't think it was exfiltration. I think it's exfiltrate.log. I don't want to go back to but if it's not correct, then I'll just go back and check it. That's it. So file path temp, exfiltrate log. That's our rule. We're going to create a rule. Okay, there we go. So final flag. So we got it. So it was exfiltrate log. It's not exfiltration log. It is exfiltrate log. And so with this flag, we will now be, just in time too, because I'm about to get kicked out. So with this one, we're going to be done with our exercise. And there it is. We are done officially. So we completed Summit. It wasn't that bad. I think the final video might end up being like maybe 30 minutes or something like that, because I did take my time with explaining certain things and going to certain external resources and things like that. So should have been maybe like 30 minutes, maybe like 45 minutes. I think that would be what the final video length will be, but that's pretty much it. And we completed it. So hopefully you got a chance to also go through the exercise with me. This is something that would be specific to TryHackMe. So if you don't have a membership of TryHackMe, then you're more looking at this as a methodology of what we would do if we were to try to block something by hash value, or try to block something by the IP address or the domain name, and then how we create a variety of Sigma rules and things along those lines. So hopefully it was nice. Hopefully it was easy for you to do. And the term summit, as this this image right here implies, is that we're going up the pyramid, right? We're going until we get to the peak of the pyramid, where we have officially blocked the final tactic, technique, and procedure, which is that exfiltration that the guy was doing, or the girl, whoever, the person, whoever they were doing. So that's pretty much it. So hopefully that was actually something that you were able to tag along with, and hopefully you found some kind of use out of it, and you were able to see what it's like to combine threat intelligence as well as the use of a framework, which is what that pyramid of pain is. That's the framework that we used in this case. And then we went along the steps of the pyramid until we were able to get to the top of the pyramid and finally block that malicious actor and their tactics and techniques and their procedures. Hopefully that was fun and that was useful to you. If you did indeed find value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, then make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, check out everything that's already on the channel. Drop comments if you have any questions, or check out everything else that we got going on. If you just want to say hi, whatever it is, right? So quick little review of the content that's on the channel. So we have the CompTIA series, and there's the CompTIA Linux Plus, Pentest Plus, Network Plus, Security Plus, and then there's going to be CYSA Plus that will come out in the next couple of months as well. And so this is for people who are interested in certifications. There are people from our community who have gone through these courses and used them to pass their exams, and they've used them to land jobs at major companies. So these things actually do work. I am very proud of them. And I think that they're very, very handy and they're very useful. So if you're interested in something like that, if you're interested in specializing in a specific category, then maybe check out Linux Plus or Network Plus, etc. Pentest Plus, all of the lectures are done. So now the only thing that are left is for us to keep expanding the lab work. And being that this is a channel about ethical hacking and pen testing and cybersecurity, there's going to be probably more and more and more videos that will come out for the Pentest Plus practical exercises. I really don't think that's going to stop. I think it's just going to be something that I'm just going to keep uploading, because the lectures themselves are done, so you don't need to worry about lecture content and for the knowledge base and things like that, but it's more about the practical exercises and all of those things. And I think the next layer of pen testing will end up being the offensive security professional certification, which is a monster of a certification, and the exam itself is a 48-hour exam. So they give you 48 hours to complete a certain set of exercises, and it's really heavily focused on practical exercises. It has very little to do with theory and knowledge testing and things like that. It's more just about do this, okay, hack into these 3 machines. Basically, that's what it is. And most people fail on their first attempt. So just so you know. But for the most part, Pentest Plus is done, and we're just going to be doing more practical exercises. The members only stuff is reserved for Hackaholics Anonymous. There's members only videos that are attached to the Cyber Agent membership and above, which is strictly around the notes and the practice questions and things like that for the advanced courses, as well as the tutorials for Python, which is what you see on the screen. And then everything else that comes out, they get early access to it. So Hackaholics Anonymous will get early access to all the rest of the content. And then there's just playlists and da-da-da-da-da. And then there's currently, as I record this, there's over 472 videos that are on this channel. And by the time that you probably end up watching this video, there will be more than that. And there will most likely also be a good 500, I think, probably in the next month or something like that. We're gonna end up at 500 videos, which is insane to really think about. I never thought I would get there, and we have over 30,000 subscribers, which is unbelievable. It's amazing. I'm super excited about it, and I wonder where it's gonna be by the time that you end up watching this, because some people watch this like months down the line. So we'll see how it all plays out. But super excited about it, super humbled, and I would love to hear from you. So you can drop a comment, you can make a post in our post section on the channel, and if you have any questions, drop them in the comment section. Whether it's about this video or whether it's about any other content, or if you have content requests, things like that. And of course, apart from that, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that video comes out. And if you're interested, make sure that you check out Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. In this video, we're going to wrap up our education for cyber defense frameworks by going through the exercise for eviction. And this is a part of the SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe. My name is Hank Hackerson, your trainer for today. And to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell. In the new SOC Level 1 pathway of TryHackMe, we do have the Cyber Defense Frameworks module, and this is the very last room inside of that module. And as the name implies, we're trying to keep somebody out or getting rid of them, so to speak. We're trying to evict them, right? And the series of questions inside of this is literally, there's no information other than just a basic introduction as far as the scenario is concerned. And then from there, we're just going to do a bunch of research and answer a bunch of questions. So we're really testing to see what we have learned inside of the Cyber Defense Frameworks module so far with all of the various videos that we've done so far. The main tool that we're going to be using is the MITRE Attack Navigator, and we'll go into that when I actually get into the very first question. But for the most part, it's a very straightforward video, very straightforward room, which is going to involve a lot of threat intelligence gathering and emulation. So we're going to be doing threat emulation and trying to kind of figure out exactly what a next step would be for the group that is trying to attack us. And this is what will happen in a real world environment as well. You will most likely be tasked with figuring out what the next steps would be based on some intelligence that somebody from your defensive security team or somebody from the incident response team or the digital forensics team, somebody gave you some kind of intelligence. They said, this is what we know, and we need to find out what else they could do and what their end goal is. What is their action on objectives that they want to take at the end of this whole thing, so that we can secure those assets at the very end of this tunnel, and then maybe somehow kind of block them from progressing down this path that they have for wanting to attack us and rob us or hold us at ransom, whatever it is that they're trying to do. So this will happen in a real world environment, and it just depends on how you find that initial intelligence, that initial information that either you discover yourself or somebody gives you, and now you have to use that information to find out what the next steps would be, which is where this attack navigator from MITRE comes in super handy. So we're going to use that. There was actually even a comment that was in the comment section when I created the MITRE video that they were asking on, okay, how can we use the attack navigator more, etc., etc. So we're going to go into that. This is specifically a use for that feature in the MITRE attack framework, so it's going to be really exciting to do. I think you're going to get a lot out of it, and this is something that you don't need the TryHackMe membership subscription for. You can actually do this yourself, and you can do this with a series of APT groups and kind of go nuts and try to do a bunch of independent studies and research. So this is going to be really, really fun to do. And we have a specific group that we're going to use for our example, but you could literally do this for any group that exists on the MITRE attack framework. That being said, a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, our membership community, and we are going to dive deep into the situation and read through the scenario. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, so you'll get a pop-up something like this, right? APT group is trying to attack you, and now you have to go through, and this little screen that you see right here, that's meant to look like the attack navigator on MITRE. So they could be attacking the organization similar to E Corp. What have they done in the past, and what are they potentially doing now? What step of their attack map are they on right now, and how can you stop them in their tracks and prevent them from progressing? That's essentially the goal of this entire simulation. So the scenario is this, right? Sunny, oh, too zoomed in. Let me zoom back out. That's so crazy how it does that sometimes. Okay, Sunny is a SOC analyst at E Corp, which manufactures rare earth metals for government and non-government clients. She receives a classified intelligence report that informs her that APT Group 28, also known as APT 28, might be trying to attack organizations similar to E Corp. To act on this intelligence, she must use the attack navigator for MITRE to identify the TTPs used by the APT group to ensure that they have not already intruded into the network and stop them if they already have. They're going to give us this link, which will take us directly to the navigator layer for APT groups 28 and answer the questions. But I want to show you how we would find it if we did not have this direct link. So we'll open up the direct link and then we'll also go ahead and find it ourselves. By the way, I don't know if you've ever seen, Mr. Robot? Very, very cool show, really solid show, very authentic to hacking in general. And they reference E Corp a lot, and E Corp is known as Evil Corp in the eyes of the main character. So anytime I see E Corp, I automatically get reminded of Mr. Robot, and it's cool. I love it. I love the reference. And I think the people who create these rooms inside of TryHackMe are also really big fans of that show because we see the reference to E Corp come up all the time. Okay, so this is when we click on this link right here. This is what loads. This is the APT 28 right here. You see that. This is their attack map, right? And the attack map takes us from the very beginning, so reconnaissance, resource development, and then it goes further and further and further until it gets to the very end of their attack map, which is what their action on objectives would be, whether or not they want to collect information or if they want to do command and control beacon, meaning like they have remote control of our systems, if they're trying to steal data through exfiltration or any other type of attack, right? So you see a very in-depth review of what they potentially can do based on what they've done in the past. So these things that we see, these layers that we see right here, these are tactics and techniques that they've deployed in the past to get the things that they want done. And so if we know, like if we catch them based on, oh, you know what, the spear phishing attachment that we see right here, this spear phishing attachment is relevant to this specific APT group based on the references and the resources. And so we think that this is the APT group that's attacking us. So from there, we would be like, oh, okay, so if it's these guys. So you see how in the comment on the left it says APT 28. If I remove the hover, unfortunately, I can't stay on there. But you can see on the comment section inside of this big gray box on the left, you see how it says comment APT 28. So if the spear phishing attachment that you have found through your defensive appliances, through your defensive security tools, your endpoint detection response, your SIM, whatever, you find out that there's a spear phishing attachment. You go and look at the hash value of this spear phishing attachment, and you see that that hash value has been attributed to attacks done previously by a variety of groups or by this one group, which is APT 28. So now you know APT 28 is potentially involved. If that's the case, then you come to MITRE attack right here. And then you go and find APT 28. So this is now where I will show you how you do that. So if we go actually to the MITRE attack framework, okay, it's attack.mitre.org. And then what you're looking for in the top menu is this CTI for cyber threat intelligence. You're going to click on groups, and then it's going to bring the entire list of the groups, okay? And so now we want to find in the left-hand menu, either the scroll and try to find it, or you can always do Control F or Command F and then search for APT28. And then there you go. So now it's highlighted right there. It's actually multiple times on the screen. So that would be one. And then now we see it right here as well. So we can do either of those. But so I click on it and then it'll open up the profile page for APT28, which is what you see right here. Now you can scroll down and you can see, okay, they actually have other group names that may be associated with them. Okay, cool, cool, cool. What we're looking for is this button right here, this Attack Navigator Layers. So when you do the drop down on this, you can either download it or you can view it inside your browser. So if I click on View Browser, then I will see this load, and this looks identical to what we had previously. I actually like this one even better because it has various color codings compared to the first one, right? So this is the one that we just found, and then this is the original that was provided to us through the link of the TryHackMe room, okay? But you can see APT28, G0007, same thing on this one, APT28, G0007. So there we go. So now we are on the right navigator, the navigator map, right? The attack map for APT28. And we have everything that we need to begin answering these questions. So let us now go through these questions. I'm going to timestamp each question in the time section, in the description below for the various timestamps. So if you wanted to, you can kind of just like go back and forth and try to find them via the description timestamps. Okay, first question. Question 1 is, what is a technique used by this group to both perform recon and gain initial access? So what we're going to do is we're going to focus on recon right here, okay? And so the tactic is recon. Under recon, we have a bunch of techniques. And so we're looking for the one where they would gain initial access. So if we go ahead to do this right here, we have recon right here, and then we also have initial access as another tactic. So we're looking for a technique that would be on both of those lists. And so we have, what do we have? We have vulnerability scanning, credentials, victim organization information, phishing for information, spear phishing link, open technical databases, and then under initial access, we have, this is under, initial access. So we have, drive-by compromise, exploit public-facing application, external remote services, spear phishing attachment, replication through removal of media, trusted relationships, cloud accounts, valid accounts, Wi-Fi networks. I believe this falls under initial access, right? Because I think so. Because this one would be resource development. Yeah, so this would be initial access right here. Okay, so we're looking for the one that shows up on both of those tactics, which I would say is phishing. But this one is spear phishing attachment. This one is spear phishing link. So it could technically be both of those. I want to say it's spear phishing link. So let's see. Let's go over here. Spear phishing link. Nice. Okay, cool. There we go. So it is spear phishing link. So recon and initial access are the two hints here that we would use to try to find the general tree, right? So the initial access right here and reconnaissance, and then underneath them we're trying to see combinations or things that would show up on both of them, which in this case would be spear phishing link, the spear phishing link tactic, or technique I should say. The spear phishing link technique shows up under both of those. All right, so now let's talk about question number 2. Question 2 is, Sunny has identified that the APT has moved forward from the recon phase. So they've moved past this phase. They are now in resource development or somewhere ahead from there. So now it says, which accounts might they compromise while developing resources? So under resource development, so while developing resources, which types of accounts could they compromise? And so we would find something called compromise accounts underneath resource development. And so from here we would say, okay, email accounts seem to be the ones that they could potentially compromise. So we're going to go over here and we're going to try email accounts, and lo and behold, that is the answer. It's really not complicated. So this is one of the things that I was trying to kind of iterate and emphasize inside of the MITRE video. This is not a complicated process. It just requires that you connect dots. That's basically what we're doing, is we're connecting dots. that they would start here, they would go through spear phishing. So spear phishing has to do what? Email, right? So spear phishing is done through email. So if they're spear phishing, then they're probably going to be compromising email accounts. And then from there, inside of this email that's sent, there might be a spear phishing attachment. And if they click on that spear phishing attachment, there may be a PowerShell script that's going to run. And if that happens, it may make modifications to registry keys, which will then do this, and then it will do. So it's all about connecting dots, okay? It's not complicated. It just takes attention to detail. We can say that, right? So if you are detail oriented, and if you are really good at paying attention to things, then you'll be able to pull this off relatively easily. And that's kind of the big thing that I'm trying to point out for you throughout this exercise. Obviously, we're trying to do research and answer the questions, but I really want you to see how these things end up connecting, how all these dots end up connecting. So, all right, moving on to question number 3. Question 3 says, eCorp has found that the APT might have gained initial access using social engineering to make the user execute code for the threat actor. Sunny wants to identify if the APT was also successful in execution. So what 2 techniques of user execution should Sunny look for? And the answer format would be technique 1, and then we have to use the word and then provide technique 2. So it's going to be something and this. It's going to be what the answer is going to be down here. So specifically what we're looking for is code execution, right? Social engineering is what they used to make the user execute code for the threat actor. So on behalf of the threat actor, basically. And Sunny wants to find out if they were also successful in their execution attempt. So we're going to go over here and we're looking for execution, which is this category right here. So they're looking for types of code execution and user execution in particular at the bottom. So it would be something that would be done via the user. And so we have malicious file and malicious link would be the 2 options, right? It's really not that complicated, honestly. Like, it's about connecting dots, right? So Sunny found out, so the question says, eCorp has found out that APT might have gained initial access using social engineering to make the user execute code, right? So this is something that eCorp found out, and then they transferred that information to Sunny. And now Sunny wants to verify under execution, right? Code execution done by the user, right? So Sunny needs to verify this element of it. And so she goes and finds under execution that, hey, you know what? User execution includes malicious file and malicious link. So let's try that. So we're going to do malicious file and malicious link. And there we go. There's the answer. Not bad, right? Not bad. Okay, so we are now on question number 4. Question 4 says, if the above technique was successful, which scripting interpreters should Sunny search for to identify successful execution? Technique 1 and technique 2. So we're looking for scripting interpreters to identify successful execution. And so scripting interpreters. So if we go over here under execution, we have right here command and scripting interpreters. I'd say it's really not complicated. So command and scripting interpreters, PowerShell, I mentioned that earlier, and then Windows Command Shell. So PowerShell and Windows Command Shell, which are the answers. So PowerShell and Windows Command Shell. How lovely is that? Amazing. Okay, so now we're going to move to the next question. Question 5. So it says, while looking at these scripting interpreters in the previous question, Sunny found some obfuscated scripts that changed the registry. Assuming these changes are for maintaining persistence, keyword here, which registry keys should Sunny observe to track these changes? And the hint tells us to use the exact text from the attack navigator. Okay, so by looking at the scripting interpreters, there were some obfuscated scripts that changed the registry, and these are for maintaining persistence. So registry keys and persistence. So we're going to go under persistence, as we can see right here. And under persistence, we have, account manipulation, email delegation, There we go. Okay, so registry run keys, startup folder, logon script for Windows, and component object modification, external remote services, Office Test Bootkit, Web Shell, cloud accounts, and that's it. So the only thing that is the obvious one, which is registry run keys. So for this one, we need to kind of find some more information about this. So I'm going to see if, can I click on this to open it up? Can I click on it to open it up? Maybe not. So what is it? It says, which registry keys should Sunny observe to track these changes? So I'm guessing the name itself would probably be registry run keys, because I don't think I can open this. And in the comment, it says that they've deployed malware that has copied itself to the startup directory for persistence. I'm going to say I think the answer is registry run keys is what they're probably looking for. So registry run keys. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right. I thought that we could potentially go into this. I mean, we can, right? So I could technically do this. So I can go over here. I can go to MITRE attack. And then inside of this, I can expand all of the sub-techniques right here. So show sub-techniques. And then I can search for registry run keys. And then it highlights it. So boom, there it is. Click on that. And it'll actually open up. And then we can see registry keys. And then we can see procedure examples for the various groups. There would even be, there's a lot of examples of this. Holy cow. Wow. That's a lot. That's probably one of the biggest ones. And then we have mitigations for the detection and then references for all that. Look at all these references. This is insane. So this is probably like a very, very popular technique that's been used previously. All right, so registry run keys, there we go. If we wanted to get more information, we can always go look it up, but I think these are not clickable inside of the attack map. I think these are just for us to kind of connect the dots. But if you wanted to learn more about them, you can always go to the MITRE attack matrix directly, and then from there, search for those registry run keys. And the way you would do that is do show sub techniques so that you can actually search for all of them, and then you can do hide sub techniques to just kind of compress all of these things. Okay, great. Now we can move on to the next question here. Question 6. So Sunny identified that the APT executes system binaries to evade defenses. Which system binaries execution should Sunny scrutinize for proxy execution? Okay, so APT executes system binaries to evade defenses, so defense evasion, and we're looking at proxy execution under defense evasion. So let's zoom out here, and defense evasion, boom, there we go. And then under defense evasion, we're looking for something that has to do with proxies. So proxy execution under defense evasion. There's a lot of options down here. So let's see what I can find. For this one, I actually had to look up the word proxy because it wasn't popping out for me. But there are multiple instances of the word proxy. So the first one, and 3 of them, I would say, hold on, let's go to number 1. The first one is under defense evasion. So we have system binary proxy. We have system execution or script proxy execution. Then we have trusted developer utilities proxy. Okay, so we have these. All right, what is the question again? So it says system binaries to evade defenses. Which system binary execution should Sunny scrutinize? So if we're looking at system binaries, the ones specific to these guys is run DLL32. That would be the system binary. So we're going to do run DLL32, and there it is. Nicely done. Okay, so there you go. So this one, I actually had to do the search on the screen because it didn't pop out right away. And then there are other instances. So these are 3, but then if we go to number 4, it shows up under command and control proxy right here. So proxy, external, internal, multi-hop proxy. So there we go. So we have those as well. And then it goes back to defense evasion. Perfect. Okay, cool. Moving on to the next question. And this would be question 7. So Sunny identified TCP dump on one of the compromised hosts. Assuming this was placed there by the threat actor, which technique might the APT be using here for discovery? So TCP dump specifically, they could be using it for discovery, which is something that you would do once you're already inside of a system. It's kind of like an advanced version of reconnaissance and enumeration. So Sunny identified TCP dump, assuming that this was placed there, which technique might they be using for discovery? So we'll go here, And now I can literally just, let me see if I can even search for TCP dump. I can't. Okay, so no problem. So we're going to go under discovery. There we go. And so under discovery, TCP dump is more for like discovering or doing like network traffic analysis. TCP dump kind of works in the same breath, in the same spirit as a tool like, let's say, Wireshark or something like that. TCP is the transmission control protocol, so it has to do with network connections. And so when you do a TCP dump command, you're looking for network activity, right? So under discovery, we can try to see what would potentially be. Let me see if I can zoom in on this a little bit better. That's kind of useful to us. Okay, there we go. So under discovery, we have account discovery, application window, etc., etc., etc. Okay, so file and directory discovery, that would not be it. Network sniffing, I think that's the answer probably. Peripheral device discovery, process discovery, Wi-Fi discovery, that could also be it because it does have to do technically with network connectivity. So system network configuration discovery would be Wi-Fi, and then underneath that there would just be network. So it's either network or system network configuration. So the question again, so TCP dump on one of the compromised network, assuming this was placed, what technique? I'm going to say it's network. So network sniffing. And okay, cool. There it is. So Wi-Fi discovery was technically underneath the system network configuration discovery. So the technique itself is this, but then Wi-Fi discovery would be a sub technique. So that's one hint. And then this one right here is directly connected to the network itself. So network sniffing, number one, is connected to the network TCP connections, right? And then the next one is that this is actually the technique, whereas underneath these things, anytime you see these little things that you can kind of open up and it gives you more options, these are all sub-techniques. So they're asking for a technique specifically. Which technique might be the APT? So that's another hint that we got. All right, moving on to the next question. I think this is question 8. Question 8 says, it looks like the APT achieved lateral movement by exploiting remote services. So these guys have gone very far inside of the hack on eCorp. If they're this far, they've made a lot of progress. Okay, so they've achieved lateral movement by exploiting remote services. Which remote services should Sunny observe to identify the activity traces? So lateral movement is a hint right here. Remote services is another hint. So we're going to go under lateral movement, as the title implies right there. So lateral movement, I mean, it's right in the beginning. So exploitation of remote services, and then remote services themselves can be remote desktop protocol or SMB Windows admin shares. And the question again, so lateral movement by exploiting these, which remote services should Sunny observe to identify the activity trait? It could be either of those two, right? So we could try either of those as an answer, but the format of the question has this / in it. So my guess would be SMB Windows admin shares. So we're going to do SMB for server message block, and then Windows admin shares. There we go. Amazing. Cool. Moving on to question number 9. Question 9 says, it looked like the primary goal of the APT was to steal intellectual property. This would be exfiltration, right? They're stealing data, basically, from the eCorp information repositories. Which information repository can be the likely target of the APT? So they're trying to steal data, right? And then we're looking for an info repository that they would go for. So collection would be right here. Then we have exfiltration itself. So collection, and let's see if we can find something under collection. So they're trying to steal. Okay, there we go. So data from information repositories. This falls under collection. And so SharePoint, that's an information repository. Local data staging, remote data staging, email collection, keylogging. Okay, so it would most likely be SharePoint would be the answer that we would have over here. So let's try SharePoint, and there it is. So you see how the dots are connecting, right? So we've gone down this path right here. We are now at data collection, which will also probably lead us to some kind of exfiltration because they're collecting data. So they need to transfer the data out of our network. So most likely we're going to end up with exfiltration. Let's see if we actually do. We have the final question here. Question 10 is, although the APT had collected the data, it could not connect to the C2 for exfiltration. I told you, see? So they could not do this still. So they couldn't connect to their C2 server, their command and control. So you see this right here. So right after collection, there's command and control. And then from command and control, they would actually exfiltrate the data. But they couldn't connect to C2, the command and control. So to thwart any attempts to do that, so this is now where we actually get a chance to block them from progressing. What types of proxy might the APT use? So we're looking for technique 1 and technique 2, and it's going to be under C2 because they have not established C2. So this is where we actually get to stop them from moving forward. So now they're looking for the types of proxies. And so under command and control, look at how wonderful this is, right? So under command and control, we can go down here to proxy. And so eternal proxy, external proxy, internal proxy, multi-hop proxy. So there are technically 3 types of proxies that we can consider here. And to connect to I'm going to just try, what is it? I'll do external and internal. So I'll do external proxy and internal. Nope. Okay, so it's not external proxy and internal. I guess it would be multi-hop. So let's try multi-hop proxy. Could that be it? Okay, cool. External proxy and multi-hop proxy. I think internal proxy would be something that they would be doing internally, like through our network. So let's actually do a little bit of homework on that. So I could have actually kind of come to that correct conclusion from the very beginning. So if we go through proxies and look at the internal proxy specifically. So if I look at internal proxy, this would be an internal proxy to direct command and control traffic between 2 or more systems in a compromised environment. Many tools exist that enable traffic redirection through proxies or port redirection, including these. They use internal proxies to manage command and control communications inside a compromised environment. So, okay, that makes sense. So this would be something that they would do internally, as the name obviously implies. So they're in the network, right? They're inside of our network, and they want to use various proxies while they're inside of our network to go back and forth. When we're looking at external proxies and multi-hop proxies, so let's get external is obviously something that's outside of the network. A multi-hop proxy would be chaining together multiple proxies to disguise the source of malicious traffic. A defender will be able to identify the last proxy traffic, So okay, so that's pretty much it. So it's like external connected to the multi-hop strategy, right? So they would use multiple hops. So for example, it's the Tor Onion browser, right? So the Tor Onion browser has multiple IP addresses that you can put inside of the configuration file. And inside of that configuration file, what you can put 10 technically. You could put like as many different IP addresses as you want. And so your connections through the internet would go through all of those different proxy addresses. And then the very last address, right? So it says typically a defender will be able to identify the last proxy traversed before it enters their network. The defender may or may not be able to identify any previous proxies before the last hop proxy. This technique makes identifying the original source of the malicious traffic even more difficult by requiring the defender to trace malicious traffic through several proxies to identify its source. Which means what? Like you find the last one. So let's say this is the last one. So you find the last one, and then you got to find the one before that, and then find the one before that, and find the one before that, and trace it all the way back until you get to your IP address, right? So let's say this is the IP address inside of our network. So we have to track it from the very, very last one to go through the entire chain of proxies to be able to find ours, and then we can say, okay, all of these are now IP addresses that we need to block and put, reports to all these different things to prevent other people from being taken advantage of, and just block all these IP addresses because they're being used as malicious proxies, right? That's potentially what could be it. But that's pretty much it. So that was the last question, external proxy and multi-hop proxy. Very, very straightforward, like really easy in my opinion. It's very easy to just go through all of this stuff and then be like, okay, so this group, this APT28 or any other group, will start here, and then they could do any of these things, and then they'll go from reconnaissance to resource development and then to initial access, because this is chronologically ordered, right? You can't start at persistence without having done all of these things. The persistence mechanism cannot be the very first interaction that they would have with your environment. They have to first get into your environment to be able to do something to establish persistence. So it's very, very simple, right? Like, it's chronological. It starts from the left, it goes to the right. And so you just need to track their steps, kind of like you would track somebody's steps inside of a forest. If you're trying to track a bear or something, that's exactly what you do in this case. And last one says, congratulations, you've helped Sunny, da 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 da. And that's it. We can just click check and we're good with this and we're done. So in conclusion, my recommendation to you would be to go to the attack navigator, right? So go to MITRE. We can close this out. You can go to MITRE and go to the CTI at the top right here. Click on groups and find one or all of them, totally depending on what you want to do, like, and what you want to learn. Akira is like a really cool name because there's an anime called Akira, which is like a really, really famous anime. It's a movie. If you've never seen it, it's like one of the founding animes that kind of set the stage for the world of anime to become what it became. It's like a very, very famous movie. I think it even won like certain awards and things like that. So, you know, let's say Akira, right? So let's say Akira is like the group that you want to study. And so Akira is a ransomware variant and ransomware development entity. At least March 2023. They use compromised credentials to access yada, yada, yada. Okay, cool. So that's what their profile is. So we go down here and then they have associated group descriptions and then techniques that they used. Okay, great. So, you know, we want to map out these techniques. So, and then it also lists all the softwares that they've used previously as well. So we want to map out all the techniques for Akira. We're going to click on this. We're going to go view it inside of the navigator. And it's going to open it up. And then now inside of the navigator, we get to see all of the various connections. So they started for their initial access, right? They started with external remote services is what they used, as well as valid accounts, right? So they were able to steal credentials to be able to do this. And so they started with initial access, external remote services, valid accounts. Then they got an execution done inside of PowerShell. And that's pretty much all they used was PowerShell. Then they established persistence through external remote services, as well as valid accounts again. They were able to escalate privileges using valid accounts. They were able to evade defenses by disabling or modifying tools, like let's say the Windows Defender or something like that. They were also able to match legitimate resource names or locations. This falls under masquerading. And then they were able to use binary padding, which falls under obfuscated files or information. So you see how it goes, right? And then even, again, valid accounts at the bottom right here, even under defense evasion, because they used valid accounts. So valid accounts are much better at evading defenses. This is a pretty good group to study, honestly. And then so we have credential access, steal or forge Kerberos tickets, which is how you can actually use valid accounts because you're using valid accounts to do everything that you're doing. So obviously you've stolen some kind of credentials. Then you go to discovery and you have domain trust discovery, and then we have remote system discovery, and then we move to lateral movement, and they're going to use remote services because they've been doing everything remotely anyways. So they would use RDP, the remote desktop protocol, to take over the Windows machine. And from there, we are now collecting via the archive. So archive via a utility. And then we're also using SharePoint as a form of a repository. Very good. And what do we have here? Command and control. They were able to establish command and control. They did it through a remote access tool again. So all of these things are done remotely. So you see the theme that these guys have been using. Under exfiltration, they've been exfiltrating to a cloud storage environment. And then finally, the impact that they were able to have was to get account access removal, encrypt data for impact, financial theft. Wow, these guys did. Whoever these people are, they were pretty solid. This is like as cool of a hacking group. I mean, I'm not saying to glorify hackers, that's not what I'm saying, but these guys are pretty impressive. And it's so funny. I've never looked at Akira as like the group to study, but just from doing a quick little review like that, That is very cool. I think whoever they are, not glorifying hackers. I'm not glorifying hackers. I'm just saying it's very, very interesting that they were able to do that. Their associated groups are Gold Sahara, Punk Spider, and Howling Scorpius. Anyways, that's how you can find more information about other groups and study the attack navigator and see how all the dots connect, right? That's the part that I think is the coolest part, is that you see where the dots connect and you see the pattern through their activity, and then you learn. All of these things are really great opportunities to expand your knowledge and learn. So hopefully that was actually useful, and hopefully you had fun reviewing Akira. We technically now reviewed 2 groups inside of this video. If you found value in this video, and if you'd like to get more videos like this one, I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time a video comes out on this channel. We have a lot of videos coming out. We have a lot of playlists that I'm building. So we have the CYSA, we have CompTIA Pentest Plus, we have SOC Level 1 for 2025-2026, we have AI for cybersecurity, and then there's a random series of other videos that have been requested through the comment section. So drop your comments. I do pay attention to the comments in the comment section. I create videos around the questions that people have asked. So definitely make sure that you do that kind of stuff because I am attentive to the comment section. But other than that, just check out everything else that we got. So we have the CompTIA series of videos that people have used to pass their examinations. They've used to get jobs at real companies, big companies. We have members only videos. So these are the Python tutorials that go along with the Python scripts that the cyber agents and above get, as well as just how to line by line go through the code and try to establish it yourself or modify it or try to explain it to somebody. All of that stuff is available. It really helps with the education of Python scripting. It's a big language inside of automation and inside of cybersecurity, and then just everything else. And then you can always browse through all of the videos that exist on the channel by just going through the video database. There's over 470 videos as of this recording, and then it's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, and we're going to have more and more and more videos. So all of these things are available, and of course you can request your own series of content as well. So make sure, if you have not done so, to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell, and then drop a comment. And then if you're really interested and if you really want to advance, make sure that you check out the Hackaholics Anonymous community. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I will see you in the next video later.